Good morning. I welcome all for this one-day virtual conference on careers in cybersecurity analysis and auditing. And the conference will be held maybe now from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. We have, the program is going to be sponsored by a company called Fixnix. I think, they will soon, introduce themselves. And we have a list of 8 speakers lined up for the day, and each one of them, they have got at least 20 plus years of experience in the area of cyber security. So the whole initiative started when we were offering the course on information security analysis and auditing for our pre-final year students of computer science, IT, and information technology. So there are more than 2,000 students at present in Vellore campus alone or studying this course. So we thought, why not we will call the industry experts who are working in this field to share their views and also, ignite our students and provide some insights. So with this in mind, we have requested Fixnix. Mr. Shanmugavel immediately has accepted our invitation. We are thankful to you, sir. And we are going to cover 8 different topics which are part of our curriculum. We have the speakers with us, maybe 9 speakers, maybe 8 sessions and 9 speakers. Each speaker will take about 45 minutes. And I may not go into the details of the profile of the speaker now. On in the individual session, they may introduce or we will introduce. So we have with us Hemant Duzane. He is an information security analysis and auditing. He is going to talk. We have Mr. Hazib Awan, who is going to talk from California, and he is going to talk on mobile security, in particular on DLP and DRM. And we have Shivant Somanathan. He is going to talk on InfoSec governance. And we have Mr. Padmanabhan. He is going to talk on InfoSec compliance. And we have Shashidhar CN, who is going to talk on InfoSec risk. And we have Murtaza Merchant, who is going to talk on security incident analysis. And we have Madam Ruchava Vartak. She is going to talk on security audit. And then we have Prashant Khurana. He is going to talk on VPPT testing. There may be some slight changes in the the speakers and the order in which they talk, depending on the convenience of their location. So there may be some minor changes, but all these topics will be covered. And some of these topics, they will also show you the demo. I request all the audience to post their questions, if at all any, in the chat window. And depending on the time, we may be able to take all or a few of them. So this is the agenda of the day. And now I may just, glance maybe the next 5 minutes. What are all the opportunities and challenges if you work in the area of, cyber security? That will give you a broad, understanding of why we need to study this particular field. Okay. So as you all know that we are living in a digital era. Now, the world is becoming digital, and maybe, I can even share the presentation what I have. Okay, I think some difficulty in sharing. That's fine.
Dr. Naresh,
yeah.
Good now.
Sir, Nadesh sir, kindly make Ganeshan sir as the host.
Yeah. So am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Ganesh, you are audible.
Okay, fine.
Sir, Ganeshan sir, sharing is enabled. You can share your screen.
Okay, fine.
Share your screen.
If the screen is visible?
No.
No. Okay, I have just some text message. I will just explain what it is. So we are living in a digital era. The world is all becoming digital, and we that we are all even buying things through online website portal, wherein everything about the product or even the purchase that we make are in the form of digital. So people make payment in the form of digital transactions. We are also conducting now the classes for our students in online. Even for your information, the examinations and also the interviews by the job providers are also nowadays done through online. And all the content are now digitized in the form of PPTs, PDF, etc., which we are sharing it to the students. And you take even the doctors, they are doing consultation through telemedicine, and and you understand that we are also spending good amount of time in social media, such as WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, etc. But all these are digital platforms which are disseminating the information. So our entertainment industry is also moving towards digital form. We are talking of web TVs and web serials and so on, and they are all becoming very popular. Not only that, we started even playing games not in the physical ground, but rather in the online world, where the data is only in the digital form. So in the near future, we are going to see that the cars are going to be driven automatically, or what we call autonomous vehicles, wherein people say that 60% of the algorithm are going to take over the driving of a car. That means software is going to be 60%. Soon we are going to see the launch of 5G communication in India, wherein you are going to see that 20 GB of data will be transferred between the stakeholders, maybe between the service provider and the end user per second. The current buzzwords such as machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence, etc., are going to learn things by themselves by if you provide huge amount of digital data with a lot of variety in it. That is the basic of all these AI, ML, and deep learning. So I have to provide tons of data which are in digital form so that they can learn. So people are trying to find the hidden patterns which are present in these historical data using big data platform. So in the case of even you take IoT, the digital data is captured by the input sensor, which are aggregated by the local server, and then at regular intervals it pushes into a cloud, and then the data analytics software at the cloud is going to do the prognostic or diagnostic and send the necessary alarms or notification to the end user. So that means in the whole of IoT, you see that everything is digital data acquisition, and then analytics, and then alerting. Everything is in the digital form, right? So the various sensors which are present in our mobile phones also are, now we see that there are multiple cameras and then audio systems and whatnot. All these sensors acquire data and then they send them into the cloud. So hence, our digital data need to be secured during this acquisition. So the most challenging part is how I am going to secure these data which is in the digital form. So as I mentioned, it should be secured at a time of acquisition, at a time of storage. It may be in a file or a database or a cloud, or even during the transmission, wherein you may be using wired or wireless channels. So again, the digital data can be in the form of text, an audio, or an image, or video. The worst case is in the case of a video, what happens is not only the amount of data that we talk is huge, but also when you are talking of the live transmission of these data, the processing is going to be a hectic task. So when you are processing it, if you want to process it in a secured way, and then if you want to send it to the end user, what happens is the difficulties are manifold. So the security is going to add an extra computation. So you need to see that how do you handle it. So in a typical cyber security system, we are going to do the logging of the data packets which will be sent from one device into another, and during the transmission we may be digitizing the packets using a number of protocol like TCP, UDP, etc., and so on. And then we need to look at these packets and see what went wrong, and then you need to find a fix. That's what the cyber security fellows are doing. But then again, people are talking of an automation. Now there is a tremendous amount of opportunity for people to work in the area of big data, AI, and ML, because once if you use these techniques, it is possible for us to do the automation of it. So even before an attack happens, the system can figure out. So anybody who wants to work on the emerging areas, it's going to be a gold mine. So with this, I would like to hand over the session. Already we are running overrunning by 2 minutes. I wish all the participants to make use of this opportunity, but also I would like to thank all the speakers from Fixnix who are going to make this whole day presentation to be very fruitful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Ganeshan and Nadeshan, and want to thank the management of EIT. Without much ado, I would love to invite Mr. Hemant. Dr. Ganeshan, you want to introduce Mr. Hemant, or do you want me to introduce?
Sorry, I'm not able to audible. I'm not able to hear, Shan.
Mr. Hemant?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
You can proceed, Hemant.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, VIT, Ganeshan sir, Nadesh sir, and everyone for giving this opportunity. Let me start the presentation. So, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, Hemant.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good morning to all. Thanks for joining this session. Probably Mr. Ganeshan, Professor Ganeshan has given us the bit background about what needs to be understood in terms of information security. Today we are going to talk about fundamentals of information security, but probably my session is not around the theoretical knowledge, but most around what are the practicality of the information security aspect, what are the basics of it. I'll be showing some of the interactive videos where you can understand what's going on around you and learn from those videos. Before I start, I have a quick disclaimer, and this is for all the presentations you are going to see throughout the day. All the images, videos, contents we are using here just for the information purpose or the education purpose. We are not trying to violate any copyrights. If you have any problems, please connect with us. Most important for all the students and participants, do not try anything, whatever you're going to learn from these videos at home without any supervision or without any guidance. We will not be responsible if anything goes wrong and you are in trouble because of any cybersecurity challenges. And any questions, queries you have, you can connect with us on this email address. Okay, let's start. So we know everything about internet and smart gadgets today, right? It's a very great platform and technology of this century. Probably, I mean, we may have more advancement in near future. Today, it has become very integral part of our life. If I talk about any device today, from morning till the evening, or maybe even during sleep as well, all the gadgets are connected to me through internet, correct? Whether it's my cell phone, mobile, laptop, smartwatch, smart device, any kind of smart thing we call it, whether it's a smart TV, it's connected to internet and helping me. Even my coffee maker, my fridge, all are being connected and being part of my life. What do we do with these tools? We utilize these tools for our educational communication purpose to make our life easy. We encourage a lot of creativity and imagination, and it helps us to increase the knowledge and source what we have, what we want to learn more. And definitely it also attracts a lot of dangers. So in very simple term, if I correlate to an information security parameter, which is called as an information asset, something which has a value to an individual, a company or organization. My mobile phone, it's very important for me. So it has a value for me, not just because it's let's say 20,000, 30,000 rupees mobile phone, but it has a data which is important to me. Hence, it has value for me. So let's understand what can happen in a minute on internet. Today, you can see how many things are connected with us, whether it's Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, WhatsApp, TikTok, which got banned recently, Instagram, so many things. You see for a minute how many people are connected and checking their information or putting messages, posting information. Look at the Google, 4.1 million search queries happens in a minute. Look at Facebook, 1.3 million users logged in. Look at your Twitter, almost 1 million users are tweeting messages. So many things are happening around us. So let's understand what is an internet, how it works, application of internet. So internet basically helps us to create a cyberspace around us. So what is it? Cyberspace, anything that has to do with internet. We use this internet for our personal use, like to communicate, to stay connected with family, friends. We also conduct business, manage transportation like Ola, Uber, electricity, banking, we pay bills, we do transactions, and other important everyday activities online. We also play games, download music, or watch TV shows and movies, definitely after we complete our homeworks, right? So I want to explain this term in more detail via video. This is one video I liked it and I downloaded it from YouTube. So I'm going to play it. If you don't able to hear the video and voice, just let me know.
Would you be comfortable living in a house that someone else had the key to? What if an underground tunnel led into it from a public park, where its windows could never quite close all the way? Would you trust it with your safety and your privacy? The internet is that house. This is not to say never go into the house, but rather you should know the hazards before you store all of your valuables there, and do what you can to protect them. So why is it insecure, and why can't we just fortify it until it's safe? Well, first of all, the internet was not originally built to be what it is today. It's like someone decided to expand a shoebox into a skyscraper. The internet originally developed when computers were huge and so expensive to own that only universities, big businesses, and a few governments had them. The point, originally, was to let these massive supercomputers talk to each other. And as soon as two computers could send information back and forth, we had a network. The network gradually grew until personal computers emerged in the 1980s, and then it exploded. Soon, people were not just talking to each other, but also exchanging money, playing games, reading news, shopping, and doing everything we associate with the internet today. Other devices started talking to the network too. Phones and cars and refrigerators and elevators and power plants and much, much more. But the ease of all those devices talking to each other came at a price: security. One computer could send another instructions to delete everything on it or take it over. We call these viruses and malware. Or one person could steal another's identity by guessing, cracking, or extracting a password. Vulnerabilities such as these will never completely go away because they're built into the internet's very architecture. Criminals use them to steal billions of dollars, governments use them for surveillance, and hacktivists use them to further their political goals. Between 2004 and 2013, over 1 billion records of personal information were stolen or leaked through data breaches of major organizations. As a thought experiment, let's imagine what a perfectly secure internet might look like. Users would not be allowed to download or install anything onto their computers. All internet traffic would be monitored and regulated by bots and humans, massively limiting the number of websites you could visit. In order to log on to a website, you'd have to type in a 100-character password, submit a genetic sample, and whistle a tune. The servers that hold data would be kept in heavily armed fortresses on the moon. And even with all these safeguards in place, some clever hacker would almost certainly still find a way in. The good news is, even with our flawed internet, there are simple things you can do to protect yourself, and there are a lot of people committed to making the internet more secure. The house that is the internet may be built on a shaky foundation, but it's been a home to innovation and an unprecedented free exchange of ideas. It's up to us to make it livable in spite of its flaws.
Hope you like the video. So let's understand what are the information sources. So we have seen on the inside the video that there are so many ways we can communicate with each other, whether it's just a talking, video chats, over the phone, or the Facebook, Twitter, emails, text messages. So there are so many ways of communications we have in today's life. What it brings to us, there are various types of services if you connect through internet, whether it's social networking, content sharing, location-based services. Social networking, we know Facebook is very famous. Google Plus is there. LinkedIn is there, which is professional social networking. Twitter, WhatsApp, it's also one of the kind of social networking where we keep messaging to people. Content sharing, yes. Even Facebook, Dropbox, Google Drive, these are content sharing information. One of the messages you have seen on this video is about the hacktivists or the people who want to drive the information through a lot of n number of people. Those are through news channels like Logical Indian or Scopo, location-based services, whether it's a Google Map or a Facebook check-in. So with the internet and the devices connected to us, we can utilize these services very easily. But why these services are free and how they are free? Because when you offer any of these services, you give your information, user data to these service providers, and they utilize it for various purposes. They They utilize it for user mapping, user demographics, then user analytics, utilized for giving you or sending you a lot of kind of ads, videos, chat messages related to different businesses. All these things helps a lot of organizations who are promoting these social websites or the content sharing or location based services to generate their revenue. But free doesn't always means free. There are a lot of challenges when you visit these websites. If not properly administered and not properly verified, then definitely there are a lot of malwares or potentially unwanted programs get downloaded when you play any untrusted video games online. It definitely has a malware in the background which is downloaded by those websites on your machine. It installs keylogger, it installs the adware. Most important today, if you have seen the malvertising, when you click on something, a lot of pop-ups come up. So that's a malvertising. It's malware advertising. And ransomware, it's very well known today. I mean, so many things happen around us. WannaCry, PETA, everyone is aware that now even every individual and every other kind of industry is targeted, just not the technology or the IT industry, but even the shipping logistic is also targeted. Pharmaceutical is targeted. So let's understand what are the threat environments around us. If I talk about a relation of threat environment to the video, if I've seen that, even if I'm connected to internet, I need a device to connect it. So definitely the most important parameter for me is to have a device which hosts my entire information asset or a data and keep that secure. So if it is stolen or lost, then I am losing that most of the data. And today also the count of losing the data through a laptop's lost or stolen devices is almost 35%. Through social media, cloud computing, again, there's another way where data can be theft or stolen. There are hackers who are sitting inside the system or waiting to break to the systems so that they can take out the data. There are a lot of internal security failures in the organization, whether it's an institute or a college or a big corporation, which talks about that leads to a very bigger impact. I mean, recently the Twitter hack happened. I mean, my colleague is going to talk in detail in next presentation about it, how it happened and how it can be prevented. But it was more of an internal security failure. That was a primary observation or the analysis has been done, not yet confirmed, but this has been happening. Definitely the virus, Trojan, malwares, security loopholes on the computer are various parameters which are contributing to the threat environment. Employee stealing information. Person who is not happy in the organization definitely is ready to take out any data and sell it to their competitor or maybe just delete that data. Again, it's create a threat environment. And yes, important, the info tossed into the dumpster. A lot of people may not be aware, but there is a dumpster diving. When I say dumpster diving means there are people who are paid to actually clean your garbage from your house. And when I say these are the people, these are not your helpers or the housekeeping people. I'm talking about the dumpster diving people who wants to take out the information from the dustbin, like your credit card statement, confidential mail which you receive and you just thrown it out without even properly shredding it. So normally these people who collect the garbage outside the corporates or a lot of colleges and institute, they keep tap on these information and collects it. So again, that becomes a very important parameter and that creates a threat environment around us. Why the cyber crime is going up? What is the upward trend? Huge increase in the use of internet and smartphone. I mean, today we are working from home. We are conducting lectures from home. We are learning from home. So definitely the use of all these devices has increased. Hence, the landscape for the attackers has been increased. Individuals share personal information and work-related information over internet today. Everything happens over internet. I mean, I have a BYOD, bring your own device policy for my company. So they have their own device. Internet is connected. So same device is used for personal activity as well as corporate activity. Critical and sensitive information are shared over internet. So many things are happening around internet us that we are not aware, like financial transactions, booking a Ola Uber cab, or maybe booking a hotel. A lot of things are happening. Security controls are never 100%. We know that it's not possible to have security at right place at right time every 100%. Bad guys always try to be ahead of good guys. You can see in the picture that so many things are happening, like phishing, today phishing contributes almost 90% of hack happening around the world, whether it's a small organization or bigger organization. It contributes to that. SIM swapping. SIM swapping is basically your SIM card is swapped, your OTP goes to that other person. They know your information by doing a social engineering, your name, mobile number, everything. We'll see that in detail in next couple of slides. And then they do the transaction on behalf of you. 29% of kids who never get parental control or advice, and they are being online, whether it's 6-7 years old kid or even college going student, they are basically the attack vectors or the attack platform for the attackers to conduct these kind of attacks. So what are the risks we have because of all these threat environments? Privacy breach, definitely my data is being breached. Reputational impact or a cyberbullying. A lot of people try to bully me on the internet, or I may be trying to bully someone else without unknowingly or unknowingly. How that can be avoided? Data theft. Definitely my data is getting stolen or shared with someone else. Access control issues. Sometimes very important application I need to access, but because my credentials are compromised, I'm not able to access that application. Employment challenges. If you get caught in any of the misactivity in cybersecurity, a lot of people, a lot of companies get banned. Those individuals who have been caught in the cybersecurity, the data has been shared with all the IT companies. Any cybersecurity case is registered against the individual if he's looking for the employment. So employment check, when it happens, these kind of database have been verified by the employers for the specialized job. And definitely legal proceedings. In India, we have IT Act. Now even the privacy data bill is coming up. So all these things are trying to put some controls against cyber thefts or cyber crime, and definitely conduct a legal proceeding against those cyber criminals. So let's see a video that what can happen on the social media, what we do, and what are the implications of it.
Careful about what you post online. Well, here's a story that'll explain why. Once upon a time, a nice fellow named Tim uploaded a picture of himself to his favorite social network. It wasn't a bad picture, maybe a little goofy, but innocent enough. Little did Tim know that this photo would be his downfall. When Tim uploaded his photo to the internet, it was stored in a few places. One of these was the server of Tim's favorite social network, which allowed all his friends to see it. Another was a government server that picked up lots of information from the internet in case it could be useful down the line. And the third was the server of an identity theft crime ring. Back on the social network, a few of Tim's friends gave their approval to his picture, but most ignored it. Meanwhile, the social network made his data available to an advertising firm. They noticed the frisbee in Tim's photo and started sending him frisbee ads, hoping that he'd buy more frisbees. Unfortunately, he would not be able to because of what happened next. You see, the identity theft crime ring liked Tim's photo much more than his friends did. That's because it showed his house in the background. One of the pieces of data in the image file was the exact location where the photo was taken, allowing them to figure out Tim's address. Now, this crime ring had already collected some other information about Tim that he had unwittingly posted online, including his phone number and social security number. So they called Tim's bank, pretended to be him, and tricked the bank into resetting his password using all of the information they had. Needless to say, they transferred all of Tim's money into their own pockets. They also gained access to his email accounts and sent his friends malware that stole their bank account information. This was bad for Tim's social life. To console himself over the loss of his friends, Tim took a vacation halfway across the world, and by strange coincidence chose the very same country that had intercepted his photo. Unfortunately for poor Tim, the nifty design in his shorts was also the flag of a rebel army trying to overthrow that country's government, and he was identified as a possible threat. So he was pulled aside at security and denied entry. Tim's story is pretty much a worst-case scenario, and is almost certainly not what's going to happen the next time you post a picture online. But each of these things does happen to people on a daily basis, except for maybe the rebel army bit. Information that you post publicly can be stored by anyone who finds it, and your private communications might be intercepted and read by advertisers, news outlets, governments, and criminals alike. In fact, over 10 million Americans have their identities stolen each year. So try to be careful about what information you post online. Keep all of your software up to date and make secure passwords that are different for each site you visit. These problems will probably never go away unless we invent a completely secure way of communicating and sharing with each other online. Sorry, Tim.
Okay, let's understand what is information security then to protect ourselves and to protect our organization. What is an information security? Sometimes it is called as InfoSec. It's an abbreviation. It's basically a set of practices that help us to keep our data secure from unauthorized access or alteration, or in case when it's being stored or when it's being transmitted from one machine to another, whether it's logical or physical transfer of that data. Sometimes it is also. Yes.
Hemant, can you be a little louder? Somebody is saying that your voice is not audible to them.
Okay, sure. Am I audible now?
Yeah, better. Yeah.
Okay. So InfoSec is also sometimes referred as the data security. So let's see or understand what is the difference between information security and cyber security. As information security or information technology has become the accepted corporate buzzphrase, that means computer and related stuff, and sometimes information security and cyber security use interchangeably. Cyber security is a broader practice of defending IT assets from the various kind of attacks. Information security is a specific discipline under the cybersecurity umbrella. Network security and application security are sister practices of InfoSec, focusing on network and application code respectively. So whenever you hear about any terms like information security, cyber security, network security, so all are correlated, not exactly the same, but yes, they help each other in terms of how their data can be protected. So the end objective of doing or conducting any of these security activities is to protect the information asset around us. So let's understand what are the key principles of information security. There are three pillars of information security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality, perhaps the element of the triad that most immediately comes to the mind when you think about security, right? Today, if I want to say that I want to protect my data which is stored on mobile, I say I keep it confidential. I don't allow people to access my data. It's the same thing. Data is confidential when only those people who have authorized to access to do so. To ensure confidentiality, you need to be able to identify who is trying to access data, block attempts by those without authorization. Passwords, encryption, authentication, and defense against penetration attacks are techniques designed to ensure confidentiality. Second pillar, integrity means maintaining data in its correct states from being improperly modified either by accident or maliciously. Many of these techniques which you use for confidentiality will also protect the data integrity aspect of it. After all, if an attacker or hacker can't get access to the environment, they can't change the data, correct? So integrity is protected, but you can also put a lot of tools such as checksums of the data integrity, file integrity monitoring, for instance, and version controls of software and frequent backups can also help you to restore the data to its correct state. Integrity also covers the concept of non-repudiation. You must be able to prove that you have maintained the integrity of your data, especially when you're fighting any legal case. Availability is a mirror image of confidentiality. While you need to make sure that the data can't be accessed by unauthorized user, you also need to allow users who are authorized to access that data successfully. Correct. So data availability means matching network, computer resources, high availability to the volume of data access you expect, implementing a good backup practices for disaster recovery purpose. So in an ideal world, if I want to talk about these three pillars, your data should always be confidential in its correct state and should be available. But in practical scenario or in practice, of course, you often need to make a choice about which principle to be emphasized or to be followed stringently or strictly that requires assessing your data. So sometime what happen, if you are storing sensitive medical information, for instance, you will focus on the confidentiality of that data. Whereas if you are doing a financial transaction, the banks will more focus on the integrity of that data to ensure that nobody's bank account is credited or debited incorrectly. Okay, so that's overall about the principles of information security. Let's understand the difference between an information security policy, a standard, procedure, and a guideline. I mean, the basic definition of a policy is it is always the apex among the other document. It helps us, why do I need to do this? A policy is a high level statement that reflects the intent and the direction from the top management. Once it is published, it becomes mandatory for everyone within the organization to follow, to abide by the policy. For example, in your college, it may have published the internet usage policy for all the students. Then all the students must adhere to these policies. So what is the next? Standard. Standard is nothing but an acceptable level of quality. A standard can be used as a reference document for implementing a policy. So it basically assigns the quantifiable measures to those policy parameters. So it helps us to understand what is required to be done. For example, ISO standard like 27001 is for the information security, or 9001 is for the quality management. So all these are standard which help us what is required to be done to implement the policy. Procedure. A procedure is a series of detailed steps to be followed for accomplishing a particular task. It's a step-by-step approach, what is to be followed, and it helps us to understand how it can be done when I follow any policy or a standard practices. Sometime in the organization, it is also called as a standard operating procedure. For example, user access control procedure. When someone's user ID is created, how it is being created, how it has been assigned, all those things has been discussed in that policy in the procedure and in a step-by-step manner. So the last is the guideline. Guideline contains additional recommendation or suggestion that are not mandatory to follow, but these are like a best practices. So it provides additional information or recommended guidance on top of the procedure that these can be followed to ensure there are no loopholes or a weakness around any systems or the processes. So let's understand what is a risk management then. So it's a process basically which helps us to identify the risk, assess the risk, and mitigate the risk. It encompasses the identification, analysis, and response to the risk factor that form of the life of any kind of a business. Effective risk management means attempting to control as much as possible future outcomes by acting proactively rather than reactively. So if I talk about the risk management process, if you look at the diagram, I can define very simply. First step I follow is I identify the risk. Then I assess the risk based on the identification. I review the existing control in the organization, what I have it. If I find zero controls, then I implement the control to mitigate the risk. Therefore, the effective risk management offers the potential to reduce both possibility of a risk occurring and its potential impact. So a response to risk can be an avoidance, mitigation, or acceptance. Avoidance can be in terms of I don't go by that route or by that methodology so that I don't have that kind of a risk, or I may transfer that risk to a third party like taking an insurance. Mitigation, you actually fix that risk so that that risk never occurs, or even if it occurs, it will have a minimum impact. And acceptance is you don't have any choice, but you have to do that process and you have to accept that risk. So there are various ways to respond to the risk. So if I look at the parameters around what are the security measures I can utilize to respond to the risk, so I can divide in 4 steps. One is the technical, second is the organizational, third is the human, and fourth is a physical measure. In the technical measure, what normally happens is you implement a combination of a hardware software to protect your information assets. It can be like implementing a simple encryption algorithm to implementing a perimeter firewall. Organizational measures, they talk more on the processes. They include the creation of internal unit dedicated for the information security. They implement various processes. They implement policies, standards, guidelines to be followed. All along with making InfoSec part of duties of key stuff from every department. So they own that the information security to be followed by every individual within the organization. Human measures, definitely it includes providing awareness training for all users on proper infosec practices. And that this has to be done on the periodic basis. That only it helps to increase the knowledge and upgrade the knowledge on timely manner. And definitely physical measures. We keep a lot of information in the physical paper format. It has to be protected. So it includes controlling access to office location, especially the data centers. All it is important for us. So to summarize, what are the security measures for us as an individual to be followed? Avoid any kind of a phishing scam. Think before you click. Ensure whatever connection you're using, it's secure. It's whether it's a Wi-Fi or a home network. Be cautious when using unsecure network. Try to avoid or try to not to connect using unsecure network if you feel any suspicious thing. Definitely follow password best practices. Enable two-factor authentication. Today, every website helps you to enable two-factor authentication. So enable that. Do not leave your devices unattended. Protect your physical devices by a physical mechanism. If it is a logical protection, then definitely implement antivirus, anti-malware kind of softwares. Do not install any cracked version. There are a lot of free and open source versions available. When I say free, these are actually community editions which you can use it without any challenge. But a cracked version is basically you download something which is already cracked by an attacker or a hacker and you're using it. So they may have injected a code around it and you're using it. Avoid adopt video conferencing security best practices and avoid certain misconfiguration which you normally do it during any video conference or lectures. Do not share personal information on social media. We have seen Tim's life, what happened with him by just putting a single photograph on the internet. Be vigilant, be skeptical, and be safe. So I want to summarize all these parameters in one quick video. So I'll go to it. Before we go for it, I just want to clarify one term, cyberbullying. It's basically the electronic posting of mean-spirited messages about a person, often done anonymously. It is to take out a person by basically manipulating his thought processes and making him feel that he's not right for the world or right for the cyberspace. To induce false oath or to induce habit of playing a lot more games online. We have seen a lot of things that happen around it, like Blue Whale game or something what happened very recently, last couple of years back. So let's see what are the security measures we can follow on social media. like the video. So let's understand what are the various opportunities in this domain. As per the research what have been reviewed online by CISO India, there are top 4 IT security hiring priorities are defined and in demand since 2019 and still continuing in 2020-21. InfoSec is definitely a key aspect of it. In that, definitely the information security analyst, engineers or manager roles are demanding with an average salary of 6.5 to 9.5 lakhs. Network security engineers or admins with an average salary of 6 lakhs to 8.5 lakhs. Application security engineers with an average salary of 9 lakhs to 14 lakhs. And definitely today cloud is booming, so cloud security engineers are important. An average salary of a cloud engineer is from 10 lakhs to 16 lakhs. And this is with minimum experience, or if you have a great domain knowledge, even as a fresher, you can get into it and do a lot about it. So one of my colleagues is going to cover a detailed session about what are the various opportunities, how you can go for it. But I'm trying to summarize it here so that you can understand how you can get into the field. How you can get into the field? Through training and courses. You can opt for undergraduate, graduate or master degrees from various universities like VIT, you have it. You can go for a PhD or research focused specialization. You can do online courses. There are so many websites, even Harvard and Oxford, they provide free courses. If you want a certificate, you can pay a nominal fees and get a certificate from them as well. There are a lot of companies or the non-profit forums like Isaka who gave certification in various domains which are very well recognized globally. Certifications like System Security Certified Practitioners, Certified Cyber Professional, Certified Information System Auditor like a CISA. Various certification you can do it. And why I'm saying this, you can do it and you have to do it to gain more knowledge, because 8 out of 10 more likely to get hired as a cybersecurity candidate with performance-based certification. These are the certifications which helps you to grow your performance, not just the knowledge, but as well as the performance. Probably the slide may not be clearly visible, but I wanted to put a security certification progression chart. So there are various streams, and I'll share this with your professor as well. He can share with every participant. You can get into security management, you can be a security architecture, analysis, you can go for a defensive operation security or offensive operations. You can become a pure cybersecurity engineer. So there are so many ways out to it, and you can get into these domains. What is important for us? The career boosters. Yes, you have to go for certification or accredited trainings. Definitely you have to go for a lot of events, conferences and seminars to ensure you are continually evaluating your education and gaining professional education through these forums. Ask for mentoring from these domains if you want to learn more about it, grow into it. Write articles and blog so that it gets reviewed by professionals. They can comment on it and you can improve on it. Maintain your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. It's important in today's world that the social media also is maintained very well. LinkedIn is a professional social media network. Even Twitter, you can make it social media rather the professional social media rather than personal social media, so that the recruiters or the companies can review your profile and then they can hire you easily. And yes, definitely develop a good relationship with recruiters. They're the people who can help you to get into the industry. So that's all I have for today's session. Any questions? Any comments are welcome.
Thank you, Haman, for your wonderful intro session. I think, you have given the overview of, the cybersecurity. In fact, even you have clarified the difference between cybersecurity, information security, network security, all these, people are getting confused. It's very wonderful. I think you have given a starting point for the day. And there is a question from Dr. Subhash. He's asking, based on risk assessment, which kind of risk, should be avoidable?
So it depends on the organization context. For example, I'll give you a layman term that today I see a landslide happening, maybe like 20 foot ahead of me and I can visibly see that. So I can avoid that kind of risk instead of getting through it, right? So a risk, it's based on the context. You have to identify, understand whether you can avoid. See, the first step is always to avoid the risk so that you don't get into the environment and even a smallest kind of impact happens on your organization. So you try to avoid any kind of a risk, but if you can't avoid it, then definitely you try to mitigate it. If you can't mitigate it 100%, the residual risk, you have to accept it. And that's how the risk or the control mechanism works against the risk.
Okay, I have a question, Hemant.
Yes.
If students want to, get into cyber security, is it a good idea to get into the technical side or, administrative side? Or before getting into the administrative side, like auditing and so on, do we need to really have a fairly good technical knowledge?
So I probably that's what I was trying to show throughout the presentation is that you have to understand the domain first, then you explore your area of expertise by learning technical things, technical parameter. If you want to get into the strategic and auditing mechanism, yes, you have to know the technical terms, but you don't have to get into in-depth knowledge of technicality that how the hack can happen. But you should be able to present to the board of director or to conduct the audit on that environment, how it can be happen, how it can be mitigated. So I can suggest if you are from the technical background like engineering or masters, you can definitely start with some technical domain knowledge, getting into cybersecurity by doing basic cybersecurity courses like certified ethical hacker or a certified system security person, and then explore your domain, whether you want to continue in the technical field or you want to go and to the next level, whether auditing or the strategic decision can happen.
Thank you, Hemant, for your nice session. And okay, there was one more question, maybe the last question.
One more question I have from YouTube. One of the participants, Vinay Prasad, has asked this question: who are all eligible for this career?
Anyone. I mean, information security is something that if you are curious to learn about it, you can get into the domain. I would prefer people who are very curious to know things, who are very curious to do things, tweak things, or in Indian term we can say doing jugards, can get into this field definitely, because this field is something that you have to be curious. You can't be a theoretical person, just read about it and learn about it. You have to be curious.
One more
Hemant,
question.
One more question. One participant is asking which programming language one needs to be conversant if you want to work on information and cyber security.
It is not defined that any specific programming language to be used, because if you heard about 2005 Iran nuclear plant attack, it happened on the PLC system. There's no any Java, .NET or C# or any kind of language used, or a Python today we are using it. So the attack vectors are different. Whatever domain knowledge you have it, whatever the language knowledge you have it, you can enhance it and grow into the cybersecurity field.
Thank you, Hemant, as we are running short of time, but I could see that there are a lot of, participant has given a very fantastic presentation. Like that, they have given a very nice comment. We would like to thank you for taking up your time and then, giving the first session in a wonderful way. Sean, can you just introduce the speakers? You may be a better person. Maybe I have forgotten to introduce Hemant. You briefly introduce Hemant and also Mr. Hasib, who is going to talk.
Sure thing. I think Hemant Dusane is an entrepreneur himself. He's running a company called Inventonas out of Pune. He has worked as a chief information security officer for companies like Rage, and then he has done security leadership roles in Genpact, Palladion. So he has totally 14 years of experience in cyber security, leadership, and entrepreneurship. He's an expert in digital security, product security, governance, risk and compliance, ISO, data privacy. So in fact, he has one of his colleagues also joining in the afternoon to do a demonstration on vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. In case if anybody is very curious to pursue career in information security, maybe many of the speakers today are entrepreneurs themselves. Try to check their profile from LinkedIn and then try to connect with them, or try to connect to us through vCISO Alliance. So if you guys try to connect with the vCISO Alliance, vciso.fixnix.co, we will be able to connect with them and then help you pursue a career. Maybe you can pursue entrepreneurship. Without much ado, I'll try to introduce Hasib, but before that, I'll try to quickly tell about the career aspects many of you guys were asking. All of you guys can take a look at cyberseek.org pathway. So where the cybersecurity career pathways are mentioned. For example, you believe you are good in networking, you can select it and you can check what are the entry-level careers you can pursue: cybersecurity specialist, analyst, incident analyst, IT auditor, and then subsequently you can do in mid-level career after 2-3 years of experience. Then you may be able to become an analyst, penetration and vulnerability tester, and then subsequently the senior level career will be cybersecurity engineer and architect. So, and if you want to dive deep, for example, to know what exactly I should be knowing for this cybersecurity analyst, technician career. So these are the certifications I can do: CASSP, SANS certification, CompTIA Security Plus, CASM. So, and also you guys were asking about skills, right? You should know Linux, maybe cybersecurity frameworks, things like network security, vulnerability assessment. These are the skills you should be looking at. So maybe in case you want to pursue a career through software development, so you kind of you are good in development, but still you want to get into the cybersecurity career. So you can maybe specialize in skills, languages like Python, Java, which can help you get into cryptography or a bunch of other things. So where you can also do certifications like CSSP, CompTIA Security Plus, ITIL, bunch of things. So certainly, I think that's a plethora of opportunity. Cybersecurity is the only career which is not impacted because of COVID-19 kind of pandemic. So always there is a greater opportunity. I'll without much ado, I'll kind of introduce my colleague Hasib. Hasib Awan is an entrepreneur. He has done 2 exits. He has raised $100 million venture capital. He's joining us from California. So he has built a company and gone to a growth of 0 to 4 million user base. And then he has studied as a master's in Yale University, and he is also an investor with 10 years of industry and entrepreneurship experience. He has built his companies. Right now, he's in secure SIM card space, where he's providing a very sophisticated SIM card kind of a mobile service which cannot be attacked. So, and I will let him present. He has a very interesting thing for all of you to go through. In fact, he was very actively involved with the New York Times today in investigating the Twitter attack. How many of you know the Twitter got attacked, cyber security attacked just a few days back? So Elon Musk, Barack Obama, so many people's Twitter accounts got attacked. He was involved kind of writing features for New York Times, doing investigation on this attack. So I think it's a very great privilege for us to have him here. I think we have great interesting set of other speakers also whole day. So stay tuned. Please continue share your questions. Let's make this as a very interactive session. So try to shoot questions and continue have it as a great interacting session. Thank you. Bye. Over to you, Hasib. Hasib, you are on mute, Hasib.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hello, hi everyone. So I'm Hasib Awan. As they mentioned, it's pretty late out here. I think 10:20 right now at night. So I hope I'll try to keep it as energetic for all of you as possible. So I'll start sharing my screen and I'll go through my presentation is mostly like interactive.
Hasib, can you be a little louder? Hasib, can you be a little louder?
Sure. Just one second.
Is it better now? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, better, Hasib.
Hello?
Yeah, Hasib, better. It's better.
Sorry, okay, perfect. So it says someone confirmed. So, okay, that's better. So I'll try to talk as better, but I think it should be pretty decent. Okay, so as said, I'll share my screen, start with sharing my screen. Just one second. Sorry. Okay, so can you guys see my screen now?
Yes, Hasib.
Okay, so what happened is that, okay, so can anyone in the chat confirm that they are able to watch my screen?
Yes, Hasib, you can do.
Yeah, we are able to see.
So, Sorry, just doing some
Yes.
housekeeping. Okay, so I said I'm Hasib Awan, and I am CEO of Ifani, and we provide, we believe we provide the most secure cell phone service to a lot of celebrities and like high-profile people in America. Think about like, I believe Reliance in India, or like Jio, or any company in India, and we provide cell phone security to like politicians, I would say, NBA stars, like sports people, and people who are important. And what we do, we secure it. So on Twitter, you can follow me at Hasib. That's the easiest way to get hold of me. And I'll divide my presentation into two things. So number one would be around cell phone security, and other would be around Twitter. So okay, so yeah, my background, I did my telecommunication engineering, and I have done enterprise cybersecurity from New York University, and understanding how cybersecurity in enterprise works. And then I'm also Y Combinator alumni. For people who don't know what Y Combinator is, basically, Harvard for startups. If you want to do a startup, you have to go there. That's the best part. You have to go there. Based in Mountain View. Right now, I'm calling from North California, California capital, Sacramento. And this is our company background. Like, we provide secure and private cell phone services. We provide against SIM hacking and personal information encrypted. And then it's backed by a $5 million insurance policy. And then we provide cyber 24-hour support. This year, we also won the award for the most secure telecommunication services.
Hasib, can you do a full?
So what we do, so if you have a telephone number, criminals can basically hack and track your number from anywhere. So your number, I don't know about India, but in US, we have social security number. And what social security number is basically like an ID card number. So if you go to my bank, taxes, everything is linked to my social security number. If someone can control that social security number, he can basically impersonate me and make a credit application. And he can pretty much do anything. So what people use telephone number, but if you look at telephone number, you can actually, I don't know a lot about India. So, but if you say, I give me a telephone number, you can pretty much find someone who works in that company, and he can give you where you live, your pretty much, monitor your live location. And what he can do is I can also see, like, I don't know about India, but in US, we have a lot of family plans. So when you family plan, one person is paying for everyone's bill. And the problem with that is you can, through that, get into anyone's account. And then it also allows you to, unfortunately, also allows you to do the access your call logs. If you pay someone, they can also give you a call log as well, and that has become a security risk for, like, obviously a lot of people, because, like, think about, you are someone who's very important, and now your call log is being shared by people, and that's like not fun, so that's about it. Now, other part is, which is the SMS attack that I'll go into that in a bit after a bit, but let's this portion first. So I'll just share a video with you, as everyone have done, and that will just include you how attack can happen. This will be the only video, I promise. And
Hasib, there is no audio from the video. Hasib? Hasib, there is no audio from the video. Hasib?
okay, I think it is saying no audio. Let me try just one thing, just 1 second, and maybe that helps out. Sorry. Sorry guys, just 1 second. This is okay, I'll try to do play it again and see if that actually helps out.
Increase the audio in the YouTube, Hasib. Are you able to hear me, Hasib?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
So can you increase the audio in the YouTube? I think you have opened the YouTube, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I have opened it, or can you just play it
So
on
basically,
your
you
side?
click on the 3 dots on the Zoom sharing option on the topmost panel and click on share the computer audio. It will allow you to share the computer audio.
Okay. Okay, just sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry, I'm on screen, so this is my screen, right? And where you want me to click? And this is my Zoom. I'm so sorry, guys. This is kind of share screen. Maybe does it show somewhere here?
No, on the audio.
On the audio, I don't see. Like I've already shared my headphones.
Audio by computer. Is it the stuff?
Can you check with the
I'm
Zoom
using,
audio?
I actually have a AirPods on. Let me try to change my AirPods and see if that is actually.
Just 1 second, sorry. If not, we'll just, wow, okay, well, let's cancel this for now.
You are not audible, Hasi.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, is it clear? My voice is clear?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, guys, for this technical difficulties. You know, this is one of those times where you have to show a demo and everything goes wrong while you prepared like 2 days for it.
That's
so,
fine. Not to worry. You just share your screen again.
Yes, it's not letting me because it's blocked by the host. So if you can just make it happen. I'm actually blocked.
Hey, Ganeshan, Nadesh, can you make Hazib as host again?
So now
Okay.
you are the host, co-host. You can find that.
Okay, thank you. See if this works this time. You know, this
Yeah.
Stars private photos from their cloud accounts.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes.
it now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Well, do you remember how hackers targeted Hollywood and exposed stars' private photos from their cloud accounts?
Hackers exploited a weakness with cell phones. Now they're using the same tactics to steal from everyday people like you. You're about to meet a man who lost $1 million, nearly his entire life savings.
Consumer investigator Sasha Jones is here now with his story. Sasha.
That's right. If you have a mobile phone, you are a potential target in the SIM swap scam. You've probably seen the messages on your bank account, social media, and email. It asks you to add a phone number to add security. But thieves have hacked this extra layer of protection. And the scam starts when your cell phone suddenly shows no service. We searched our nationwide database of consumer complaints.
Why would they take control over my phone number?
And found viewers around the country complaining of the same SIM swap scam.
They stole $4,000 in less than 2 minutes.
I had $1 million stolen that night. It included my daughter's college fund, my retirement.
Imagine checking your phone one day and realizing your bank account had been drained and your life savings were stolen. That's what happened to Rob Ross, who was the victim of a type of hacking called SIM swapping.
SIM swapping is a new way for crooks to essentially take over a victim's cell phone while they're sleeping.
I didn't know this could be possible. I didn't know it could happen. In that minute, I realized that I was under attack.
SIM swapping targets the SIM cards located in cell phones. Here's how it works. A hacker using bribes or tricks somehow gets a customer service representative from the cell provider to make a SIM swap over the phone. This gives the hacker access to the victim's phone number. From there, that opens the door to the victim's email, bank accounts, and other applications.
The entire process can take as short as 20 minutes and take a victim from having $1 million in cash to literally not 1 cent left.
Fear. I just had complete fear.
It seems like Every week, there is a new way that hackers are convincing the telephone companies to change SIMs.
Ultimately, it's always going to come down to human failures at large corporations. If you can trick, bribe, or convince someone to do something bad, that's where the liability lies, and they should be held accountable.
I don't know if I'll get all my money back. I think that this is a unique type of hack attack that doesn't require much sophistication. 10-year-olds can do an illegal SIM swap.
There's not much we can do to protect ourselves from the SIM swap happening. What we can do is protect ourselves from the damage that these crooks can do once they have control of our accounts.
Okay, guys, so this was just a video of how SimSwap works and everything. And I'll explain that in the future, but in the presentation, but basically that's we protect against it. And the reason I got into this thing is, okay, so let's make it full screen, I believe. And the reason I got into this cybersecurity is because I was a victim 4 times. So someone actually stole my ID and they SIM swapped me. They took over my control, and I was kind of now. It's very difficult to explain like how this works, but I'll basically just explain it to you before the career, how I got into this career, and then after attack, because there's a lot of opportunities in cybersecurity. So what is the man in the middle attack? Man in the middle attack is pretty simple, and what unfortunately what happened is, so think about like Wi-Fi router extender. So similarly, you can build like a tower, which will, what tower will do is it will actually act as a Wi-Fi extender, a similar analogy, right? So what will happen is your phone will think this is actually a tower, and the tower will think this is actual phone. So basically think about like it's a mirror that is for the tower, because when your phone connects to a tower, it will consider that, okay, this person in the middle will act as person. He'll just make as a replica. I'm just trying to make it super simple. For tower, it's a phone. For phone, it's a tower, which means that phone will send him all the communication. Tower will also send him all the communication. And where does it start intercepting it? And if you see movies like, you know, like Hollywood movies or American movies, you'll see like a van outside a house where people are sitting in the left or intercepting. That's pretty much what they're trying to see. Now, this attack is getting very less common because of the technologies, because we have gone from 4G and we get into 5G, so it's become more and more difficult. It's still possible, and the way it does it, it's simply done it like on 4G and 5G. It's almost impossible to do that. Theoretically, it's possible, but practically it's impossible. So what companies do is they have a noise detector, and what the noise detector does is it will allow actually people to. It will create so many noise. Like think about you are in a room with like 1,000 people. And now the tower will have a lot of, you know, like tower will be very congested. So it will try to degrade your connection. Like you may have seen that your connectivity may drop from 5G to 4G to 3G sometime, and then 8 to 2G. And what happens is basically the tower is trying to connect as much as possible. And when you get to 2G, that's where you become most, most vulnerable, because that's technology easy to do. So that's how man in a meta attack happen. It's pretty common. It's very easy to do. I think it costs you maybe $200 to attack someone, and that's one of the most common thing where you can intercept any person. If you've seen a lot of calls where people call were intercepted, that's how they run. Like anyone can literally just come to the room and try to attack it. This is the most simplest form of attack. Now the second thing is SIM swap attack, which is actually getting very common in US, and I'm sure it's pretty common in India too, because I've heard stories about that. What happened is it's not a hack, like it's just purely a crime. You go to someone, you have friends somewhere, and you can just pay him like $1,000 or any amount you pay, and they will say, let me transfer the number. So how the SIM swapping works is, imagine I have a SIM card, and I go to and someone else is a criminal. Like imagine the criminal is ABC. So ABC will go to a store and he will convince the store on a bribe or by social engineering. Will say that, can you transfer the number to me? Now he has control of a SIM card that should be mine. Once he has control of SIM card, he will just go on Google, which is the most common thing, or Hotmail or Yahoo, and he'll say password reset, and they will ask them for telephone number, because that's generally the most amount of 2 factors. So when they give it, that's how you, and once they have it, they will just do a password reset, because the code is sent to their phone, and boom, they're in my account. Once they're in my account, they can run a cron job and pretty much get into any login I have. So they have set software which will just scan through my email and just do, okay, you know, like Chase Bank in US, like any bank accounts. And first thing they do is they normally come after money. And what they will do, they will basically go after money, and they will try to extort as much money as possible. And then they'll start downloading the data. And the third thing is they'll start blackmailing, extortion. There's a lot of happen. I was a victim 4 times, and that's why I became, this is a very, very interesting story, because actually I was like on travel, and I'll give you my short background of myself. I actually made one of the first Bitcoin ATMs, and back in 2013. And because of my experience with crypto, people thought they can come and attack me. And after first attack, when they failed, they made it a mission to screw me. And they were coming after me every maybe like 6 months or 7 months. And my life was so miserable. Like I would see like password resets on my account. I will see like, you know, I will see password reset. I basically will see, you know, like other random stuff, man. Like you will be sitting on Facebook and you see boom, 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 you get like 50 password time. Now I know that was secure, but still, like, you know, it screws up your mind. It's like you will get a text message on your phone. Like I was literally being tortured by those people for like maybe almost 2 years, and I could not function. I could not get out of my bed. I was so frustrated because I could not ask, like, where could I go? Like I literally had no place to go. And frankly, that was very, very tough for me, you know, because you cannot function. Like my body stopped functioning, as in I could not talk to anyone. And that's why I said, okay, man, I need to teach these guys a lesson. And what I did was I started learning about cybersecurity. So I became one of them. And I said, okay, let me try to learn how they do attacks. And I spent almost a year in learning about how they do attack and cybersecurity. Luckily for me, I reminded that I actually had an engineering degree in telecommunications specialization, which I never used. But, you know, it's one of those, like, you know, Indian and brown parents where they'll say, okay, you know, if you're a guy, you need to become an engineer. If you're a girl, you need to become a doctor. So I was a guy, so I had to go to engineering school. Luckily for me, I became a telecom engineer. And so I said, okay, and I have a degree now. And so I basically just start implementing a starting infrastructure. I set up, technically, if you look at technically, anything can be possible. Like a lot of things can be possible, but when it comes to practicality, it's very difficult. So what we said, let's set up a company like a telecom company. It's MVNO in US, we are allowed to actually run on top of networks. So like imagine in Reliance in India, and I don't know how structure works, but think about like a Reliance in India. And I said, I don't know exactly how they work, but you can basically go to them and say, I want to launch my own company, but I'll run on your towers. So on top it will be my name, but underground it will be all yours. So that's what it happens. And I said, okay, let's do that. And you know, that was turning out to be really well for me. And so I set up a career, and we are at a very, very good rate. We have a lot of celebrities who are using our product, like a lot of famous people. So we basically become like a boutique shop. Like think about telecom, we believe they're like McDonald's, where people can go if they want just have burger or regular stuff, but or just full of food. But if you want the top premium services, they come to us. You know, we kind of become like a Rolls Royce for like a Cadillac or Rolls Royce for cars for as a telecom, but we compare ourselves like browser like Brave. We want security like a Proton Mail. These companies are great, so we are like become like elite, and hopefully, you know, like we'll continue growing. So we want to be like a top leader when it comes to cybersecurity for cell phone. And cybersecurity for cell phone is pretty much, I think 90% plus of this is processes. You follow good processes, and you should be fine. It's like health, right? If you keep like, you can eat as many medicines as possible, but ultimately if you follow like basics, like you do exercise, you do running, you keep like clean food, you don't need medicines at all. So that's what I'm talking about security. That's pretty much what security. And the problem with that is people want to have soda, they want to eat burger, but they don't want to get fat, gain weight. So that's basically where things go wrong, because people want to have security, but at the same time they don't want to have don't want to go that far. They don't want to do the process, because if I start giving a lecture on how this industry works, the problem is you will get paranoid of, okay, man, I have to do this thing, I have to do this thing. Like it's like security, right? Okay, man, if you like wear a bulletproof vest and you go out, every time you go out, no one can shoot you on your, at least on your body. But the thing is, who can wear a bulletproof vest while they're outside? You know, so it becomes difficult. But what you can do is, you can at least, while you're biking, you can wear a helmet, right? Because at that time you're at high risk. So you can employ a lot of practices which can be done simple. So two-factor authentication is simple by app-based, having your cell phone number secured, and keep it like this. But rather than going into hygiene, I want to talk about, the reason I talk about my stories, because I want to tell you that how much opportunity exists. And frankly, I only did it for myself. And I realized I was such a big pain that I can solve this problem. So there's two problems that I think are very, very crucial right now, and no one have worked on it. And I want to work on something. Frankly, if someone of you want to work, happy to email me and contact me, and I'll put you in touch on what opportunities exist here. So firmware. So if majority of you may be using, I assume you'll be using Android. So the thing is, Android is basically an open source operating system that you can just modify accordingly. The problem with the Android is that it's built by Google, and Google is very notorious for privacy and security. You know, they basically do not have a good reputation in privacy, and people don't believe they're secure. So they want to run away from Google, but at the same time, they can't work on it. So you can actually take a ROM, any operating system, you can actually download the Android operating code, modify that it does not do a lot of things that Google wants you to do, and just put it on a cell phone, and boom, there are like maybe 20, 30 companies which are doing it right now. And what you can do is you can basically use those companies and offer it as a service where people want to use like S10 or S20 or S9 or something, any phones, but they don't want it to be with current phone, because when you get a phone, it's very, very simple. So that's about it. So that's what I want to do. Now, other thing is data scanning. Like there's so much sources on the internet which Google cannot crawl. So I think we should basically focus on how can you make this Google stuff very, 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 very simple, right? That's pretty much about it. So I will just move on to the Twitter thing which happened yesterday, which was a major part. So I'll just move on to that. And I'm happy, anyone who has interest in it, feel free to reach out to me. So on the Twitter attack, some Twitter attack, New York Times, a big story, but if you just look at this thing, basically I was involved in that, but just because of time, I don't want to get more. I just want to tell you what happened, right? So hacker, as I told you, that hackers, when they attacked me, that's how I built my company. So after that, they kind of became acquaintance to me. So they used to talk to me a lot of time, and they said, what's happening. And so they will keep me on data breaches on, sometimes they want to share some stuff with me. So I tweeted, so around afternoon, around I think noon time, I got a message from one of the hackers, like Twitter would be fun today. And I realized, I don't know what it means, but my goal was, I just thought it would be like a small scam, but then I started looking at every person who basically was getting hacked, right? So anyways, after that, what happened was that I tweeted it, and basically it just went viral. So we had like 600,000 impressions at the same time. Like, frankly, I have a popular account, but not as popular as this. And then after that, I posted another picture of the hacker, how they were selling breaches. So there's a massive underground industry which operates with, it's called dark web. I don't know if you know, but think about dark web as like illegal eBay, where you can pretty much buy anything. You want to buy illegal drugs, guns, want to kill someone, pawn, anything basically you want, you can get it there. It's a very bad place. So, but this was legal, and someone was just offering that, hey, if you want a Twitter username, you can do that. So Twitter username market is pretty massive. And what happened is, if you have a telephone, if you have a username that's not being used by anyone, you can pretty much pay someone and get them username, because no one is using them. Twitter is not responding. So that's how it happens. It's a pretty common practice. It's like, and you can get someone account verified, and it's all happened, right? So you can pay someone, or it's legal, but like it's done through a bribing. So one guy posted it, and he said, let's get through this service. And what happened was, one guy took the service, he slept, and after that, it starting to happen. It wasn't like pre-planned, but the interesting part here was that a person got control of the former president of America. Now, this is very, 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 very risky. It's not fun. And I'll give you an example why it's not fun, because he had access to his direct messages. So think about sensitive, Narendra Modi account got compromised. His personal messages got read. It's not fun, because they may have a lot of confidential information. And it also proves that how, less security do you have? Think about it. Anyone who's worked as a Twitter employee, or anyone, he had access to, he can actually technically take over someone's accounts and read his private messages. And this is very, very scary, because think about if Narendra Modi account got hacked, right? And he says, okay, let's attack all of our, all of our neighbors, right? Or something, and now obviously that's not our, Pakistan or India or any China, anything. They say, let's attack any country. it can actually start maybe a world war. It's basically, it's not serious. Or someone says, okay, a party, like president may say that, okay, I'm resigning tomorrow. So anything would happen, man. This was such a security risk, and that basically exposed how bad our security practice is. If it happened in Twitter, it can happen AT&T, any company in America is like, a receptor. Like, we had cases like Huawei. But the important point to note was that it was actually employee that was social engineered or bribed or whatever, but it was an internal person, and how much risk control we have. Also shows us how bad our security could be and what could be implications, because how insecure you are when you are on the internet. Like, technically, think about it, like you feel secured, and when a breach happened at that time, you're basically just helpless because you can't do anything. So I will just so ultimately we covered the story. I don't want to go more into the story, but what happened was, technically, just one person, because there's some legal reasons too. We have a lot of information, but we are story is still evolving, so I don't want to disclose it because of legal reasons. But I can tell you this thing, that this was a well-coordinated, not well-coordinated attack. It was just a bunch of teenagers. Probably, I don't think so anyone of them were even above 25, like maybe 20, 19, 18 guys who just thought it's a joke, and that joke become very, very strong. And at that now point, they had an idea about people are thinking it's a state attack, it's like a nation attack. No, it was not like that. Like, I personally believe it was just like some kids who just think about someone just got drunk and went crazy. So that's what happened. So I will just I'm only left with, I believe, 5 or 6 minutes. So I just want to touch base on, anyway, this story has been probably captured in New York Times, probably it will be on CNN tomorrow, and also on Wall Street Journal and other media outlets. But yeah, anyways, this is crazy that what happened, and this will be probably one of the biggest stories of this year, like how elections are coming up in America this year, and this could have led to a lot of things because a lot of customers' data was downloaded. I think they would have said 8 people data was coming, and still reports are coming up. But this is pretty. So let's take the question now. So this is my email attached, hasib@hasibawan.com. On Twitter and Facebook, you can both follow me on. My username is just Hasib. It's kept it simple. Similar on LinkedIn, you can find me Hasibawan. So I'll just take questions and I'll see how can I help you. I'll just shut down the screen now and I'll just come here.
Thank you, Hasib. I think one of the question is, many of us say that iPhone is non-hackable, even though many of the CEOs are using iPhone, but their social media is hacked. Is it possible to hack the iPhone?
Technically, yes. So iPhone can be hacked. Like anything in the world can be hacked, right? Theoretically. Now, can it be hacked practically or not? That's a separate question. So iMessages are pretty secure, but I believe there was a recent research when FBI was able to crack into the account. And if FBI was able to do it, it's possible. You can jailbreak a phone and you can hack it. But if you look at from ground product, iPhones are one of the most secure phones in the world right now.
Okay. The other question is, sir, in two-factor authentication, one factor is OTP that is associated with the cell phone number. So
Yeah.
SIM cloning can be there to steal the OTP. What solution we can have?
Yeah, so I just think use a app-based authenticator like Authy, Google Authenticator. These are two famous apps. Use either of them, and I'm sure there must be other solutions too. So don't use phones. And if you don't have an option to use they don't support app-based, so just use a wipe number, like a second number which is just only for OTP. I don't know, just keep a separate number just for that thing.
How SIM swapping is different from SIM cloning?
So SIM cloning so SIM cloning technique does not it's not happens, but for SIM cloning you need a perfect a physical access to the account. You need a physical access and you can just transfer this data from one card to another card. While what happened and SIM cloning does not actually, it's not simple thing. It's not like you can clone a SIM, but it will not work. At least in America, it's not like I can give you a SIM card and you can clone the SIM. It would not work, so it doesn't make any difference. But if you're talking about SIM swap, what happened is you transfer the number from one person to another person without having a physical access. So you may be sitting in one city and someone may do a SIM swap in that city, because carriers have to register a SIM card. So SIM cloning does not have any negative thing. It used to in the past where you can read messages and everything, but now it does not matter at all.
Okay, the other question is, any arrest so far in the Twitter hack? the Bitcoin account to which money was sent, has it been traced?
It's a legal matter, so I would like not to comment on this. Yeah, it's a legal matter right now. It's still work in progress. So
One more question from the participant. Can you please explain about the Twitter's own tool used in the hacking?
can you repeat?
Can you please explain about the Twitter's own tool used in hacking?
So it's not a tool. Like think about it. Like think about a customer support, right? Like I will just cover as much as I think. If you are a Facebook employee or Twitter employee, Twitter is a really good company. I like founder a lot. But like someone generally lost their password, right? Now where do you do? You go to the company and you say, hey, to do the password reset, the person has to do verification, is to reset the password. So this is exactly what happened. Instead of doing it legitimately, he just did. So he removed the two-factor first, and then he changed the email, and then he sent a password reset attack. So they were not like RSS tool. It was basically just like someone customer representative just resetting. So I'll give you an example. You walk up to a store and you say, I lost my store. Hey, here's the ID. This is my ID. And they will just change the password. That's what happened. So I have already shared the screenshot. There are other screenshots too, but I may tweet out tomorrow if I get permission and everything. But this is all we have. It's just an interface, and every company have that interface.
So any other questions from audience? Are phone calls through internet secure than telecom companies?
Depends. It's a very, very vague question, right? Like it depends on which telephone company you're using. Like if you make a Wi-Fi calling, like now we have Wi-Fi calling in US, like that's pretty much like VoIP. But if you're doing like a decent VoIP call and you encrypt it, there are a lot of ways. Like if you use Signal, just example, it's certainly more secure than anything else. Like WhatsApp calls are generally secure too. But yes, so it depends on your case. It's not like a simple question. You have to make a comparison which protocol your current carrier is using and what call are using on VoIP.
Okay, any other queries? I think no more queries.
Yeah, I think they say unhackable. Like nothing in the world is unhackable. Frankly, like technically, like on practical level, everything is hackable. It's just that how much effort do you want to put in? Like Bitcoin is even hackable. Just to give you an example, it's just that how much effort you want to put in and how much can it result in. Like I think FBI was able to recently get into iPhone accounts too. But again, this is not something that you should worry about because like obviously these are nothing, but generally don't jailbreak your phone. That's the first thing. A lot of people do jailbreaking for using software. Don't do that.
There are two more questions, but before that, somebody in YouTube Live have asked, are you a proud Ferrari Owners Club member?
Well, I like the symbol of Ferrari as a power and as a sign of win. So I just like the brand. Just makes me happy, and frankly, having a white screen on the back does not look good, and I'm not a fan of virtual backgrounds. So that's why I have a Ferrari flag. I just keep it because it reminds me of the power and but yeah, I'm proud member. I like Ferraris.
Sure. So I think there are a couple of questions on WhatsApp. WhatsApp, whether is storing the voice call record. WhatsApp claims that they don't store chat messages on their servers. How much of the information is true?
So I don't believe that, frankly, and I'll give you an example of why I don't believe that. And now, what form they do, I don't know. But when you send a message, sometimes it will give you error. This message has been forwarded multiple times. I don't know if you ever got it. So if you send a picture or share a video, they'll say that, hey, you cannot share this video multiple times because it has been shared already. If that's not the case, how they determine that that's true? So it may be storing in some form, it not maybe the actual form, maybe in meta form, but I don't believe that WhatsApp cannot be intercepted because think about like laws and everything. Every major chat channel have a backdoor. And I think that's important critical for national security as well. Like, I don't think so any company in India can operate without giving a backdoor to your intelligence. So if that's the case, why should it be the case in America?
There is one more question, Hazib, on whether how to know our SIM is swapped or cloned.
Well, you lose signals, so that's the easiest way. You will not get any reception.
Okay. And somebody is asking how to pursue masters in this domain. Kind of I think Suraj Satyanarayanan is asking about maybe specializing in mobile security or something like that.
You may not like my answer, man. That's the problem. But I'll still tell you. I don't think you need a master in this specific field. No one needs a degree now anymore. You just need to do better. Better. Like my kid may not go to university. I think the universities are probably like a waste of time. And I just think that you should pursue, because the way things are moving, like if you have undergrad degree, you can just take a specialization in cybersecurity, and you'll be very, very, you'll be very successful by taking a specific course. So like think about it. If you want to go an Android firmware degree, rather than making a degree, it will be better if you spend time in developing it, learning about it online through forums, and just putting a GitHub. Your GitHub profile is more important than your anything in the world. If you have a very good, strong GitHub and a good blog or Twitter profile where you share updates, and on one side you have a degree from Yale, the person who have a GitHub have a much higher chances of getting a job. But I'm sure there are a lot of institutions, like even if you look at NYU, they have a better program of cybersecurity.
I think it's a great answer. So having your own brand, build your own brand of kind of doing your own projects and fiddle around. Learning by practice is the very important thing what I hear. And there are a couple of more questions on why Google and Yahoo, other service providers, email providers are not restricting phishing, and how to protect ourselves from SIM swapping and cloning. There are two questions. Maybe with that we will.
So one thing is they are doing it, right? But you understand, like these are big companies, and it's like you go to McDonald's, you say, why don't you sell me the best burger? Or because there's a one solution that fits all. Because problem with the security is like, people who use telephone and everything, every person cannot make so much complicated stuff. Like people don't even know about Proton mail. There's also a PGP mail that people can use, but very inconvenient. So they are doing everything possible, but the people are generally not as sophisticated for these hackers. People are. There's actually a movie on Netflix by Indian scammers of like Jamtar, I think it's called. I don't know if you guys have watched it. It's on how do you do that. And frankly, these people are sending like so many emails every day, and they're attacking like every person. So it's like a number game. Like after a billion person, one person may get tricked into that thing. So they do everything, but at the same time, someone and actually email scams are so sophisticated that frankly, you'll be surprised at sometime I got a phishing scam yesterday, and I thought that it was a real reporter, and everything was perfect. But man, you'll be surprised at how good they are, how smarter they are becoming. And sometimes you don't know. Like you can spoof call. I can call anyone technically from a number, and like I can call anyone from a random number and pretend it's your number and talk in your voice. So it's getting so good that you can't even imagine.
Super awesome. Thanks a lot, Hazib. I think it was a great, valuable session. Thanks for taking time out of your precious schedule. I think it's very late for you. Thanks for staying with us, and congratulations in your entrepreneurial journey. I think there are folks who want to pursue internship in this space. We will try to pass upon your coordinates so that they can reach out to you.
100%, yeah. Follow me on Twitter and email me. I'll tell you what to start with. Frankly, if you want to build a career, there could be no better time than this right now.
Super awesome. So
can you take one question? One student has given this question. Sir,
sure.
What are the implications of this security incident, Twitter hack?
Man, I think this is a matter of national security. I think this should be taken as a, it's someone asked me my email. I already mentioned it, but just 1 second. So I can just tell you that it's a matter of national security. It's probably maybe considered a terrorism. That's I can tell you. And it's basically it's not a joke anymore. It's basically someone with national security was compromised.
Thank you.
Super awesome. I think even touching upon on the Twitter investigation, I think being involved with a few media groups is very helpful. I think people may not get that privilege to hear somebody who's actively involved in some international thing. I think thanks for touching upon on that also, Hasib. Without much ado, I'll Professor Ganeshan, if you permit, I'll invite the next speaker.
Please go ahead, Shan. You can go ahead.
Awesome.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Thank you, Hasib. So I'm inviting the next speaker, Shivanath Somanathan. He is going to today talk about the topic InfoSec governance. He has 22 years of cybersecurity experience. Even he's kind of in the law. He has certified himself in the law, and he is Chief Information Security Officer of Freshworks, one of the top renowned company in the world on the software as a service help desk space. And they have multiple products. I think they have raised a phenomenal amount of capital, and they have tens of thousands of customers. And I think as a Chief Information Security Officer of Freshworks, he is one of the top renowned person in the software as a service security, and he's taking care of their privacy. But prior to Freshworks, also Shivanath had a phenomenal career working with the Verizon, Tata Communications, R. Donnelly, Williams Lee, and Wipro, Ramco, Scope, Standard Chartered, Satyam Computer Associates, HCL. He has a prolific career, and he has also specialized himself in security leadership, governance, risk, and compliance. Without much ado, I'll let Shiva take it from here. Over to you, Shiva.
Okay, thank you so much, Shan. Am I audible enough?
Yeah, you are.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so let me quickly share the screen.
Well, you can share your video also if possible, so that people can see you.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, we could see you.
Superb. Let me just quickly get. Okay, can you see the presentation deck as well?
No, not yet. Yeah, it's right now.
Great. All right. Without much ado, then again, well, I'm actually quite honored, and I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the committee from VIT and for Shan and the rest of the VC syndicate members to be a part of this beautiful workshop that we're doing. And I think in a very, very, although I would want to say precarious times, but I think it's also a time where, you know, this is probably one career that makes sense in terms of becoming an opportunity in a crisis. So having said that, I think it's a great theme and a very relevant theme in today's circumstances, and hopefully a Sunday doesn't go out to be in vain in terms of attending this for the rest of the day as well. And needless to mention, Shan, I think you have sort of oversold me with my experience and tenure age, but I like to humbly call myself as you know, a student of information security still, even though I have 21 years in this space, well invested. Having said that, let me perhaps, you know, Shan has already given that elevator pitch, but I also want to share a few, you know, background of where I come from. I have overall 21 years and a few months going now. And I call this as an experiential learning process for me in my entire career, because none of this is, you know, sacrosanct to what we have turned out as value for the organizations that we serve. But I think it's always, you know, something that we have learned. Even if things haven't gone well in your careers, you've always learned something from there. So I like to call myself as an experienced learner. And if I had to split my experience, it's 2 decades of being in this space. The first decade in terms of offering heterogeneous consulting to various organizations, and the other decade of turning the table around and being a part of those organizations and helping them drive InfoSec programs as their CISOs as well, for both enterprise and mid-market firms. The reason being with Freshworks, as Shan mentioned, Freshworks is a B2B SaaS customer engagement solutions provider firm. And I'm sure, for Chennai, it's not a very obvious name. It's probably known in the circles out here that we're trying to, recreate the concept of making Chennai as the next Silicon Valley of India, far from where Bangalore was termed that years ago. So thanks to a lot of new age firms like Freshworks, Zoho, and ChargeBee, and the likes of those who are actually creating that, I wouldn't want to call it as a hype, but I think it's really of essence that we are seeing in Chennai. I also do advise boards in the companies that I've served before, and also, as pro bono efforts as well. And I also have involved myself in being a part of Innovation Council, providing conceptually advice for startups in terms of what is new and great out there that they can innovate on. I've also been a juror for cybersecurity awards, and needless to mention, I'm continuing to be a mentor for startups and part of their leadership advisory boards as well. So that's a quick brief about me. All right, so getting into the theme of what we have to cover today for the next 40 minutes, which is InfoSec governance. And trust me, it's probably the most driest topic that you will find in the entire workshop today, because whenever you state governance, there's always this feeling of it's above oneself, and it's not something that I should be truly bothered about, but I should probably be aware of. And when it comes to whether it's national governance or state governance or corporate governance or now InfoSec governance, I think there is that bit of a sit back and let somebody else do the job kind of feeling that comes in. But let me first sort of set the lay of the land in terms of why is this important as a topic that we should definitely talk about, right? So a quick reality check in terms of where we are today, and I'll stitch the story when I move to the predictions from there. So starting with the very predictive, the very precarious times that we are in, which is the post-pandemic, and I wouldn't say post right now because we're still in, reeling under the impact of the pandemic that has captured the entire globe in its fringes to sort of allow businesses now to relook on their whole, overall strategy of operations, and therefore their information security needs as well. I'm sure we will all agree that pretty much every business is relooking on their annual operating plan and seeing innovative ways of how they can sustain and survive during these very unpredictable times. The requirements from a security standpoint for businesses continue to always trail behind user experience. So when business have to choose between their customer experience or user experience as opposed to putting in security in the front foot, they will obviously choose the former. And all news that we have heard about data breaches and incidents that have caught companies unaware, and I think Hemant and in fact Shan also probably mentioned about the fact that this new Twitter craze that we are obviously hearing about. Most of them, if you look at it, and if you really do a dissection, perhaps, and Twitter is probably something we'll come to know in days to come, but more than 80% of such businesses who have been compromised, it's very humbling to know the fact that they're being compromised on known vulnerabilities than unknown ones. So we always are, quite fearing of the unknowns and the known unknowns there. But the truth is 80% of the gig around why companies get compromised is because they don't know how to manage their known risks itself, which is more than 80% today. And then The next metric is perhaps a little bit more thought-provoking. I mean, the fact that we take a long time to detect that we have been compromised or breached itself tells us why security today needs to be in the front foot, then in the back foot. So even, as an average tenure today, companies take more than 60 days for actually realizing that they have been compromised or being breached. And that being said, a cost of breach analysis by the Ponymon Institute very recently have also revealed, and this is obviously growing, in expounded amounts year on year, which is close to about 4 million a record today, which is ridiculously high. Imagine, if you had 100 million records of a customer being or consumers being exposed, and 4 million per record is an average cost. Not only is that the punitive liability that a company carries, but they also have, the associated collateral damage of legal and regulatory fines that they have to go through, and so on and so forth as well. Cloudification, with companies embracing it in all forms and manner, has obviously, on the flip side, increased the blast radius for organizations to be exposed as well. Now, when I say blast radius, I'm talking about the fact that earlier, the connotation of understanding if I had my own data center and all my infrastructure and IT systems and my data resides in my data center, and I have physical control, administrative oversight of that data center, then I'm still protected, right? To today, where obviously all of that has gone onto the cloud, the expansion, the blast radius in terms of putting it out there for the adversaries or the malicious members of the hacker fraternity to try and test the control strengths are all obviously pretty much huge right now. So the cloudification journey for organizations, which is a necessary impediment because of such conditions that have also turned up, like the pandemic, is now also on the other side creating this whole collateral situation of looking at how large or how elastic is my blast radius today. The attack surface in the same parlance have also become less visible for organizations as well. So organizations are still grappling with the problem of understanding what is their actual expanse of information assets and data assets that they have to start protecting now. So the attack surface is that span that they should be aware of, and there is no 100% visibility today. SecOps, which is security operations and incident response for organizations, are still ad hoc and reactive. There are very few organizations who have actually put forth very structured processes and are still able to manage good order response. But there are, by and large, a lot of organizations who don't believe that this is a crucial and critical thing to be putting in place. And last but not least, the expansion of supply chains, or when I say supply chains, the integration of partner services, the evolution of more and more outsourcing and off-sourcing, if you will, that happens within organizations. Accountability of good security and risk management has also sort of gone beyond those borders as well, and there is a due lack of that accountability today in terms of putting the right ordinance in place for firms that we see. So that's the reality check. And in terms of predictions, this is probably very interesting. We do have Cybersecurity Ventures, which is an independent analyst firm that gathers information about cybersecurity carriers. They believe that there's over 3.5 million. There will be more than 3.5 million unfilled jobs in 2021, which is by next year. And I think that probably is going to be more and more, expanded with these circumstances that we're going through. And what's more interesting in that is that even though there are so many unfilled vacancies expected, only 1 in 4 are going to be qualified to do those jobs. So there is this, again, fallacy about the fact that if you take a certification, if you do a course and you get a certain validated credential to it, then you are a cybersecurity professional. But that's not true, as even Hemant was mentioning. I think you have to be in the brinks. You have to the acumen that you need to be a true cybersecurity professional is far different from just taking certifications and going through courseware which tells you the basics about what you should do in terms of being the good guy as far as protecting information assets are concerned. Remember that the hackers have no holds barred. They have absolutely no requirement to be qualified, no requirement to go through a courseware. There are enough tools and facilitation out there for them to actually do the havoc that they're doing already, right? So that's a huge realization there. There's also a huge increase in terms of the spend that companies are putting in as far as investments are concerned, especially around security operations, surveillance, and threat hunting, along with automation in them as well. There is also this misnomer about the fact that small and medium businesses are probably more immune to some of these large-scale cyber attack campaigns and warfare, but that's not true. So they are obviously becoming collateral victims at large, and that we are seeing with some of these recent campaigns that have created havoc as well. The veracity and velocity of such campaigns are also being improved with more artificial intelligence and machine learning driven campaign management. Obviously, they have no holds barred. They can still use whatever they need, and AI and ML is only helping the attackers probably more than the defenders. Phishing, ransomware, cryptojacking are obviously newer forms that we are seeing, and we're going to see more sophisticated versions of these forms, capturing the mindset of the victims right now, and we have to be ready to sort of embrace the new reality and new order that comes in because of these campaigns as well. Last but not the least, liability. When I say liability, I'm talking about the fact that people who are accountable for the consequence and impact of a security breach or situation that puts an organization at risk is now getting more punitive than before. We're obviously seeing a lot of fines being levied on organizations like the Googles of the world, the Facebooks of the world, for tampering with user privacy controls and for misleading users and consumers about how they use their information for both legitimate and illegitimate purposes without consent, and so on and so forth. So all of this is to paint a picture to say that if we had good governance in place, perhaps a lot of this is something that we can control. I'm not saying we can avoid, but we can at least control. And that's the reason we need to bring InfoSec governance also in true spirit, along with the rest of operational security and tactical security requirements that organizations have to improve upon as well. So that being said, let me also quickly take you through a common security parallax, as I call it, within organizations. So if you traditionally see, there are two major domains of requirements that come in for the right security posture for an organization. One, obviously, that comes in from the business, which is customer requirements and contractual obligations that they have to manage. The other one is perhaps the need to have alignment with the local laws of the land or the customer's regulatory requirements and the likes of those. But both of this doesn't sort of overlap perfectly, right? There's always a little bit of that shift, if you will, which I would call as the parallax. And the organizations sort of grapple between what should be their total required baseline. So from 20 years back, when organizations used to design controls around assets, when I say assets, the assets could be physical or logical, to now we are seeing organizations change the gear of looking at data custodianship to be the new form by which they should define controls around. So data is the new fuel for the transformation journeys that businesses are seeing today, and therefore it probably makes more sense to to analyze and align control requirements around the data custodianship, if you will. The more prescriptive requirement from the customer, the worse is perhaps this parallax. When I say the worse is the parallax, I'm meaning the fact that we tend to go and overdo security sometimes, which becomes obscurity for the organization because a customer requirement has come in, but we actually don't see what is the must-have, the minimum baseline that a company at least needs to make sure that they are mitigating their risks, from a security perspective. Control baselines for products and generally for service-based businesses are fine-tuned through more and more assessments and audits now. So this is where the feedback of assessments and audits need to be taken back to the order of how you govern your risks. And as Hemant had mentioned before as well, that risk management is an evolution. It's a journey. It's not a static philosophy that every organization can induce, but it has to be set right, and it has to be also be controlled through a feedback, and those feedbacks could come in through assessments and audits over a period of time. So that's how you refine your baselines as well. Cost economics, one of the primary reasons why controls become more prohibitive, and organizations tend to use it as a pass-through model, is to look at how much costly is the management of those controls, and when you do that calculation between risks versus rewards, and that equation tends to tilt more towards rewards, the risks are obviously being assumed to be accepted. So it's important to maintain the balance in terms of understanding as an organization what's your appetite of risks that you should have controls around, and how you manage your cost economics to make sure that those risks are being effectively managed or treated as well. Control debt is one major thing many organizations are grappling with, and should be in good hygiene, and perhaps also can be outsourced as well. So that's one learning that we've had over the last couple of years in terms of saying, when you can't catch up, at least you make sure that somebody else is there to do that job for you. So be it things like your level 1 monitoring on your security operations floor, or even doing penetration testing as a third-party assessment of the control strengths that you would have for your information assets, things that you feel you can outsource and maintain that control debt in a better order, you should definitely consider that as well. And lastly, as I mentioned through the slide, the picture in the slide, the idea is to make sure that the organizations are finding the sweet spot, with the required baseline to start with, right? And then expand the baseline to look at something which is more customized and contextual for the functions within the organization, as opposed to making more and more theoretical controls. When I say theoretical controls which are there just for feel-good factor, they don't add value, they don't in any way help in treatment of risks, but they're there just to perhaps win customers and continue to keep those audits and assessments from customers at bay. So we have to look at making sure that we have the right set of controls from a baseline standpoint that we have to implement and continue to keep them in good order. So that's sort of creating the context on what we need, what we should understand in terms of putting in the right strictures, the right governance from a security standpoint within an organization. So the basic aim or objective of any governance model is to establish, the alignment of business goals, and obviously which includes, in today's climate, more relevant survivability and sustainability of organizations, and perhaps also help them in profitability as well. So the idea is to address the threats to an organization in a way that will ensure that happens. And when I say address, it's more or less in terms of managing your risks, which are contributed by these threats, by putting in the right controls in place and keeping them in the right order, that organizations can self-assume that they would be sustainable, survivable, and perhaps even facilitate profitability in the way forward as well. So the elements within governance. So let me put this also into context as saying that in a company, security is obviously given a standing factor of being fault finders. I'm sure you would have heard this more often than not. And the common transformational thought that we try to infuse in those companies is the fact that security should be considered not to be fault finders, but to be fact finders for business, right? And this is a famous quote that comes in from Bruce Sheena, who's a marquee veteran in information security for quite some time. He says, in any organization, if you ask them to pick dancing pigs over security, they would obviously pick dancing pigs. And that's just to say that they prefer being more entertained than actually having to go through the controls that security teams impose on them. And that should not be the case. It should not be imposable. It should be something where organizations and their constituents, which includes employees, partners, leaders, customers as well, should embrace it willfully as well with the cognizance of why we are doing it. So objectifying security is more important. And how do you do it? You actually have these elements which will help you do it. You obviously create, starting with the topmost management, making a strategy on how to develop an information security program for an organization, and then making sure that there is enough commitment coming in from management through various forms and manner on institutionalizing security in the right form. The how part is obviously by defining suitable roles and responsibilities of different cadres within the information security organization, and perhaps involving the end users, the employees, the partners, the clients also as a part of good housekeeping and good upkeep of information security as well. There has to be constant reporting and communication channels. We find this to be absolutely in lax in most organizations, where reporting and communication channels is taken for granted, and therefore brings in so much of bureaucracy and politics within the system that doesn't allow the information security community to do their true governance of what they need to do. InfoSec should also align with legal and regulatory aspects and understand the impact of that when they put these governance processes in place. Establishing good security practices through policies and procedures and guidelines is also important as well. And last but not the least, I think there is a constant need to keep making a business case, for management, for budgets, for efforts, and their involvement and commitment, to be continuing and sustainable in that order as well. So I think in a retrospect, if you look at it, governance is all about putting that org structure, putting that alignment, the policies, the procedures, the frameworks, if you will, that you need to ensure that organizations' risks are being mitigated, if not managed, in a way that is acceptable by the organization itself. And also considering the context of externally from their customers and partners, but also internally for their employees as well. So that's what is InfoSec governance in brief. Let's move on to something which defines how this governance is institutionalized. We obviously start with policies. So controls translate to policies. Policies obviously have their key elements as well. For example, a policy should always be high level. It should be only a statement of intent and direction from the top management in terms of what needs to be done in terms of managing the risks that we are talking of. There has to be a very clear communication of how these policies need to be understood by the internal and external parties that I was mentioning, which is clients, customers, employees, outsourced parties, and so on and so forth. There should be a very brief but clear information provided through these policies. It should be defined in terms of scope and applicability as well, so that the employees, if not partners, if not customers or other stakeholders, understand their influence as far as the policy is concerned. Policies also should be enforceable by law. So if there's local laws of the land, like for example, in India, you have the Indian IT Act, and now with this PDPA, which is a protection of data privacy for all Indian entities and consumers coming up in the bill in the near future, perhaps will also be required for organizations to comply for as well. You have to understand the areas of responsibility and recognize them as far as the policies are concerned. So policies should not be very broadly etched. They should also have very specified spans of responsibility that should be applicable for them. And then to aid the policy, there should also be sufficient guidance that are already available in the market. For example, there are so many consortiums, and I'll probably explain that in the next slide, where you have enough guidance, enough and more, the guidance that helps organizations and entities to sort of draft and define good policy for the organization. And last but not least, none of these policies are going to be effective unless you have top management involvement. So the real principled information security institutionalization comes in only when you have all those 5 themes, if you will, that are being relayed. For example, you need to verbalize your policies as much as possible, which is talking about how do you make your communication brief, clear, identify areas of responsibility. You talk about how do you validate your policies by having the right assessments and audits in place, and having constant feedback with policy, not just owners but also the people who are impacted by those policies as well. Then there should be avenues to continually keep policies reevaluated when you have newer threats, newer known unknown risks that you should manage, and perhaps when you have incidents and changes in regulatory requirements and landscape, that the policy should be relooked and revised for. And last but not the least, realistic visibility to the organizational strategic management and operations management is also important to make sure that the policies are being governed in the right form and manner as well. So, so think of policies as like creating a path, and the top management commitment is like enlightenment of that path in some form and manner. But then to pave the path, to make the road, to make sure that you have less obstacles on the road, to get the policy going and keep it effective, is where you need the rest of the elements, which is your procedures, your guidelines, your frameworks, and the likes of those. So moving on to that scope, right now we'll talk about the how part of the policy, which is by using standards, guidelines, and frameworks. And in a very layman definition, guidelines are, like I said before, recommendations coming in from various organizational bodies in terms of how organizations can implement their controls. So they are shared recommendations. They are not must-have requirements that need to be enforced, but they can be considered. And they're obviously reconciled from very experienced members of fraternity that come together as a consortium and create these guidelines. So what's best practice for one organization might not be the right practice for another organization. So one has to obviously use a little bit of that proration hat and make sure that guidelines are being taken with a pinch of salt, but they are nevertheless a good recommendation start point in terms of looking at how to implement controls. Frameworks, on the other hand, are more conceptual. So they take guidelines to the next level of looking at, can you create a conceptual model by which you can implement information security in the right form and manner within the organization. And those frameworks will actually give you very near realizable templates, if not structures, by which an organization information security committee or the top management themselves can sort of kick off the ordinance, the program for bringing in the right security principles and initiatives that drive good security hygiene and so on and so forth as well. So a few, in fact, frameworks that we're aware of are like the NIST cybersecurity framework, which is actually a very well-known framework. It has 5 domains that typically organizations have to look at, and each of these domains have a sort of a maturity order by which they can rank themselves to start with. So it's important to use a framework and do your as-is analysis first. And there are enough an amount of templates and checklists available. And while you have to take all of them again with a pinch of salt, you have to contextualize them for your business and then use them in the right form and manner. It still gives you at least a starting point to start adopting the right security practices and taking it on to the next level. But the key word here is contextualizing it for your organization's requirement. You have standards, last but not least, which are actually mandatory requirements. So the difference between guidelines, frameworks, and standards is that guidelines are recommendations, frameworks are conceptual structures that can be readily implemented, if not adapted for an organization's context. And standards are primarily mandatory requirements which are specified. And these are primarily provided for organizations to be attested by a third party. So standards are essentially used by organizations to create a credential for themselves, to create a validation that they have the right control, form, and manner, and they're also being asserted by an independent eye, which is a third-party auditor coming and reviewing them for you and asserting them. So they're obviously used even sometimes as a competitive advantage and for selling their business to customers as well. So the bottom actually gives you a sort of a spectrum of looking at how do standards and baselines and frameworks actually stack up. So what you see there is essentially, from the leftmost, where you have very high-level frameworks, high-level guidelines that are provided, to the rightmost side, where there are very prescriptive and very stringent requirements that need to be followed through. And the most stringent that we see, at least most organizations adopt, are like some of these financial standards. GDPR is obviously another privacy standard that has come in, which is not stringent enough, but it does obviously have a very comprehensive outlay of how organizations have to contextualize it for their purpose and take it on. So standards, guidelines, and frameworks. An org structure that I spoke of before, that is sort of a pedestal to putting in the right InfoSec governance within an organization, usually contains these key constituents. You have to have a model by which you have internal and external stakeholder management. And I say internal, external, I'm talking about your employees. How do you engage them with your InfoSec practices? Your other external stakeholders, like partners, like investors, your clients also included. There should be a model to look at within the governance structure. There should be a model to look at how you engage them and make sure that you're involving them in terms of assessing your risks and putting in the right treatments for those risks or managing those risks effectively as well. The other key element that you have in an organization structure that should allow for is cultural transformation. So unless and until you drive information security as a culture, one of the reasons why you see most of these compromises and breaches in the world today is perhaps also because the weakest link in any model is always going to be the human factor, right? People are always going to be the weakest link in any security model. So the more we take that for granted, the more we are going to keep ourselves in the fallacy of understanding that we have a good information security system. So it's important that people embrace it. People transcend the InfoSec culture within themselves. And it is not rocket science as well. See, the idea here is, while we have seen technology consumerization happen over the last couple of years, and the reason why that happens is because as a consumer, we know how to adopt and adapt to newer disruptive technologies like social media, like use of other consumer services, aggregator models like the Swiggies of the world, the Ubers of the world. And if you were able to consumerize that in a corporate format and give it to the employees, I'm sure the adoption will be far more immersive. And that's where we should also look at security as well. We should make them believe that, it's just like how you look at your own personal security span. As much as you need to protect your own interests, you're talking about, protecting the company's interest here, and therefore employees should also have the culture. And the culture should not just have employees in the mix, it should also have the rest of the stakeholders in the mix as well. There should be a democratized way of how you institutionalize security, which means that it cannot be done by one team. It's not the information security group or the security, the physical and data security teams that should be performing security responsibilities. It should be the entire organization, if not also the partners and the other external stakeholders like investors and clients as well. So creating that model of how you democratize security, where you take feedback, you fine tune the control requirements with conversations that you would have with those stakeholders and so on and so forth, and then provide a way of measuring and giving feedback, which is also important to understand how effective you are in those controls. Accountability obviously has to be both top down and bottoms up. It cannot be top down alone. We have seen traditionally that most guidelines and frameworks talk about top down, but there is obviously in recent past we're seeing a lot of agile organizations where there's a lot of bottoms up governance that is being driven around good information security upkeep as well. We are also seeing organizations move from traditional risk-based models of controls to compliance-based model of controls, or the vice versa in certain organizations where compliance is not probably the topmost priority, but managing risks are probably even more important. Your RACI, which is responsibility assignment matrix that you would provide, is also very key towards and making employees, internal and external stakeholders, embrace security in the right format and manner, because they will understand their obligations towards keeping information security within the organizations to the levels it should be. And last but not least, you can't have an org structure that doesn't complement the business org structure. So there should be definitely a very cohesive model by which you create an org structure that provides the right oversight and model of which you get the top-down commitment and direction coming in as well, both bottoms up and top-down direction commitments as well. So an org structure should typically start with shareholders, board of directors, perhaps even regulators coming there, and providing the strategy. The CEO obviously sets the tone in terms of putting the right strategy for information security. There should be a committee with different risk portfolio owners coming together to sort of formulate the governance model which the organization should adopt. And that should be led through, a leadership member who should typically be like a chief information security officer, and all the other parties, being key constituents in terms of driving it in the right order and fashion as well. A few myths that I want to quickly grab about InfoSec governance. It's not true that small firms don't need InfoSec governance. I think every firm needs InfoSec governance, but the appetite of risks should be duly reviewed and managed in the right form and manner. As I mentioned before, we're seeing a lot of collateral damage, happening with even small firms because of large-scale cyber campaigns. So that itself is probably an evidence to understand that governance should be at every level within an organization, and however small, big, or large enterprise you are. InfoSec governance constrained business is again a huge myth. In fact, it should be created in a way and form that should allow business to be more sustainable, survivable, and profitable, as I mentioned before. So it's very wrong to believe that it sort of brings more constraints than actually facilitates the order of good business as well. It's always required for compliance. That's not true. Even without compliance requirements, also you need InfoSec governance to make sure that you are managing your risks amicably. So so there's a need to at least put some order of InfoSec governance in place, if not for compliance requirements. Can it assure 100% protection? Absolutely not. I think Hemant already mentioned that there's no question of foolproof security, but it allows you to manage and control your known risks and your known unknown risks by and large. And that's the pinch of salt that we should take and make sure that InfoSec governance is put in place. And finally, it's a credential. Yeah, some people are obviously using it for selling their businesses to customers and creating a competitive edge, but nevertheless, it's still required to maintain certain hygiene, certain upkeep within your organization in terms of managing your risks as well. Quick grab in terms of possible roles for InfoSec governance. So you have everything under the fact that you could be the steering member of the InfoSec governance from an organization perspective as an InfoSec officer. So that's the topmost leadership position that you will probably have within an organization to drive information security operations in the right form and manner, taking the direction from the top management. You could also be a risk and policy advisor, which is a part of the InfoSec office, where you design, align, customize, and curate policies for the specific spans that you'll be driving controls for. And usually you'll find this in both internal to an organization as well as from consulting agencies like ENYs, the Big Fours, and so on. Risk surveyor. Here again, as part of insurance agencies, when you have to fix a premium for a client, a good surveyor is the one who can understand risks in the right order and fashion, and within that span of risks, InfoSec risks are also very critically considered for surveying and providing an appetite or a posture for an organization to be considered for premium that they would fix. So risk survey is another role that we would see within InfoSec governance, actually now coming up more and more prominent. You can also be a consultant. You can offer strategic consulting, operational consulting for organizations in terms of driving right order governance for them. You can be a GRC practitioner. So there are a lot of tools available today. In fact, Fixnix is obviously one such tool which is available as software as a service model. And you could actually be a GRC administrator or a practitioner in terms of creating GRC as a code and putting policies as a code within those tools so that it gets automated, it gets institutionalized through technologically and gets embraced by the respective constituents within the organization in a very transparent manner as well. Controls analyst, here again, identifying what kind of controls, how they should be implemented, and making sure that you have processes in place to measure their effectiveness is where this role will entail. Data protection officer, again, this is a pretty new role after the whole privacy regime started with a lot of laws coming out. You'd also find this role to be a part of the InfoSec governance office in terms of putting in data governance models in place. So data being the new fuel for business, as I mentioned, it's important to also have a suitable data governance lifecycle created within an organization to understand right from the creation of the data to the retirement of the data, how is it handled, how is it secure, how is it protected? And that's the role which ensures that. You can also be an evangelist in terms of creating strategies for an organization on how they can make information security controls more adoptable and consumable for organizations. So that's the role of an evangelist. It's a beautiful role, which is in fact very recently spawned off, and organizations are looking at how they can get controls more immersive within an organization through this role. last but not the least, the program management office. So this is where you take, an initiative for improving the security posture of an organization and drive it end to end, and create the oversight and the cadence that is required with top management in terms of providing progressive feedback on those initiatives as well. So that's, in a sum, that's the span of roles that you would typically see within InfoSec governance. One could, choose, and I think that's pretty much what I had. I'm hoping the session was informative enough, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
I think it was a very useful session. I think we got a lot of interesting feedbacks, Shiva. I think I'll just try to go over a few of the questions.
Sure.
Or Professor Ganeshan, you want to do it? So I think people are asking, who are the key persons involved in developing security policies for the company apart from CEO?
So as I mentioned in the org structure, there is the Information Security Steering Committee, which in fact is the apex body for where policies really get defined. And the InfoSec Steering Committee is a confluence of different functional owners. So you would have perhaps people like the CFO, the chief of HR, the CIO or the CTO. You would have the legal and the general counsel as part of that as well, and all of their, because each of them would obviously have their own risk portfolio spans that they have to contribute and ensure that the policy that's being designed and drafted is acceptable for their influential spans as well. So the long short of it is that it's the InfoSec Steering Committee or the group. If there is no such group, then it is usually the Chief Information Security Officer who proposes the policy drafts.
Super. And what are the prerequisites to be a security policy creator for various companies? Is there any specific certification we require?
Well, I think there are some vendor agnostic certifications like CISM. There is now, in fact, one from EC Council called Certified Chief Information Security Officer. There are, again, very curated programs from other training organizations like SANS, where policy writing and policy definitions making is actually part of that course. But I think at an outset, I feel a good communicator, a good technical writer, along with the acumen of security should be also, should be good in defining policies and writing policies and maintaining them as they go forward as well. What's more important is to make sure that the policies are culturally immersive within an organization. That's more important.
And there is a question about artificial intelligence, whether will the cyber security jobs be taken by artificial intelligence? And there is one more question related to AI. The emerging technologies of AI and ML make cyber security more vulnerable. How it is going to be managed?
Beautiful question. So I think I already mentioned in my first slide that hackers obviously live in a world where there is no holds barred. They obviously can use all the available, all the publicly available, if not the dark web available resources to bring in the advantage of AI ML for their cause, right? And that means we have to be obviously a step forward as good Samaritans, as defenders, as the good guys who are supposed to, make sure that our controls are in good hygiene and so on. We also have to leverage AI and ML to the best ways possible. Today, I think there is a surmountable amount of innovation and investments being made by bringing out solutions which are AI ML enabled for business. But the truth is, it's going to take its own time in terms of those AI ML models learning through the garb of the organization to understand what is legitimate and what is illegitimate, and create patterns which they would say as that this is good ordinance that I need to have, and therefore anything beyond this is an anomaly that I should detect and investigate further, right? So the harsh truth is the fact that as InfoSec or digital guardians for business, we are always going to be a little laggard as far as the malicious perpetrators are concerned. But having said that, we should definitely use it, and I think there is enough amount of industry interest and excitement that's happening around that space. So you'll actually find a lot of startups even within India that's coming out with so many solutions which do have these learning models that are helping organizations to adapt quickly and create something which is more agile and conducive for that organization's context, including even Shan, your product, which is a GRC SaaS for organizations. Sorry, first question I think you mentioned about you were asking what should one do for I think it's a misnomer to understand that AI/ML is going to take off jobs, and I'm not talking again, from security standpoint alone. So the way you should look at AI/ML facilitating the human race is the fact that they should take mundane jobs and make them more productive, make them more effective and conducive for business. But there is still that part of every job which requires a human touch, and I think security is no different. So if I had to give you an example of surveillance, right? The initial monitoring in terms of taking events from various log sources, parsing them, putting them in a format that should be readily available for an analyst to visualize what could go wrong, what is deviating from the normal in terms of an information security posture for an organization, could be done by AI/ML, but that cannot completely replace what a threat hunter or an analyst should do, because there is that bit of investigative skills and the acumen and the intuition that obviously needs to come in for us to identify what could be a possible threat for an organization. So I see that AI/ML is only going to be more facilitating the cause of driving better security and reducing the timeline that I mentioned, which hackers obviously have in terms of perpetrating their crimes, to the good defenders at first identifying that there was a crime happening itself. And if we're able to reduce that window of opportunity that presents itself by AI/ML, that'll be great.
Awesome. And there is one on privacy. There are so many apps are just published which takes all sorts of personal data from mobile and laptop. Why it is not verified and stopped? Anything comes in internet should be screened. I think the question is around data privacy. How we can focus more on data privacy when it comes to applications, enterprise applications, or even our personal applications, which we keep installing in mobile and our laptops.
So I think privacy I've always viewed privacy as a double-edged sword in some ways. So for example, as a consumer, you would obviously want to have preferential treatment given to you. And if that preferential treatment in the back end requires, collecting some context of your private individuality, your personification of what you feel is important, then, as a consumer, you would probably want it. But at the same time, you also don't want organizations to misuse it as well, or abuse the right of using that information for other nefarious causes. So there is not a fine balance, but there is a beautiful balance that one needs to create between, what information you concede to sharing with, with applications, with organizations in general. On private, I remember, 20 years back, there used to be days when if you want to apply for even for a mobile connection, you actually had to give your credit card front and back as a Xerox to, the middleman. In fact, not even the end organization or the mobile operator, but there is a middleman always in between. From those days to where we are now, obviously there is a lot of change that has happened. There's a lot of transformation. There's a lot of thinking in terms of civil rights and liberties that we should assume and not take for granted. And organizations are making that shift as we speak. Obviously there are still certain gray areas, and there'll still be a lot of politicizing and defamation that you will see for organizations misusing private information. But if you have the trust model, and eventually it sort of boils down to that, if you have a trust framework with an organization to make sure that the information that you're providing them is being used to the right, for the right purposes in the right format, and you have the absolute control on what to do with that information, I think that's the first step. And needless to mention, you have to be very careful about every application that you use. So today I think there is enough awareness on the floor, and perhaps more and more are coming up as we speak, on understanding on at least organizations or these application providers providing enough transparency to users on what their apps will do. And I think that's a great step to start with, right? So getting explicit consent on permissions for what the app will do is perhaps the first step for us to be cognizant of. And once we are cognizant, we can always choose to allow or disallow, and any given point in time, that should be an adaptable choice. So long story short, I think one should be aware, self-aware, and one should be provided with the transparency of how their information in the form of being private is being collected, is being used, and is also being how is value being generated from that as well.
Awesome, Shivanath. And there is one question from a student. So in case if they want to focus doing projects and research in the space of governance, so what are the topics they can choose upon? It's like it's little kind of maybe in other areas of security, you can certainly pursue something technologically. But in the space of governance, if somebody wants to do a project, so what they can do or how they can build their career by at least pursuing something academic and then get onto it, Shiva.
Oh, sure. See, I think if I have to it's a notion of opportunities as far as information security governance is concerned, because everything that you do needs to have certain form of governance, but not just within an organization, but also within even within a personal context too, right? But having said that, if I were to choose a few themes, look at all these latest technology waves that we're all going through, Industry 4.0, the invasion of IoT-based technologies that is taking on our lives. You also mentioned about artificial intelligence and machine learning as well. Look at models of governance that can ensure that those disruptive technologies are being used in the right form, right? Are being controlled, are being not abused by the adversary groups or the malicious perpetrators, if you will. So there is a lot of policy advocacy bodies and consortiums that are actually creating standard, including ISO as well, where right governance models for these technology evolutions are also happening. So I think we should, if one can pursue around that, that will be great. But I think in general, every organization has their own case study as far as governance is concerned. No one size fits all. And if one can take one organization's context and say how they can custom fit the governance model in a way that becomes immersive for that organization, and see if we can create something which is more sustainable, scalable, and also aligns with the business objectives of the organization, which also keeps changing rapidly. I think that's a great theme to also look out for.
Awesome, Shiva. I think with that, I think the list of questions are over. I think in case if there are any more people have questions, please shoot. Shiva will try to respond in the Zoom chat or even the YouTube chat. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Shiva, for doing a very methodological based manner. I think your presentation also covered kind of the pretty much all areas of cybersecurity, because governance touches upon all areas of cybersecurity. Thanks for taking your valuable time and experience to share these insights with the future professionals of cybersecurity. I think thanks a lot. If you have any parting note, please, Shiva.
No, it's my pleasure. I encourage all participants, if they have the view of looking at cybersecurity as their career of choice, and as Hemant and Hasib mentioned, it's obviously there is zero unemployment in cybersecurity in today's climate, and it's absolutely recession proof. So one of the reasons why you're seeing a lot of education institutions and governing bodies bring out newer formats of information security that we should adopt and adapt for is because this is a very thriving field, and I think it's a more relevant circumstance in today's climate as well. Everyone should understand information security not just from a scale of their professional spans, but also within their personal spans, as I mentioned. So all the best to all of you, and if anyone has any more questions offline that I can help them with, more than happy to do so. Sure. Thank you again, and take care.
Thank you, Shiva. So I think without much ado, I'll Professor Ganeshan, if you permit, I'll introduce the next speaker.
Please go ahead, Shan.
So I'm inviting Mr. Padmanabha, HP Padmanabha. He's having 30 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity, governance, risk and compliance industry. He has worked in the likes of Cognizant, Wipro, Deloitte, Infinite Computer Solutions, Sobar, Renaissance, Cerebra, Quinox, ST. So I think in all his career, he has worked with almost all of the governance, risk and compliance products, from the top-notch products like RC Archer, Matrix Team, Open Pages, Agilence, BWise. So, and he's a certified CISA, and then he also has a lot of experience in sustainability, EHS areas, and he's a thorough GRC and integrated risk management professional. I think you will be able to learn a lot on information security compliance, particularly from him. Over to you, Padmanabha, so you kind of have a great session with students.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. Hi,
Yes.
good afternoon.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Padmanabha. Yeah, we are seeing your screen. Yeah, please.
Yeah. The session topic for me is on the InfoSec compliance. The compliance is an extension of the governance, whatever the previous speaker has spoke about, the extension of it. A few of the things on the standards framework as a kind of mapping with the ISMS, ITIL, I have shown as a minimum, so that already he has covered it. So basically,
quick
I'm covering.
Can you switch on your video so that people can see you, if possible?
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen.
As well as video, are there any possibility? Video?
Yeah, I have switched on video. One second.
Okay. Your cam is not on.
Yeah, I am on. I am in the video now.
Yeah, okay, cool. We are seeing, but I think,
yeah,
I think when you share your screen, I think we are losing you something. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, now we are seeing. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I am going to cover about the compliance management introduction, the part on the GRC, governance, risk and compliance. And I'm going to show on the compliance organization. A typical banking industry, the compliance reports to risk function to the CEO, whereas in an IT, it is the compliance which reports to the CEO, or the legal, from the legal to the board and all, that concept. Then I touch upon the compliance management solutions too, from a technological development perspective, what the problem solution for not having a solution to comply. With that regards, the multiple compliances need to be set as an harmonized framework. That is the concept in the GRC as a multi-compliance framework, which I'm going to touch upon that. Then I will touch upon basically on the COBIT COSO, sliders on the ITIL and an ISMS, ISO 20001 Information Security Management System also. Then we can talk on the career metrics from the professional track, from the business domain and IT perspective, IT cyber security perspective, as well from the project governance, as well from the marketing initiative also, where there is a concept of manager. That concept also I'm going to talk about. So basically, GRC is a web-based solution. It can be a cloud, on-premise. A lot of companies, including Oracle, SAP, IBM, have started 25 years back itself with a lot of acquisitions to begin with from the GRC tools. Then now the time has come where all the tools have been harmonized. They are well integrated. So take an example of SAP, the access control, process control, fraud management, audit tool, all are well integrated. They are sharing the same configurations. They are having the shared common data. They share a common organization structure, as in the previous speaker presentation, we saw the GRC organization. This is a slide for the Archer, Oracle, Thomson routers, or the IBM Open Pages, a GRC tool. SAP has an SAP GRC tool. Resolver has acquired Risk Vision, Agiliance, and a lot of other GRC tools. Metrics Team, Galvanize, Fixnix. These are all the few market leaders in the GRC tool, which have adapted all of the big data, AI, ML, then the harmonization, then the concept of the complete dashboard, the reporting, basically for the compliance reporting as well for the regulatory change reporting. Basically, compliance management derives the word comply, is to act in accordance with rules or to adhere to. If I need to give a simple example, it is like when you want to drive a vehicle, car, we should have a driving license. There is a authority, the RTO, which issues the driving license. There is a law, there is a regulation. All those things are the related synonyms in the area of the compliance management. So the compliance management has to comply with the regulations and the legislation. It has to comply with the industry regulations, such as what we have discussed already with the ISO standards, NIST, PCI, and all those things. It has to comply with the internal company policies also. So the need for the compliance management is there is a fine or it is a do or die, you have to comply. With that concept, the ignorance is not an excuse. Like if a traffic police, if you violate a rule in the driving, the traffic police is going to charge you fine. You cannot say it's an excuse or anything. Similar way, the companies, the board, and the top management should adhere and should comply with the complete requirements to run the business in the area of the data security, data protection, all those things. So typically, the organization structure itself is always complex. If I want to say an example, a bank will have regional offices, will have a local head office, will have zonal offices, will have branches, will have ATM counters, will have foreign exchange, foreign banks, branches. Similarly, an organization, GRC, in the governance, risk, and compliance, we should have a compliance organization to create. Those are all called the entities. Or if you take an example, the HIPAA, Healthcare Portability and Accountability Act, the HIPAA, the privacy or the data protection, patient information needs to be secured by all the business entities, be it an insurance, be it an hospital, be it the data processing, BPO. Similarly, the compliance, here I am showing the compliance team should report to the legal. The legal legislature will formulate the regulation. The regulatory bodies are the pertaining to the regulations are the regulatory bodies. Similar to SEC, our RBI, an example for all the banks. So based on that, the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, it has to report to. That is the conventional structure all the way it was. And recently in the banks for the risk-based, the one of the concerns with the legal is you are delineated. You are independent from the business decisions. Sometimes a typical example in a bank, the compliance has to be on the measure of the risk. So it has to report to the risk. A lot of IT big giants have also started working with CRO, a Chief Risk Officer, who in turn manage the complete compliances, including Wipro, IBM, Cognizant. The other standalone compliance structure is a compliance reporting to CEO, COO, or the board, whatever may be. These are all the typical industries like retail, consumer goods, or the colleges, all those things. So coming to the compliance management components, the compliance, the other phase of the compliance is the risk. It has to act on the risk assessment part. The oversight is the governance. Similarly, the compliance, the ISO standards, framework, guidelines, they're all the contents which have to be available for the awareness and to understand the compliance and to build the organizational policies, procedures, guidelines, all those things as similar to ISO. A lot of us we've been knowing the policies, procedures, work instructions, and guided documents will be available in an ISO. For example, ISO QMS, Quality Management System, that is ISO 9001. Similarly, in the compliance, there is a setup of the controls, evaluation of the controls, monitoring of it, and the control testing, manual testing as well automation of the testing. When I want to say a control testing, let's say in the olden days, we used to have a password which can be 4-digit numeric. There was no rules. Now today, all of the application comes with a minimum 8-digit password, 1 character, 1 capital letter, whatever may be. Those are all the rules. And if that is embedded in the inherent nature of the security of the application or the product, then the control testing reduces because it doesn't accept a password which is not having pertaining to that rule. So similarly, even though the control testing is automated, the automation has helped in auditing, taking for a lesser sample, but it has to be done. So the compliance tool has evolved with the incident management, issue management, actions management, all those things which I will cover in the subsequent slides to an extent. So similarly, based on the control setup, you are monitoring, it's basically a workflow. On the workflow, looking at what the stages, the mail notifications, and out in the outbox, you can have the alerts, the pending items, and all those things as we see in the incidents management. The similar can be applied to the complete compliance management too. So the reporting is the one where the technology AI, ML, Power BI, and all utilized, and the reporting are nothing but the beautiful dashboards and all which is available. And that is the selling proposition and the user friendliness for every organization's compliance practice to have value for the GRC. Similarly, the compliance or the standards or the framework, whatever we implement, it has to be percolated to all the employees. There should be an awareness training. The training levels varies an awareness, or in the case of an ISO, if you are a core team member or you are a part of an auditee, then you have to know the assets, you have to know the complete policies, procedures, what you do is being well executed, what is executed as per that you are doing it. So similarly on the compliance technology, as already have touched upon, AI/ML will be used. There is a big data, unstructured data. Most of you would have heard of the name UCF. Unified Compliance Framework is a content which is available. Similarly, from the VAPT or from the infrastructure perspective, people would have known CVE, Common Vulnerabilities Exposure, where all standard tested exposures are available for the threats, the vulnerabilities, including for most of the products. Similarly, the regulation, reaction, interaction, and the coordination. See, the reports needs to be, for example, a SOX, Sarbanes-Oxley is a compliance, that needs to be, the reports need to be sent to SEC, Securities Exchange Organization. Similarly, the banks may comply to Basel or PCI or GLBA. The reports will be sent periodically to RBI. RBI is a regulatory body. These are all the areas which the tool has to focus or the practitioner has to focus. And these are all the areas where there is an improvement and optimization which are required in the software also, including integration with the backend system, integration among the tools, among the apps such as audit, risk, incidents, the policies, all those things. So whatever I have explained about the risk assessment, policies, governance, regulatory interaction, anyhow I'm sharing the slide. You can look at it in deep, where in the risk assessment, we develop and maintain a regulatory compliance risk policies. So the implementation of a control is at a cost. Hence, all preventive controls are much better than a detected one. So preventive controls. Similarly, the appetite of the company to absorb the risk is a factor, and to the minimal compliance of the policies that we have to look at in, and based on that we have to work. Similarly, based on the industrial requirements, the policies, procedures, and the related controls are set in place, and we have to work according to that. Coming to the reporting and communication, and the reporting requirements are every tool, the selling proposition or the value proposition for a user or to the management or to the regulatory bodies is the beautiful dashboards and the reporting. I take an example of an auditing. We may see in banks the staff doing audit manually on a paper based. Now the audit tools are available which captures every status, workflow status. As well, there is a policies can be given access at a section level. An auditee is going to write the observation in a policy, in an audit report at a section 5.1, for example. He has a right access to that portion of the document. He creates or embeds the evidences. That data is available in the reports. That is the feature of the GRC as a report. The dashboards, the big data contents available for view, then the linking of the risk and reports, risk and controls. So the risk can be linked with a control, risk is linked with the policies, regulatory bodies. If you look at 10 to 12 entities or the elements, all they are interconnected, netted. With the nettings, how the organization or how you have set up the data, based on that we can view the report. That's one of the best selling propositions for the reporting on the front of the GRC2. So yeah, I talked about the compliance management. Now let's drive into the solution. There is a requirement for an app, an audit app, risk management. When I say risk management in general, it comes for the enterprise risk management. There is an operational risk management, third party risk management, IT risk management, all those are there. Similarly, the governance, corporate governance, IT governance, similar to that. The compliance tool works closely with the controls. The compliance tool works with the set of industry regulations to be adhered to. Then comes the standard framework. When a COBIT is a framework, ISO is a framework, NIST is a framework, a set of controls it shows. An example is an ISO gives 100 plus controls. COBIT has 230 plus controls. We will drive that in the subsequent drives slides. These controls needs to be linked with the risk. It needs to be set with a shared data. Shared master data is required, how the risk can be categorized, subcategorized, the risk classification and all those things. Based on that, the tool, there is an invention of the tool. The tool is going to work for the multi-compliance requirement. The tool will show a lot of dashboards and it can handle big data reports, unstructured content data being displayed. As the tool is workflow enabled, it can show the status of the workflow and show reports also with the classification, search criteria and all those things. So when I said about a compliance framework, the framework is nothing but a set of guidelines to aggregate, as I mentioned already, with the harmonization, and it has to be integrated. When I say integrated, it is closely netted. The relationships are set. So let's say I have a risk which is linked with multiple controls. Each control may be linked with multiple policies. Within a policy, it can refer to a section of the policy, or if it is a regulation, it can refer to the article, particular section. All those things can be set in the system. and it can be showed in the reports too. So similarly, a single software platform, if for example Fixnix, or take an example of SAP, even though their focus is into the core enterprise applications, the IBM, SAP, Oracle, they have invested their time and built the GRC tool. They are well integrated with all of the interfaces. Within the cybersecurity, the GRC is well integrated with the incident management tool, be it from Remedy, ServiceNow, or any of the vendors. So this is a feature of the software, and this framework should facilitate for the integration too. So if I want to touch upon few of the compliances, like for example, if I want to give an understanding or this current scenario, this COVID, Corona, which is happening, is also a kind. The similar is the cyber viruses, worms, and all, which doesn't affect our social life. But here, in this case, COVID, it's highly affecting our life itself. So in this scenario also, the government is working, hospitals are regulated, the patients are handled with care. The similar way is the data, which the cyber security guy and infosec guys have to work, or the person consultant working for PCI, FDA, or HIPAA, or for the GDPR, we have to comply. So if you look at in the Google, GDPR stands for General Data Protection Regulation. That is for the European Union, and the privacy of the data. So there is an article which goes with more than 75 sections. Across each of the sections, we have to understand, as the previous one of the questions was asked, we have to understand that it is similar to a law. When two parties argue, they go with some reference evidence and all. Based on that, the judge decides what is correct. Similarly, in our case, we work with the regulations, articles, legislature provided documents or the requirements or the citations, we call the technical word. Based on those citations, the requirements, we have to map and work with those according to that. Make sure that we are protecting the data, protecting the assets and all this. So when the slides are shared, you can go through hyperlink on HIPAA, FDA, to just see the details of it. Like an example is the soft started in
A quick time check. So maybe we will allow people, in case you have any slides, if you can, if you want to just skim through and just talk in a high level, we will ask people to share some questions so that we will try to wrap up by 1:05. So maybe so that
almost 60-70% I'm covered with. Just I have to run two concepts. One is on already the standard and framework is covered in the previous presentation. Super. Within this, it's an extension kind of a thing. I have a slider on the ISO, COBIT, COSO, and then ITIL. The intent here is to show across these standards how COBIT itself supports. Whatever I have the slides is part of the COBIT as a shared link, sharing the mapping of the controls, which I will show. Let's make it in another 5 minutes quickly. Basically, ISO is already covered. It has 100+ controls across the 14 sections of the ISO 27001 standard. So the same thing is the one which NIST also, to an extent, applies to, which is composed of the control baselines, such as these are all the familiar words in the network security, application security area, or broadly in the InfoSec, which we have to comply with. And this is the framework which is available across these areas to build our software or adhere to. Similarly, the COBIT, probably in the audit also, the COBIT is going to be covered. So I will go through fast in this. Earlier, the COBIT had 4 management domains: plan, build, deliver, monitor, the 4. Now it has come with an additional governance domain for the evaluate, direct, and monitor. COBIT is basically a 34 processes with 230 plus control objectives. A very comprehensive framework, very good for, and this is like a Bible for our info. So in this, if you look at this EDM 3, that means in the top row, the middle one, then one of the APO, manage risk 12, are the two closely associated processes for the risk. If you look at the extreme right bottom, evaluate and assess compliance with external requirements is the one process which has a lot of controls, is the comprehensive process framework to work on the compliance initiative. So a typical example, as I said, is, let's say, an identity function in an asset management category, physical devices and systems. If I need to have reference and build a policy, procedures, guided documents, etc., the COBIT this reference, ISO this particular reference, and the NIST this reference will help. And based on this, these are all the information available. Based on this, we have to understand with the requirements, citations, we have to map it, then we have to come up with the policies and procedures. Coming to the COSO is basically an internal control. Our particular typical our internal audit happens for the internal control is based on this COSO framework. So this is also is having 5 areas. All these 5 areas: the risk assessment, control activities, information and communication. All these are applicable to risk and compliance. Similarly, the ITIL stands for IT, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, is the help desk concept what we should have for a cost effectiveness. Centralized or decentralized or multilingual is the brainchild of this ITIL. It has the service support and service delivery functions, availability, financial, service level. Similarly, this incident, problem, change management, configuration management, those are all the support functions. So similarly, let's assume an example of a SOX compliance. The ITIL is a comprehensive framework, which are the ITIL, primary and secondary process, which we can map. These are all the data which COBIT gives basically. So similar to that, we have to analyze and work closely with the compliance. So coming quickly is on the COBIT implementation lifecycle. COBIT has tons of material, out of which enablers are there. There is a COBIT 5 for InfoSec, which is the one which is relevant for us. The audit part is a COBIT 5 for assurance. I feel everybody, whoever has an access to ISACA membership, they get it at free. They can refer, and this is one of the implementation lifecycle slide where I have given some of the information about it also. If I want to touch about for 2 minutes, it's basically a program. Compliance is also a program. You have to analyze what similarly we work in an SDLC cycle, life cycle development, plan, do, check, and act. Or similarly, as COBIT says, plan, build, deliver, monitor, all those things is the one which is highlighted in this. Coming to the last slide of my agenda of it, as already the career details are provided by the previous presenter as well in the first also. Throughout in the presentation we have coming up also. What I have done here is a career matrix. So the core InfoSec guys can work in the professional track. They can be analysts, they can be solution engineers, solution architects, auditors, audit managers, audit internal auditor, or lead auditors. I'm going through all these levels. So this is the slide which gives on the right hand side the available framework, controls, etc., which can be linked. The project track, people can work with 2 years experience or PMP or project management, people management experience in the project delivery track. Similarly, the people can start with a sales as an insider sales to the technical part of the pre-sales, business development. Then there is a concept of customer success manager. Whenever there is a SaaS product and it's an annual subscription and product is not fully implemented anywhere. That's the case in most of the customers. Then to cross-sell and to make sure better customer adoption and to reduce the churn. This customer success manager is a domain which is professional track with the domain experience, business domain experience. You have to work closely with the customer. The training is one of their bread and butter also. They have to work on UAT, they have to work on use cases, all those things. So ultimately, to summarize the professional track, for the banking, insurance, healthcare, etc., we can work in the core business domain. Both tracks allows, as one of the participants was asking for a question, lot of projects, initiatives, R&D, even PhD can be done in these areas. The 20% of the people work in the project track also, and to initiate or get into any company, people can join in the business development, pre-sales, which is also a very good area to focus on professionally in our domain itself. As you people do specialize in Infotech or MTech in Infotech, or if your PhD is in Infotech, then naturally your role in the marketing is not going to be a like simple BDM. It's going to be a customer success manager or a customer success lead, where you have to make sure customer adoption is there, you reduce the churn, you increase the revenue. Let's say that as the companies are growing 50%, 80%, we find the software is not sold with additional user licenses. That's because the product owners are not proactively reaching the customer, or there is a disconnect. It's a reactive approach. We can go with a proactive approach in this role too. Any questions you have, I'm open to it. Thanks. I'm cutting short by 10 minutes because we're already late and I have already taken 5 minutes extra.
Thanks a lot, Padmanabh. I think it was a very useful session. I think you have touched upon almost all the frameworks from ISO to even kind of COBIT. I think it was a very exhaustive walkthrough from the compliance perspective. I think even I saw Shiva touching upon few, but from the governance perspective, I think certainly people will be able to make out what is governance as what is compliance. I think both are related to each other. It's certainly it's tied based on the standards and regulations. I will see if there are any questions. If not, we will try to resume back post our lunch. I don't see any questions in the Zoom chat. Even on YouTube, I don't see any questions for time now. So I think that everybody have understood this. I think there is somebody have asked a question. Which are the most common compliance issues faced by a compliance manager?
Yeah, the common compliance issues are continual improvement. Let me take an example of an access violation. Based on an audit, if 20% violations are there in a particular quarter, the auditor makes it to reduce it to 15%. But a company doesn't focus too much and they continue with 24%, or the violations may increase. So that is the incident management, which is basically hitting the incidents or the breaches. That is the common. Second part is the reports needs to be comprehensive for the regulatory bodies to submit. If the reports are not comprehensive, there may be, like in the ISO also, there is observation and NCs comes from an audit. Similarly, the areas which is applicable, the applicability, if you say it is not applicable, one fine day it may become applicable. Some entities may not be applicable. It's similar to our, if I want to say an example of a GST. Generally, for business less than 20 lakhs, GST is not applicable. If over a period, if the transactions are more than a crore, there are a lot of people who are not complying with the GST, or they may say a lot of things not applicable. Even take an example of a big mall or a big pharmaceutical shops or startups which have matured and grow. Similar to that, the continual improvement, then applicability. Every applicability here and then we have to check, and all those applicable should be looked at. If I want to say a simple example, driving rules. If driving rules have come additional with some of the things, like mask is a mandatory now. If we don't know it, as it's everyone is aware of, we are wearing it. But in the future also, if unless it is revoked by the RTO, everyone has to follow with the mask, even though the corona would have eradicated. So similarly, what is applicable, the regulatory changes happen often. Based on the changes, we have to adapt to the changes. That is another one.
Super awesome. I think that sums up the all the questions, Padmanabha. So maybe Professor Ganesan, I'll hand it over to you so that you can do the logistics announcements and then take it from there. Thanks a lot, Padmanabha, for taking all your past 30 years of experience to walk through. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Shan. And at the outset, I would like to thank all the 4 speakers who have given wonderful sessions and also, by and large, answered all the questions of the participants. And we are going to resume at 2 o'clock and be on time because we have 4 more speakers, and some of these speakers would also like to give a demo. So there are a little more exciting sessions in the afternoon. So Nadesh, do you have anything else to convey?
No, sir, you may continue.
Okay. So thank you all. We will resume at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
These are the 4 topics: InfoSec risk, incident analysis, audits, and there is going to be a demo on BAPT. So please feel free to join. Don't miss out. There are some demos, as Professor said. See you guys post noon. Bye. Yes, sir.
Hi, Shan. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, Ashish.
Okay.
I'll check with Professor whether we are made as host. Yeah, we are made as host.
Yeah, yes, close now.
Professor, the live streaming is also started, Professor?
Yeah, it's going on. We have not stopped anything. We just passed. Now it is again received.
Okay, super. Shashi, you want me to show the risk planning thing? I need a five minutes or so, something that I can show that is the planning stage, how multiple frame, scoring models work, Shashi.
Okay. Sure, Sean. I mean,
And whenever you want me to interject on scoring, I can just interject.
No, you want to do it in the beginning or at the end?
No. Whenever you feel it's like middle or end, whatever place.
Yeah, why don't we do it at the end?
Perfect.
Yeah. Then I can hand over back to you,
Sure.
you know, the sharing. Is it visible, Sean, the screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Full screen is visible?
Full screen. Actually, I'm seeing the YouTube screen. It's
Okay.
not a U screen. I think Shan sir has shared his YouTube screen.
Sean?
Shashi, we are seeing your presenter notes also.
Okay, hold on. I'll have to. Now?
Yeah, now it's full
now
screen,
perfect.
Now
yeah.
it's okay.
Shashi, maybe I'll introduce you. I'll share my screen and then introduce you. Then you can share.
Okay.
Nadesh, Professor Nadesh, do you want to wait for Ganeshan sir to join?
No, Ganeshan sir has already joined here.
Okay.
1 second. I will mute just he just come. I will mute him. So now Ganeshan sir is here. Ganeshan sir, we'll start.
Yeah, I think, you know, we will go on time, Shan, because
Super.
already some 100 people are waiting.
Super awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I think today's afternoon session is going to be handled by Mr. Shashidhar Chengar. So I'll just talk about who is Shashi. Shashidhar have spent more than 25 years in information security and compliance. He is running his own firm, Secure IT. And in the past, he has spent more than 2 decades in information security and leadership roles, compliance leadership roles in IBM. And he started his career in HLL. He spent more than 2 decades in IBM itself, setting up larger divisions and things. So he focuses primarily on security awareness and assessments. He's engaged with a lot of top corporates, helping them on the cyber security areas. And also he has helped many of the academia on setting up their cyber security curriculum. Without much ado, I'll hand it over to Shashi. He's going to talk about information security risk management today. And over to you, Shashi. Have a great session.
Yeah, thank you. So is it visible now, Sean, the full screen?
Yeah, perfect, sir. It is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm audible clearly?
Yes, yes, sir. Shashi.
Okay, so secure evening, or rather secure afternoon, I should say. I have been given the unenviable task of keeping people awake after Sunday lunch. So I'll try and do my best, and hope you will stay awake and probably be a bit more informed before we started this session. Okay, so I'll start with a bit about myself, and this is some of the things that I do. I want to focus a bit on training, because that's something that I really believe in. I've trained and mentored more than 5,000 plus professionals in information security, and I've created BTech and MTech programs. For a previous organization where it's running in 18 universities, and I've created a BTech program for IBM, which is running in 35 universities. I'm currently creating certificate and BTech programs in information security and an MBA in digipreneurship for 3 universities in India. And there is something else happening abroad as well. So apart from all these other things that I do, I want to kind of highlight a bit about null, null.co.in. It is India's largest open security community. And at VIT, we don't have a chapter we have a chapter in Chennai, but definitely not in Vellore. And you may want to create start a chapter in Vellore. You can go to null.co.in, and if there are like-minded people, you can start a session, inaugural session, and it is an open, not-for-profit knowledge sharing community when it comes to security. I'm the board member and co-founder of this community. We started, one afternoon when I was at IBM, a chat with me in Bangalore and 2 colleagues in Pune, and we started this community. And today it's grown. We are there in almost all major cities, and it's expanded abroad. We have chapters in Dubai, Malaysia, Singapore, and Amsterdam, and Sydney, and a whole lot of other places, including in the US. So that's something you may want to look at in case that's of interest to the students and the faculty at VIT and other colleges and universities as well. Okay, so having said that, let's get started. This is the broad agenda that we'll be covering today when it comes to risk. And of course, I'll be spending I would say around 50% of the time broadly on careers in InfoSec, because I think this is something which will be of a real interest to students, and it will really show them a way forward, what after a BTech or what after a degree or a graduation program. So that's something that can help them. So let's start with some fun trivia. I have a quirky, shall I say, way of starting a topic. I normally start with something to do with a movie or this one, just to grab the attention of the participants, and this is no different. So I hope you recognize this gentleman on the screen. And yes, he's a famous comedian from Tamil cinema, and most of you would know his name is Vadivel. But what is his connection with risk? Well, there is one iconic dialogue which he has played, and which I wanted to actually. Okay, it looks like there is some issue with this. Hold on.
You can play it. You just click the link and play, Shashi.
Yeah. So Sean, can I play it within
yeah. With the browser itself, you can play.
Okay, hold on. I don't think I really shared my browser.
You can share your entire screen if you want. Maybe I think anyone of the audience who can guess what is that famous dialogue.
Yeah, exactly. So just give
Anyone
me a
if you can
second.
guess the dialogue and can share it in the chat, we will try to give you some. I don't know. We don't have goodies to distribute now, but still we will kind of recognize your name. You shared your screen, full screen, Shashi. You are able to do that.
So are you able to see the screen now?
No, Shashi, we are not.
Got it?
No, not yet, Shashi.
No. Okay.
They're saying this
Anyway, I think this is not working. Anyway, let's not worry. I think the message is pretty simple. What this gentleman was saying is risk எடுக்கிறது எனக்கு ரஸ்க் சாப்பிடுற மாதிரி. Loosely translated into English, it means taking risk for him is like eating a cookie or something like that. Okay. Now we'll just continue, and I just want to know in the chat box if any of you could identify which movie it was from. Okay. Hello.
Yes, Shashi. I think
which movie is it from? Can you just drop it in the chat box? Let's see.
Yeah, Marudamalai, somebody guessed it, or I think two people have guessed it. Saravanan, Ambarasu, Rishi Kannan.
Okay, great. I think there are a lot of people here who are knowledgeable about movies as well. Marudamalai, yes, absolutely right. Awesome. You guys are awake. I know I've achieved what I wanted to do. So let's get started with the rest of the presentation. Okay. Now, when it comes to risk, risk refers to the likelihood, the magnitude of loss, that exists from a combination of assets, threats, and control conditions. Now, what is threat? Threat is basically an action that can result in loss or a harm or anything like that. And vulnerability is basically a weakness. These are some of the things that our colleagues who spoke earlier in the day have kind of covered, but I just thought I'll set some context before I actually start talking about risk and the other aspects of risk. Okay, so we'll focus a lot more on risk than on other things like threat and vulnerability. Now, what is risk management? Risk management basically is a set of processes, okay, and it uses policy alternatives, it uses risk assessment, and it's focused on prevention and control. Okay, so when you do risk management, there are various ways to treat risk. Okay, let's say you leave your home for the college or for the university. Now, what do? You lock your house, right? So that is a risk mitigation strategy. Would you leave your house open without a lock and come out? No, never. And also assume you're crossing a road. Now, would you cross a road just like that without looking to the left and to the right to see there is no traffic, and only then you would cross the road, isn't it? All these are risk mitigation strategies or risk mitigation actions that we take daily in our lives without actually being aware that we are doing this. So it's just that we are adding a label or a nomenclature to whatever we are doing as a daily activity. So it's a lot simpler than you think. So we'll go through that. Now, let's look at risk management as a process. So as I said, it is a process and it consists of various steps. You establish a scope, boundaries, what are the activities that you will undertake to address the risk, what is the scope? What is it that you will address and treat as risk, and what is it that you will not treat as risk? Okay, and you will consider internal factors, external factors when you establish the scope and boundaries. And when it comes to risk assessment, there are 3 steps. They are basically risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. And moving on to risk treatment. So there are various ways you can address risk or treat risk. You can avoid risk, that is stop the activity altogether. Let's say, let's take the case of this, a polluting factory, which is, polluting the environment. So how do you address the risk as a management? You can either stop the factory from working, or you just stop the activities or the production at that factory, or move it to some other location where you can probably have better control over your pollution or whatever norms. Okay, or you can mitigate the risk. So you can either reduce the risk by taking, in the case of IT, you can put in some technical controls. You can ensure that you can put managerial process-based controls, and you can even transfer the risk to third party. It could be like, for instance, that's why cyber insurance and the like has become something very popular in India now over the last 2 to 3 years. And today, when we have multiple companies or insurance companies offering cyber insurance, whereas when it started, it was only one company which was doing this. So there is one way of addressing there's no one way of addressing the risk. You could even transfer the risk through insurance and other like, there is reinsurance. Say an insurer, if he's insured, he doesn't want to keep all the risk. He can do reinsurance and reinsure part of the risk with another company, so that the risk is spread out and it's not just with one insurer. So these are various ways that organizations can treat risk. And finally, you can accept the residual risk. Let's say you have a risk which of value 100, you're able to mitigate risk up to 90, and the other balance 10% of the risk you're not able to mitigate because the cost of treating or addressing the risk is more than the value of the risk itself. So then the management may choose not to address that risk. That can be an accepted risk or a residual risk which is not mitigated, because the chances of it occurring is very low. So you may decide to accept it as a residual risk, sign off with the management, and go ahead and conduct your business activities. Then again, there is the risk communication and monitoring. Risk communication is very important. Once the risk team evaluates the risk and draws up a plan, mitigates it, and then they need to communicate this very clearly to the management so that the management is aware and accepts the risk. End of the day, the risk team is only doing the work on behalf of the management. The management is ultimately responsible for addressing the risk and monitoring and having the internal controls. They may delegate it to the mid-management or the lower management to do this work, but ultimately the responsibility for monitoring and managing the risk lies with the top management. Risk identification. Now, risk identification starts with creating comprehensive list of sources, okay? Threats, we discussed what's a threat, vulnerability, and risk. So risk can be characterized by, say, its origin, people. For instance, today in the current scenario, in the new normal, somebody coming from Wuhan in China is, in terms of a people, risk is very high. You wouldn't want to allow anybody into your country for a visitor coming from Wuhan, or even for that matter from an affected country, because you don't know what kind of risk they are adding to the current environment. That could be in terms of people. Similarly, hostile employees. Now, if you have, for instance, an employee who has been overlooked for a promotion or did not get a raise or was laid off, okay, laid off due to economic scenario now. Now, those are people who are high risk. They are what we call insider threats when it comes to security. Now, you need to closely monitor those kind of employees and monitor their actions as long as they're in that organization, because they could be disgruntled employees and can damage or delete or cause havoc in your information systems. So this is one example of people. Similarly, competitors. Competitors are always trying to find out trade secrets, strategy about your company. And this is something that we need to be very, very wary of. Okay, there are various ways that the competitors can be looking at your secrets, and this one either through sending people into your company trying to do like dumpster diving, as Hemant said in the morning. And there are various ways, or it could be even outright hacking. There are today hackers for hire who will do the job. And even government, for instance, regulation can be an issue. Okay, in say my business like cryptocurrency, for instance, it's highly regulated, or banking, it's highly regulated, telecom, highly regulated. So the government policy and regulation is going to dictate what you can and what you cannot do. So these are areas we need to be very careful, and we should have a clear idea about what we are getting into before we address risk. So threats, certain activities happening, not happening. According to that, we need to take care. It could be confidential data, consequences, results, or impact. And could be, for instance, service unavailability. Now, if you are giving a particular product or a SaaS solution to a customer, now you may commit 98 point whatever, right? 98.9 or 99.9% service uptime. If you don't, then there could be certain consequences or penalties that you have to be prepared to accept if there is a issue. Okay, and again, specific reasons. There could be system design error, human intervention, technical errors that could happen. And then what are the protective mechanisms and controls, mitigating factors that you can use to actually control and address some of these risks? It could be access control. You could have, say, a single factor authentication, ID, password. Then you could have multiple, that is, along with the password, you may be asked to provide an OTP, or today you have biometric, which is also very popular. For instance, there is this company I consult with, which is into mobile behavioral security. So you don't need a password. All you need is download an app onto your mobile, and it will track you uniquely and identify you to any application. So depending on how you hold the phone, what is the pressure, which finger you use to type your keys, etc. All these are factors that are used to authenticate you uniquely. And it's much, much stronger than a password, and there is no way you can break through. And the percentage of success is more than 90, 98, sometimes in some cases even 100%. So that's about protective mechanisms and controls. Time and place of occurrence. For instance, if there's a flood during, say, an extreme environmental condition, like it happened in Mumbai, for instance, there was a flood a few years ago in Mumbai, and some of the data centers were actually inundated. Okay, and the IT vendors had a hard time recovering the data that was lost, and they could somehow manage to do in some cases they could not. And this happened with some banks. Okay, so these are some of the risk identification and mitigation factors that you can look at. I hope you're able to understand and get a sense of what I am saying. If so, just type awesome so that I know that you're following whatever I'm talking here. and I'd like to just understand everything's going fine. Okay. Okay. So next we'll go on. Risk analysis and assessment. Now, when it comes to risk analysis, it is basically the identification and estimation of risk. So, and risk assessment is the process. It's again a process analyzing the threat landscape, vulnerabilities, and ensuring that the organization which has exposure and risk of compromise, all those items are listed down, and you start identifying and addressing those in a clear manner. It could be, for instance, once you identify the risk, you assess the risk based on high, medium, and low, based on impact analysis and various other techniques which are there, but which is clearly, out of scope of what we are trying to discuss here today, because then it will become a complete full day session on just risk assessment and related areas. So we'll move on to risk treatment and risk management feedback loops. Okay, so risk treatment provides, as I said, 4 choices. We went through some of those already. You can terminate the activity which is leading to the risk, and you can transfer the risk to another party. Okay, so that is through insurance. Today you have cyber insurance and the like, or you can outsource. For instance, if you have a very risky kind of process, you can outsource it to an IT vendor, so that the IT vendor is actually performing that activity and you're transferring the risk. Outsourcing is also one way of addressing the risk. Okay. Mitigating risk with appropriate control measures could be technical, could be managerial, process related controls. All these are ways you can look at it. For instance, you have a super user who's administering a particular server or an application. Now, who looks at the super user's activities? Obviously, you need someone above the super user to ensure that he doesn't have unbridled access and no control. So you will need somebody else to probably look at the super user logs, admin logs, say on a weekly basis or on a fortnightly basis, to see whatever activities he has done are not out of place or out of ordinary. Okay, so and then finally accepting the risk. So again, risk management feedback loops, they permit the evaluation of risk management performance. So the test, again, 3 steps. It could be establishing business and risk objectives, carrying out the enterprise risk management program, and reviewing the program results. End of the day, any risk management has to address the effectiveness of whatever actions you take to mitigate or reduce the risk. That is the primary concern of any enterprise risk management program. And under it, you have the IT risk management program, operational risk, and various other aspects of risk or types of risk, which we need to consider. So again, risk monitoring. Risk monitoring can be done by setting up key risk indicators. Key risk indicators could mean certain levels of risk that you are willing to tolerate. For instance, on a server, if you say 60% or 70% of availability, then you should be monitoring it. It should be one threshold factor for you to start monitoring it closely, or it could be even disk space on this one, or availability of cores or whatever, right? These are technical parameters, but they still need to be monitored. And these are thresholds you need to define, the minimum threshold, the maximum threshold, when you may need to kind of initiate a cutover or a failover onto some other system. These are some of the key risk indicators you can probably put in place to understand this. Then the RAG report. RAG report is very common in industry. in organizations. Basically, it stands for red, amber, green, and when you are presenting to management or the board of directors, they are not necessarily people who understand technology, though there are exceptions. But by and large, they don't understand technology. So you need to break it down in terms of what are the business impacts that they will have. And you will then look at coloring them as red, amber, and green. Something which has a serious impact, you may decide to color it as red. Something which is, more like a heads up and a warning, you may want to color it as amber or yellow. And something which is not of an issue and which is addressed can be green. So the management only focuses on red and amber. So that way it's like a traffic signal kind of scenario, where based on what is the immediate concern or the activity that we need to look at is what is addressed. Okay. So, configuration management. Now, the NIST, National Institute of Standards for Technology, this is an American institution. It has provided a guide under SP 800-128, which is a guide for security-focused configuration management of information systems. And it is primarily designed for federal organizations, government organizations in the US. But being a robust framework or a guidance, it makes it, there is no harm for other organizations to also adopt this, because it provides a heightened level of addressing configuration management, especially with a security point of view. Okay. Now, configuration management, as per the NIST SP 800-128, is actually a collection of activities. Okay. It aims to establish, maintain integrity of products, systems, services, and in monitoring them over the lifetime of the asset. Okay. Then security focused configuration management, or SECCM, is the management and control of secure configurations for a system. Okay. So it clearly defines what is configuration management. It defines what is security focused configuration management. And we'll look a bit deeper into this about what is security focused configuration management in the next slides. So when it comes to, there are various components. First and the foremost is the policy. At the very beginning, you need to define a policy for any control or activity that you intend to perform. And it's no different for security configuration, security focused configuration management. So you need to have a policy. And basically in the policy, this is laid down by the top management. It could be the CCO, the board of directors, depending on who is responsible for policy administering or creating the policy. Of course, they will get guidance from the senior management in terms of inputs and all that. But basically, the policy is blessed and authorized by the top management. Okay, so that's very clear. And then it's rolled down to the rest of the organization. So it has to determine what is the scope and extent to which the policy is applicable. Okay, so let us say we will look at all information assets as part of the security configuration policy, which means that all information assets could be in digital form, could be in written form, analog form, all these would be addressed. Or if the organization feels that we will only look at digital assets, then that would be part of the policy. That would depend very clearly on the scope that the management feels needs to be addressed. Okay. Roles. And This policy will lay down the roles, the organization, the list of people, their functions that they will perform. All these will be explained in the security focused configuration management policy. And responsibilities. What will be the responsibility of each role? You will have an org chart, you will have different roles within that. What is the responsibility of each role? It will be laid down, and very clearly there will be a responsibility matrix, and there could be a separation of duties matrix, so that the person who's performing an activity is not the same person who's approving or authorizing an activity. All these are things that need to be built in, so that there is a good tight control and there is no chance of any deviation from the policy. Then what are the activities that the people will perform? These are mentioned very clearly in this policy. And then we can look at, say, for instance, common secure configurations, federal and organization-wide standardized functions or benchmarks for configuration. It could mean, for instance, let's say you are using Oracle. Now, what is the version of Oracle? Okay, it may state that this version of Oracle, which is not supported, which is out of support, will not be used. You should have a minimum configuration of at least Oracle version so-and-so and above. Or in case of Microsoft, for instance, you may need to have, let's say, a minimum of Microsoft 10. Microsoft 7 is out of support, obsolete, and so can't be used. So these are some of the specifications that you may want to specify when it comes to this particular configuration. And machines which may have, let's say, out of support hardware, software, or even firmware for that matter, will not be used. This could be a minimum baseline that you will set up for the organization, and that will be mentioned in the policy. Records. And what are the type of records that will be maintained, that will be kept, and who is responsible for maintaining those records, keeping those records? All these are mentioned in the policy. Okay. Now the tools. We look at the tools which are available. What is it? What are the qualities that a tool must have for performing the configuration management? It should have the ability to pull data from various sources. For instance, it could be from different types of components which are there. That is, the different types of machines that are there, different operating systems, different platforms. For instance, you may be using different cloud platforms, Azure, you may be using AWS or IBM or Google private cloud or whatever. You should be able to pull out all this data and present it in a concise form, in a dashboard or some form, so that you can make good sense of that data. So using standardized specifications, XML, SCAP, there are various types. Then you should integrate it with, say, a help desk tool, for instance. Your help desk tool must be able to immediately look at all these configurations. What are the types of inventory that you have? Okay, all these should be available to the tool being linked with these, interlinked tools. Today you have APIs which can actually make it very easy to talk to different disparate tools and technologies. And this is something that, we need to make use of. And incident response solutions, for instance, inventory management, asset register, for instance, what are all the assets that you have and what are all the assets that you have to manage as part of your security configuration management. All these need to be provided. And again, vendor provided support could be in terms of patches, updates, upgrades, vulnerability signatures, in terms of, for instance, heuristic, antivirus, signature-based antivirus. You have various techniques where you can use this, technologies to prevent and ensure that all these are updated. This is something that needs to be taken care of when you're looking at these tools. Then compliance with applicable federal laws and various orders and directives, policies, and all that. So these are to be also addressed. Then it should have a standardized reporting capability based on XML or whatever, a standard format which will be used to create reports and use it for drilling down and the like. Then, of course, data consolidation into security, incident information and event management, SIEM tools, and dashboard and all these. It should facilitate so that there is one view of the entire, shall we say, security configuration for the organization. Now, implementing secure configurations, you have to, as I discussed, provide a baseline configuration with secure values. You may say that the default access will be denied, okay? And only you will open ports for certain required, ports only, okay? You may close the rest of the ports, or you may close the rest of the services, deny rest of the services. You may decide not to allow FTP or remote FTP or whatever, right? So all these are things that you can decide on and when you're creating the baseline configuration for the device and for the particular parameters that you want to set for that particular software or platform or device. Then you will have to prioritize. You will do a risk assessment based on high, medium, low, or critical, high, medium, low. You will classify the risk, and based on that, the ones which are critical high will get the topmost priority. Low is something you may not look to address it on a regular basis. Based on VA, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, you can then go ahead and decide these are the areas which are proving to be having high risk, high vulnerability. So you will focus all your efforts on addressing it. Okay, then testing the configurations. Obviously, you will need to separate the test and staging environments where you will be doing the testing with non-production data or live, without the live data. You will simulate some samples and you will test based on those and not with the live environment. Obviously, the developers will not have access to the production and live environment, and vice versa. Okay, the people who are managing the production, they may have some access to the test environment, but it will be only limited to what they need to do. So you will then resolve the issues, document the deviations, go and record this, get the approval for the baseline configuration from the functional managers, and then deploy the baseline configuration. So then we will move on to the career aspect. Okay, so this is something that I want to focus on, and we'll move. So as you know, only 3% of engineering graduates get high quality tech jobs with packages above 8 lakhs and above in India. So this is a survey that was done, and I have even given the link to that survey. But this is a paradox. You know, you have a global shortage of 4 million information security professionals, and India is estimated to have at least 2 million. So, I mean, I know that you will hear different numbers from different people, but this is a survey that I have taken this data from, and this is the cybersecurity survey done by isc2.org in 2019, and it very clearly says that the global shortage is 4.07 million. Okay, and this doesn't include India and China, because apparently when they did this survey, they could not get clear data on the shortages in India and China. So they were scared to put the number because it would grossly increase these global numbers. So they didn't want that, so they have kind of left it out. So it is safe to assume that there are various numbers being touted, and these are all on the lower side. So 4.07 million is a worldwide shortage. So I'll be focusing on ISACA's surveys that have been happening at the RSA conference from 2015 onwards. And I will talk through that. And you will get a sense of what is the current scenario. Okay. So if you're finding this interesting, let me know, and we can then move forward. So when it comes to these findings in the various years, it started in 2015. I will quickly move from 2015 to 2017 and then 2018, and from 2018 onwards we'll go into slightly more detail. Okay. So when we started, 82% said that they will face a cyber attack, and 35% were unable to fill open positions. This is the starting baseline number that people said that they are unable to fill open positions in cybersecurity and information security. So for practical purposes, information security, cybersecurity are different, but they're related. I will use it here interchangeably for the purposes of this presentation. 53% said it takes 3 to 6 months, and 16% feel that at least half of their candidates, only half of their candidates are qualified. Okay, 2016, again, they didn't have confidence. The people who were surveyed, at least 2,000, 2,500 worldwide leaders were surveyed at this RSA conference. And this is some of the statistics. Okay. Then 2017, 55% said it takes at least 3 months to fill a position in open position in cybersecurity. And 32% said it takes more than 6 months to fill a position. And the surprising part, only 1 in 5 organizations got more than 5 applicants. Okay, got less than 5 applicants. More than 1 in 5 organizations got less than 5 applicants. So which means something like 75%, 80% of the people were not able to get enough applicants to fill a role. Okay, they had very little choice when it came to selecting cybersecurity professionals in their organization. And only 13% got 20 or more, which means 87% of the organizations got less than 20 applicants for a position. I want you to look at this when a company advertises for a role of a programmer or any other job role. You'll have thousands of applications, but here 87% of the organizations are not able to get more than 20 people. Okay, they're getting only less than 20 people for applying for one post. So that's how it is. So quickly moving on to state of cybersecurity when it comes to 2018. So we have 50% of the respondents experienced an attack last year.
Quick time check, Shashi. We have 1 more minute. There are 2 questions also. So
yeah,
just
I'll quickly run through. Sure. I'll quickly run through. Okay. So 3 in 5 organizations, again, 59% had unfilled positions. There's a gender disparity. Okay, there's an upswing in investment. For their board is interested. They're worried about cybersecurity. And continuing, most of the attacks were for financial gain. So ransomware is decreasing. Active defense strategies are working, but it's not working in India because primarily we have a huge shortage of people. So again, the skills gap is not shrinking. 82% of cybersecurity professionals are changing job because they're getting more money. Okay, it's as simple as that. And coming to this, 32% of cybercrime happened because of cyber criminals. So you'll be surprised to know that cybercrime is the most lucrative activity that is happening. It has overtaken drugs since 2000, whether it is in the US or worldwide. So cybercrime provides them, immunity from arrest because they could be sitting in some other country, operating in some other country without being, attributed to or held accountable for the criminal activity. So they get away. So this is something that cyber criminals have understood very clearly. And from 2000 onwards, cybercrime has been increasing dramatically year on year. And it's at its zenith now. So only 34% are confident about their companies and organizations' ability to look at address threats. And now we have the latest one. So this is the state of cybersecurity in 2020. So, 62% say that their cybersecurity team is understaffed. 57% say they have unfilled cybersecurity positions, more or less same as what was the number 5 years back in 2015. So cybersecurity hiring challenges, they show no improvement. It takes more than 6 months for 32% of them to fill an open position. 70% say it's more than half of their candidates are well qualified. 72% believe their HR department does not understand the requirements. So what are the factors that the experts and the executives who were surveyed asked for? 95% want cybersecurity experience, hands-on training, and credentials. So retention is a major issue. So companies are throwing money at cybersecurity professionals and trying to recruit them. Okay. So common threat actors, again, criminals, cyber criminals. Social engineering is the most common type of attack, and fully staffed teams are more confident. So the degree of confidence increases when you have adequate staffing in cybersecurity. And there's a lot of underreporting of attacks. And finally, hiring time. Okay, those who take longer to fill positions report more attacks. And finally, so if you're interested to know more, join me for a free webinar. I conduct a webinar on Monday night where I share more details with a detailed career roadmap and cybersecurity. And this is the link that you see in red, aashshashi.com/SEFB. You can get registered, it's free. I provide a lot of inputs to you. And if you're interested in a career in cybersecurity, especially as a student, you're most welcome to join. With that, I have concluded my presentation and I can take a few questions if there are any.
Sure, Shashi. I see two questions, Shashi. One is somebody has asked what is the difference between cyber security risk identification and risk analysis?
Okay, so see, as I said, cyber security is information security includes all data. It could be, for instance, what is written data, that is written in analog form, digital form, all data within an organization. Cybersecurity is more focused on the narrower aspect of information systems or data, which is in a digital form. Okay, so given that when you're talking of risk assessment and these are all various aspects of addressing the issues that are coming up with risk. And I'm happy to kind of, explain this to you over a longer session because time I know is a bit short. I don't want to take the next speaker's time.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Shashi. I think that's a great, very informative session. I'll maybe you can share the link in the chat also, Zoom chat as well as YouTube.
Yeah.
So hopefully it will be useful and people will make use of your knowledge.
Yeah.
And I want to introduce next speaker, Murtaza Merchant. So Murtaza has spent again more than 2 decades with Emirates Airlines. He's one of the prolific security thought leader in the Middle East region. And he has spent time in Aldana Manufacture, the computer people before. So he spent all his time in Middle East region with Emirates Airlines as a head of risk cyber security. So he has done a lot of customized trainings. He has worked on multiple frameworks in the region like SAMA, NISA, ISR, RBI, GDPR. And he has also deep experience in incident management space. And he is also a very thorough professional in business continuity, IT services management, privacy, GRC. Without much ado, I will hand it over to Murtaza Merchant. and have a great session walking through us about security incident analysis, Murtaza.
Thanks, Ganeshan. Thanks, Shan. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this incident management incident analysis session. I'll just start with sharing my screen first. And here we go. Hold on a second. Let me just adjust this a little bit. Here we go. Okay.
Can you make it full screen? Can you make it full screen? Can you make it full screen, Murtaza?
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Yeah. This is perfect.
Perfect. Okay, great. All right. Again, just a quick one. My name is Murtaza Merchant. I will skip this slide. Shan has given much better introduction than what I've written here. So let's go on quickly to the agenda, what we're going to talk today. First of all, what is a security incident? The process around a security incident. What should an incident response plan look like? Then we talk a lot about, we hear a lot about now about red teams, blue teams, what is a SOC, what is SOAR. We'll talk a little bit on those. And finally, of course, the main crux of our presentations, which has been the entire agenda today, is what are the career opportunities the students at VIT can look forward to. And I'm going to be first. I mean, my colleagues earlier have spoken on a lot of other, a host of other careers. I will concentrate mainly on the security incident or the SOC related careers.
Murtaza, the position what you are speaking now is a little bit clearer, but the previous position where you are speaking is kind of your voice was breaking. So maybe you can come a little closer. I think this is better actually.
Okay, better. Is this better now?
Yeah, this is better. Please go ahead.
This is better. Okay, let's go ahead. So we'll just start off with this quick video. It's a short presentation on the overall theme that I want to talk to everybody today.
Emails are very convincing. I wouldn't fault anyone for in fact, a laptop was taken to the IT department. Started getting flooded with feedback from customers. Social media channels were posting all kinds of content that was irregular. Just no one knew why it was happening. It was at that time that your team discovered you were just cyber attack. Okay, this is not good. That all social media passwords were taken from the infected laptop and hackers.
Murtaza, the voice is breaking, Murtaza. Even the video is breaking.
In customer communications, we had IT monitor the hacker's progress on the server.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, we deploy sensors across the domain. We monitor traffic spikes. We analyze the server and firewall data to see what would happen. Now, soon after that, it was clear that the hackers were after your main grid control network. Now, we needed to stop them and do everything we could before they got there.
Everyone, get ready to shut them out.
Ready.
Blocking all command and control domains, disabling implants.
We're compromised.
Destroy everything.
Now we're able to freeze all compromised accounts and isolate the hacker's access to a single server.
No access to field operations, but
minimal and contained. Now we're going to help you set up new passwords for your teams. We're going to handle all communication about the attack with your shareholders and your customers.
Internet बंद करो तमल को Internet बंद करो तमल को.
The hackers will try again the next time you'll be ready.
Am I audible again now?
This is better, Mustafa.
Okay, all right. I had actually not put on the earplugs because of the sound from the video.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I was not sure how I'd route it to the Zoom presentation.
Okay.
Anyway, what I will do is what we can do is later on I will share the link to the video also, which is it's in an F-Secure video available on YouTube.
Sure thing.
All right. So continuing now. So first of all, while we're talking about security incident analysis or the process, let's first understand what a security incident should be. So there are a lot of different definitions. This is the one that I kind of use quite often. It's an event or action that compromises this integrity, confidentiality, availability of an information asset. As all of us are very well aware, security is basically maintaining the triad of integrity, confidentiality, availability. So anything that affects or compromises the CIA is basically supposed to be taken as a security incident. Now, some of the examples, now, usually people are very much aware of incidences like hacking, or let's say my website getting defaced. But technically, if you look at it, there are a lot of, as I think my colleagues have shown all the figures earlier, the statistics, there are a lot of incidences that happen internally into the company also. So things like account lockouts, who's trying to guess passwords, why are people's accounts getting locked out? It could be a person who's doing it. It could be some new application that you brought in, which is trying to lock people in and forcing the lockouts, things like that. In certain cases, yes, spam emails also should be taken as a security incident because it will lead to a security incident later on. If you are using spam, for example, from a third-party provider, then maybe you can use the incidents that you have recorded. You can go back to that to the service provider, look at your contract, and say why are we getting so many spams into our network. So all those things basically go in to define what a security incident is. Also, one thing to say is any incident that involves a security product like a firewall, a switch, a proxy, you have web application firewalls, you have a lot of other perimeter devices. I have a slide at the end which will basically give you a landscape of what are the type of security technologies that are used at different layers within an IT infrastructure. Going ahead, so what are the type of incidences that you would normally see? Generally, we see from an internal perspective, you will see employee wanting to steal data. You will see wrongful information change, which means somebody has got access to data and he basically goes and makes changes to that. Accidental deletion, intentional integrity change. Okay, these are the kind of things usually you would see disgruntled employees doing it, or somebody doing it just for the money sake of it. Right? Think about it. If someone was to change the cost price or the selling price of goods in your company, how would that affect the bottom line? Similarly, you have got external factors which cause security incidents, hackers, viruses, all types of, you got Trojans, you got worms, all of that. I've clubbed all of them into viruses. And obviously the most famous ones that are going nowadays are the ransomware. These days, information wars are being run just to change public opinion, which can also, and information incidences are happening for corporate espionage. So in all of this talk, what came out was basically, it was the information. People are after information. Gone are the days when people wanted to actually cause some other damage. So loss of information for your organization is going to cost you time to recover the information back. Reputational loss, yes, as so has been evident. We've been talking about the Twitter case lately and other companies which have lost or had security incidences have lost their data. And finally, it is going to cost the organization money to fix the problem, and huge and a lot of money that is going to go into this marketing campaigns to get the reputation back, to get your customers back, and endorse your products, buy your services. The other thing about security incidents is, what are the reasons? Bad configurations, default settings, ineffective monitoring. People want to use procedural shortcuts. Then you you take an exception for a one-time exception to do something, and then that becomes the rule. Obviously, you've got disgruntled staff. Social engineering is another problem. And definitely at the last end, of course, it's the humans that are running the show, who are in the company. Their negligence, basically, either to simply just follow procedures, or just to avoid doing something which is supposed to be done in a safe or a secure manner, is the one that causes security incidences. And all of this basically gets clubbed into the three wheels, which is process, people, and technology. Now, if these three wheels work together, then the organization works very well. So now let's try to understand how an incident process should be. So if you're going into a company where you don't have a process, or a security process needs to be defined, what should it be? So the first step, of course, is going to be, how are you going to detect an incident? So you could have just users calling into the service desk. You could have monitoring systems that can automatically send out alerts. These days we have artificial intelligence, machine learning tools, which will collect all this data, see past history, take feeds from worldwide organizations, security companies, and come back and can register fault calls, send alerts for possible security incidences or incidences that have already occurred in your organization. Worst case scenario, you will learn of an incident happening in your company from the external media. Somebody from outside is going to report and say you're having an incident. So now that the incident has been detected, what happens? First thing you're going to do is analyze this incident and try to understand what the attack is about. You will carry out a risk analysis and say, how vulnerable are we? What is our exposure to this particular incident? How are we going to get impacted by this incident? Right? You will also want to see what are the other areas being infected. So what are we trying to say here? It could be a Trojan, or not as a Trojan as in a virus, but the hackers might attack a less vulnerable or a less risky, low risk environment to get your SOC team and everybody attention diverted there while they might be doing a bigger attack or planning another one. So you need to be aware of any of these kind of threats that are happening. During this analysis step, you also need to find out if it's a very severe attack, any additional help that you require. Maybe, yes, you require help from your internal teams. Do you require help from local authorities? Would you want to go back to your service provider and take their help? Your vendors, for example. So that's all that happens in the analysis phase. Now, this has to be very fast. The analysis has to happen along with the containment, because you cannot wait for the analysis to end in, let's say, take 2 or 3 days time while the attack is actually happening. So the analysis and containment both basically happen together. So the initial containment is basically what is the immediate response going to be to the attack? What are you going to do? How are you going to prevent that attack from happening? How are you going to prevent it? How are you going to stop it from spreading onto your network? It could be an internal, it could be some virus that is inside the network. If it's a virus, what do? Do you shut down some parts of your network so that you protect the other part of your organization? Things like that. Those are the kind of decisions you need to take in that immediate response scenario. If it's a bigger attack, if it's a bigger infection, you might want to initiate your business continuity plans. So that while you fix the problem at one side, people and your business runs from another alternate location. During all this time, you will have to maintain your communications internally, so your staff are also appraised. And if you're a public listed company, the kind of communications you need to put out to the stock exchange, to the regulators, to the media, etc. You might want to keep contact with local authorities, law enforcement, cyber security companies. As I said, if you decided to go with your contractors and any other security help you need, so you need to keep a continuous contact with them. Once you have contained the incident, or while you think that the incident is being contained, the next step is to basically eradicate. Go back to the root cause, try to find out where the problem is. The other thing you want to also see is what you're seeing is an infection in maybe 5 systems or 10 systems. Are other systems vulnerable? Why are they vulnerable? If you identify problems, generally from my experience, other systems become vulnerable because they are not patched. Security hotfixes are not installed. So yes, you can go ahead and start installing security hotfixes. I'll give you a personal example from my earlier company. There was about 80 systems that were not patched because when we were doing an analysis, and they were not patched for the last 6 months. The minute we were into this incident and we made it into an urgent request to deploy hotfixes, all those 76 systems which were not being because we were not getting downtime from the business for the past 6 months, we were able to patch all of them within 2 days. So the thing is, and yes, there were no failures. All the systems came back, all the applications were running fine. So one of the things that was learning from our side in that incident was also is that you can fix problems. You cannot just keep on kicking down, as you say, kick the bucket down and not hit the issues. And that's when it happens that these kind of issues that are long pending within your organizations come to fore during an incident, and they could be a reason why the incident actually spreads even much faster. At some point of time, you'll have to do this forensic investigations while you're doing root cause analysis. And then what happens is, so now you go into a post-incident phase. which is basically either the incident is completely fine and you want to now see what are you going to do in the future. So your eradication, your review of the systems has popped up and said there were process deficiencies, there were technology gaps, people might need to be trained. So all of those things kind of go into a post-incident phase. The entire idea is that you are better prepared to handle such incidences in the future. In fact, the idea would be that such an incident should not happen in the future. Now, what I'd want to touch base here very quickly is the Twitter incident that we've been talking to, people have been referring to today, we've been reading in the newspapers. How does that fit? How did Twitter basically handle the entire thing? I mean, you look at it, it was a big scam, it was a big problem, but the way it has been handled, the fallout for Twitter has not been so high. I think it was about a 3 or a 4% initial drop in their share prices. But then again, now it is back. So what did they do? They detected the incident on July 15th, I think about 3 or 4 hours after it was perpetuated. They analyzed, they found there were 130 accounts that were compromised, 45 passwords were reset of those from those 130 accounts, and tweets were sent. All right. What they also found out was the basic, where were the hackers able to get in, was basically from a social engineering point of view. So some of their staff were sent some emails and their passwords were compromised, and then they were able to get hand of internal Twitter support tools, which basically allowed them to perpetuate their hack and obviously come into the system. I think one of our one of the videos that was shown did show that somebody clicked on a link and that helped us, his machine was compromised. So yes, those are realities that can happen in real life. So you need to be absolutely careful. Then obviously they went into a containment mode. What did they immediately do? They locked those accounts. They restricted the actions that those Twitter users could carry out. They informed them. They went back to media, had a proper publicity, kept the media and everybody properly informed of what is happening. Now, I'm not saying that they have been upfront 100%. There would be certain things that they would have not brought out to the media, but all in all, in general, they have been talking pretty well to the media. So, you know, I'm a Twitter user. A lot of you guys are Twitter users, but we've not just stopped using Twitter because of the hack. Obviously, now they're also at the same time they are doing an eradication step where they have done an in-depth review of what caused the problems, what can they do, will it happen again. What they've also done is, because now they are very sure that they have contained the attack, they have released those 45 or 130 accounts back to their customers to be using their Twitter service as they wanted. All right. At the same time, one of the things that I think Twitter has done is they have done a review of their systems, who has access to those tools, and they have further cut down on who can access those tools and on which conditions. Going ahead, they've been talking about retraining their staff on how to be careful on social engineering attacks or other security incidences. They're going to bring in these technical controls that I've talked to you about, and it's just been about 4 or 5 days. So there would be a lot more post-incident work that will happen at Twitter. I'm sure about that. So let's go ahead. Next slide. So all in all, if you look at the Twitter example and what I've been talking about from a security incident process, how does this entire thing work is because you have a plan. So as a good system, as a good security incident process, what you will have is plan for some of these major type of attacks. Like if you are having a DDoS attack, or if there is a loss of data and things like that. So some common attacks that can happen, some small incidences that can, you basically design and define an entire response plan. All right. In that, so the plan is basically going to identify the people you're going to bring into the response team. The idea being, as soon as such an attack happens, people can get hold of that plan and know what are the next steps to do, rather than waiting for a manager or somebody senior to come in and then take a decision. It's already on paper. All they need to do is just follow the plan. One of the things that in the plan you need to write is I have a communication strategy, a communication plan absolutely ready, which includes the text that of the messages that should be released, text that need to go to the internal staff, text that need to go to the actual incident handlers, to the management, text that messages that need to go to the media. We need to know in these days the messages that you send even to your internal staff sometimes can be leaked to the media, and that can be a little bit of embarrassment, because if there's an internal memo that says otherwise to what the official communication is a big issue. The plan should have a defined escalation matrix. What happens in 2 hours, what happens in 4 hours, When should the CEO be informed? If you're under a regulatory authority, then you have an obligation to inform them maybe 2 hours, 6 hours after an incident, things like that. So that needs to be put into the escalation matrix, along with, of course, who are the local point of contact with your local authorities, your police. These days, the local police departments also have forensic and cybersecurity teams who could help you out. Service providers, in case you need additional equipment to be brought in to contain the attacks. Including your vendors. Sometimes vendors can provide additional staff who can help with the configuration of the equipment that they have provided you. Then obviously you should have, once the plan is ready, the awareness and training here is that the people who are supposed to be associated with the plan, at least mainly within your company, should be trained, should be made aware of their responsibilities during that particular incident. And then periodically you have to test that plan. And the results from the plan obviously go into update the plan. The idea being that the plan is up to date, it's robust, and it's going to work. So the end result should be is, in case if you are hit by that incident, your teams are up and ready. They know what needs to be done, and the incident response is faster. It's better. Thereby, the cost to your organization would be from the incident would reduce. I don't have the slide right now, but I was reading somewhere. Worldwide, the average is $3.92 million to fix security incidents. That's a worldwide average. I think India stands at about $1.5 million in that sense. So that's a lot of money that companies need to spend if you have a major breach. So these days, what companies also are doing are defining red teams, blue teams. These are two terms that you read quite often. So what is a red team? So red team basically is focused on doing penetration testing. They imitate basically the real world type of scenario, the real type of attacks that can happen into your organization. So they have a fairly good understanding of what your network is, what your systems are, and then they will imitate a real attack. So if you are doing credit card transactions, they will try to do attacks which are for credit cards. If you are only into just a small portal with your users logging in, then they will try to do a brute force attack on the portal, or they will try to social engineer your staff to get their credentials. Basically, their idea is to test the defenses that have been set up by the blue team. We'll come to the blue team. Some companies have dedicated red teams within their organizations, but generally you want to keep the red team to be done as a third party. The advantage is you get an external viewpoint on what's happening, and plus generally red teams are usually used as a service. So you hire the team, let them do the job, and they can go away. They don't need to be on your payroll, which means less cost to the company. On the other side, the blue team is usually an internal cybersecurity team. They also have almost the same capabilities as the red team in terms of network assessments, security assessments, finding vulnerabilities. But their major task is to create defenses, create defense mechanisms, so that teams like red teams or an actual hacker cannot get through onto your network and protect your network. Finally, the goal is not to protect the network, but it is to basically defend your information from being leaked. Their other goal is to make your incident response stronger. So they will take in the data that comes in from a red team's analysis or an attack, and they will put that into making your incident, into the incident response to be made stronger. Now, so these are basically two teams. Quite often what a lot of major organizations have started to do is have both the teams together sit in one department, which is the security team. They now call it as a purple team. It's a combination of both the teams, but they have different reporting lines. Overall, I think it comes out to be a little bit cost effective to them because it's in the same department, it's the same team, and the testing from the red team can be done quite often. Similarly, the blue team can, come up with their defenses. So they could actually be working in an agile method also, and test and defend, and thereby make the defenses overall stronger. That's about that. That's what are in the red and blue team things. Now the next step, next item that comes in to having a secure incident response is the SOC, the SIEM and the SOAR. Now the SOC is basically the Security Operations Center. As I said, the first part obviously to having an incident response is your ability to detect. If you do not know that you're under an attack, there is no way you're going to defend. In fact, if you're not monitoring and you're not even aware that you're being attacked, it's very likely that the perpetrator, the hacker, is going to take away all the information from your systems and walk away, and you will not know anything about it. Obviously, you might get to know about it from a newspaper article the next day. So what is the SOC? The SOC is basically the focal point for all of these security activities, monitoring responses to incidences. The SOC's primary task is to identify, analyze, and react to cybersecurity threats. Now, again, a lot of businesses outsource this activity to a third party, to a managed service security provider, primarily because this is a very niche area. It requires a lot of expertise. And as one of my colleagues did say, is that the cost of maintaining the SOC personnel and the SOC equipment on your organization, within the organization, is quite high as compared to providing it at a service to a third party. It's basically you are outsourcing your risk from the SOC to a third party. The other advantage, obviously, the business can focus on running their core business, which might not just be IT or IT security or information security for that matter. Okay, so the two big components that come out into the SOC are the SIEM and the SOAR. So the SIEM is the security incident and event management tool. It's depend on how you want to use it. I have created a SIEM from just one server system, and you can have multiple servers, a huge system, and you can have huge systems also. So basically the idea of the SIEM is to collect data from devices. This is not your information. These are logs, audit logs of what is happening onto the system. Every time you log into a system, there is an event, there is a log that's maintained and saying that this person logged in. Maybe if your system is programmed properly, every activity that you carry out within the application or on that system is being generates a log. So all those logs basically go into the SIEM. The SIEM collects these from all these devices, aggregates them, identifies a pattern, if there is a pattern of incident happening, and categorizes the threats. It's then also capable of generating alerts. And quite often now, the latest versions of the SIEMs, they have started using artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms to identify threats, to generate alerts. Quite early in the earlier systems, if you've not moved on to AI and ML tools, what would happen is you would require a SOC analyst to define the threats, to actually say that if this, to define the threat and its response. If this is a threat, are you going to shut down the system, or are you going to alert somebody, or are you going to take the system offline for 5 minutes, things like that. So that would be done manually. Nowadays, all of these things can be done, can also be programmed automatically. Which also brings us to the next part of the SOC, which is the SOAR, security orchestration, automation, and response. Now, SOAR is basically, you could say it's an upscaled SIEM, in the sense that it also combines data, standardizations. It looks at workflows which are defined within it, uses analytics, etc., to come to a solution, to come to a result, to say this is what is happening and this is what needs to be done. What you can do with a SOAR is also manage much more complex incident responses. Now, the one that we looked a few slides ago looked very simple. Shut down the accounts, do this. Look at the hackers. But in reality, it would have been a very complex operation, not just to shut down those accounts, but also to find out all the places where the hackers have been, and how are you going to stop the attacks from happening. Remember, a company like Twitter or any company, your company's business needs to run. You just cannot shut shop because you had a security incident. So that's where an SOAR will come in. You will also need to see, basically what SOAR does is it automates a lot of those manual tasks which are done manually, basically in SIEM. Your logging of incidences, corrective actions, etc. A lot of those things can be automated through a SOAR. Now, we've talked about SIEM, we've talked about SOC. This is basically a quick pictorial on what happens. So on the left-hand side, you've got all these security tools and other event sources. Your databases, your mainframes, your Active Directory, your network devices, all of these will generate logs. All those logs and events are actually basically going into a collectors. This is the collector part. From the point of presence, etc., is where your SIEM and your SOAR start off. Okay, so they are collected together, they are analyzed on these servers, and corrective actions are put out by the SOC. So it could be anything, just responses going on to dashboards, where the CISO or maybe the CTO can see what is the state of security. It can go into update your documents. It can go into operational dashboards, alert generations, and if it's with this tagged with the SOAR, corrective actions can automatically be taken. Now, this slide basically is up here to show you the complexity of within an organization. Security is never a single layered approach. It is multiple layered. So the idea always is being the red semicircle here, which is basically your critical systems and your critical data. And on top of that, you have all these layered or rather layers of security that are put in to basically prevent a hacker, whether he's an internal one or an external one, from getting unauthorized access to your data. Now, all of these events, all of these devices which are up here in the top area in the layered security are going to have the capability of generating logs. Now, all those logs are basically going to come into your security operations, and that's where your SIM, your threat intelligence, your SOAR, and all those kind of things will play a picture in your SOC operations. Now, this slide is basically to show what happens is quite often businesses or senior management does not have an appreciation of the kind of work that goes into a SOC operation. So this is just basically to show that this is all the stuff that a security team is expected to do. If you have a full-blown team, this is all the stuff that will go into a security team, and this is going to keep on increasing as IT systems become complex, as new services, new ways of using computers, new ways of sharing information increases. This screen is going to become more and more complex. This is just an example of a full-blown SOC center. This is how it works. In case some of you are interested on what the lifestyle would be within here, it's quite complex. It's quite dynamic, and a very hands-on approach is required if you have to work in a SOC. So my last slide now is on the career prospects. So the biggest career that you can get is as a SOC analyst. Primarily, your job responsibility would be to be a first responder to any security incident. You need to be continuously monitoring and reporting suspicious activities. You have to analyze breaches, get down to the root cause, and advise and implement changes to fix the incidences. Some of the skills required then are, you need to have a good understanding of network security. If you can become an ethical hacker, that's really nice. There are some skills related to incident response. Now, this is not just being able to fix the problem, but it is how you keep your calm at a higher level. How do you handle yourself, manage yourself during an incident? That's one of the other skills that's required. Forensics would be another skill that would be required. Reverse engineering. If you see a hack, if you see that a vulnerable file on your network, and if you have the capabilities of reverse engineering, you could go back and find out exactly where this particular malware has originated, who the writer is, etc., and you can go back that way. Now, again, it is not necessary that a SOC analyst should have all these tools or all these skills. You could be very good at ethical hacking and computer forensics, or generally ethical hacking and reverse engineering go hand in hand. So that could be one side of the story. Computer forensics could be another skill set that you could be mastering only in that. You have an expertise in forensics. As you saw, when you saw in the incident process, forensics analysis comes in a little bit later on, right, during the incident process. So that could be a skill that you could use, that could be yours, and you could master in that. Forensics, again, is an upcoming field. You don't have a lot of forensic investigators. So that's something that as a career prospects you could look at while you graduate in the next 2 or 3 years. So how do you get there? Some of these certifications, these are pretty well-known certifications. The Certified SOC Analyst and the Ethical Hacking Hacker courses are very well-known courses, industry recognized ones, run by EC Council. Quite expensive, yes, and very much in depth. But if you're looking at just things to break the ice, there are some courses available on Udemy. Then GIAC certifications, again, quite technical, very well recognized by the industry. These are some of the very good courses. These are very specific to SOC and to becoming a SOC analyst. You could also be a SOC analyst with if you're a CISSP or a CISM. But again, having said that, there you will require a lot many years of experience to understand and figure out what happens during an incident. But these the other courses are specifically hands-on, and they should come in very handy if at all any of you guys want to take up a career in SOC analysis or to work in the SOC. Again, your career does not end as a SOC analyst. You can move up to become a manager in the SOC. You generally, and if you acquire more managerial skills, you could end up also becoming the CISO of the organization. So yes, there is a career path in there, but this is more of a technical career path. It's more hands-on, a lot more use of your neurons would come in if you have to become a SOC analyst.
So there are a bunch of questions.
Yes, please.
So you are done with the decks?
I am done with the decks, yes.
Super awesome. So I'll just go over the questions.
I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but
no,
yeah.
we have some time. Yeah, we can
okay,
go through
great.
the questions. Can security incident management be completely automated?
I think that is the whole idea of bringing in SIEM and SOAR, but at some point of time, you will require a human intervention.
Okay.
No, it's not just during configuration, but during an incident itself, you might want to, as I said, the SOAR, and you will define what happens. But as I said, if somebody is trying to attack one section of your company while actually they are perpetuating a hack somewhere else, so it could be that your SIEM and etc., your automated tools will start looking in a different direction. So that human intelligence also needs to come in to bring in and say that maybe I need to keep my eyes open on the other side also. So yes, that's where you might not want to automate completely, but you can automate quite a lot of these things now.
I think somebody has asked about how they can get into digital computer forensics.
Okay, so all right. So what I've not done here I've not listed the course here, but I think GISE has a digital forensics course. There are forensics courses also happening by some other organizations. I'll happy to put it up into this. So I'll add it into the slide deck before we share it to the people.
Sure. And why use SIEM when we have SOAR, security orchestration?
All right. So SOAR is more. It's more of a software driven. So a SIM is basically a hardware and software. Yes. SOAR is a next generation of SOAR.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm seeing is, again, this is a new industry buzzword, so people want to come up and sell things as, oh, I'm SOAR capable. But sometimes I just see that if you just enhance, if you just enhance a little bit on the latest of SIMs, you can be there with having some capability of SOAR. Again, call me as a pacifist or a pessimist, but I would want SOAR technology to develop over the next 2-3 years before I actually jump into a complete product with SOAR. I would, till that time, if I have to invest in today, I might look at a SIM with some advanced capabilities, or if I've got already advanced threat protection on my network. Together with that, I can make a good SOC. I can have good analytical and good theory. Again, remember guys, what I've also seen from my experience is you can have the best of technologies. Usually it is the process and the people who fail us. If you look at the Twitter attack also, it was social engineering that caused the problem. If you look at the incident with NSA, when a lot of those secret communications of the US government were released years ago, people want to talk about it as Mr. Snowden took out all the stuff, but it was just a disgruntled employee who had access to the network, had access to data, and it was just a data copy, a data breach. He picked up all that data and published it on the internet. So it was a process failure, and it was a disgruntled employee, nothing out of that.
10 years of network admin experience, which certification you would recommend, Murtaza?
So again, EC Council has some courses on network security. So does SANS run some courses. So again, those are all courses over here which you can do through these Why I'm specifying on these two organizations is because they have really good industry recognized courses. It's like you go and give a SANS certificate to a company. I mean, you come to me, I will not ask you any other questions in terms of your capabilities. And these are not easy courses to pass.
And what are the prerequisite experience for SOC analysts that recruiters look for apart from certifications?
I think depending on the level of organization that you want to, because SOC, so at an L1 level, they might look at, maybe some companies might want to do with freshers. Others might want to look at you having maybe 4 or 5 years of experience of working in actual big organizations with good SOC.
Okay, awesome. So I think without much ado, I'll try to invite the next speaker. But thanks a lot, Murtaza Merchant. It was very enlightening talk. I think a lot of people have enjoyed, and I think it was very informational too. Hopefully, I think students and professionals would have picked up a lot more on cyber security incidents and analysis and the carriers around it. Thanks a lot, Murtaza.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to help the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All the best in your future.
Thank you, Murtaza. Thank you.
And Professor Ganeshan, I will invite Rucha.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
I would love to introduce Rucha first. Rucha has been working in Baker Tilly now. So she has in the past now Haribhakti has become Baker Tilly. So she has more than 30 years of experience in training, audit, cyber security, and then other business building activities. So she has spent a lot of time in system and application audits, risk assessments, GDPR, FAS audits, and ISO 27001 lead auditing. She is certified CISA. So today, I think it's she has been prolific experience in auditing, doing cybersecurity systems audit for a lot of the financial services industry operating out of Mumbai, a lot of NBFCs. So she's going to bring the huge amount of experience from the security audit world. I think over to you, Rucha. Rucha, you are on mute. Maybe you can share your screen.
Yeah.
Super. Yes, Rucha, we are seeing the Word document. You have a PowerPoint, something like that?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Is the screen, you can see the screen?
Yes, Rucha, we can.
Yeah. So good evening, good afternoon, all of you, and thank you very much for this generous introduction and having me here to talk about information security systems audit. So there are two skills people say that one should have: one to earn your living, and one to enjoy your life itself, to make it more meaningful. And in this age of information, data, digital disruption, what could be a better skill than information security itself? Now people are talking about IoT, RPA, AI, digital transformation, data analytics, big data analytics, and so on and so forth. But I feel that information security is here to stay, and it is really, really fundamental to IT industry as a whole. So before we learn and take degrees in these, I think it's essential for us to learn the ABC of information security, and I think that is what I'm going to do with her. Now, dear students, as you stand at the crossroads to choose your career, to choose your future, I really encourage each of you to take a look at your strengths and weaknesses and your passion before you jump into this ocean. Yes, I have used the word ocean because you can expect the storms, and there will not be a smooth sail every day in audits. Now, audit is not a fault-finding exercise. It is actually about understanding your client, understanding the business that he is in, and then understanding the business and IT risks, and then suggesting the solutions to remediate the same. It is like becoming their partner, professional partner, and bring them to the next level of information security with maintaining your independence. Now, in this 40 minutes, I'm really not sure how much I'll be able to talk. I'm doing the audits for many years now and still learning, but I will try to give as much as possible. And I still believe that each audit for me is a journey to enjoy with all the challenges that it has, and it's not a race to win. So maybe few years down the line, when you will sit with your friends or family and you'll talk, you will have many stories to tell because this audit experience is going to bring enormous amount of richness to your professional careers. But before that, it's miles to go before we sleep today. So let's straight away go to the topic. I'm skipping this index slide. I'll be talking about it all along. So let us first understand what is information system. I mean, as I told you, I'm talking only about the basics, and before we have these basics done and the basics and foundations are strong, I don't think that we will be able to pick up any career. So generally talking about the career, people tend to go with the flow. In the sense, like few years I was seeing that many people were going for VAPT, then they started going for SOC, and then some people are now talking about big data analytics and all that. But what happens is, in the beginning of the career, if you have a specialization, then if you think that this career is there for you, going to earn for you for next 40 years, then I think you should broaden your horizons in the beginning. Your foundation should be very strong, and then depending upon the what strengths you have, what the industry wants, what skill set you have, you can then pick up and make the specializations afterwards. So in my sessions, you will find what is required to make this foundation very, very strong. Very fundamental is what is information system. I mean, I don't want a bookish definition over here, but it generally has 4 components. Very, very simple: input, process, output, and maybe interfaces. Now, in a given situation, you may have a single application installed on your desktop. Yes, it is a system, or it can be a very, very complex network of applications, which is applications, their host, databases, operating systems, and the system components, network components that connects to it. Right? Like if you take an example of bank, you will find more than say 100, 400 applications in a given bank, and then you have to audit them without knowing much about it, without using them, without learning them. I'm giving a small example over here. You have a habit of using the mobile apps or the website of, say, let's say Amazon, to order something. Now, when you have a click on that, there is a whole bunch of activities that goes in the background, and the information from your machine will go to the servers of Amazon, and from there, in a vast network of their vendors, the vendors will process that information. They will pick up the right thing for you, the right quantity. They will package it in, and then through their intermediaries, they will try to send it to your own address. Simultaneously, the money part of it also is taken care of. So it can be a vast network like this, and in a given organization, if we are talking about, it can be made up of the users, data, application, host, the network, perimeter, the physical environment that it has, and the policies, procedures, and awareness that revolves around it. So all of this, okay, all of this will form a system. It is people, process, and technology. And then any weakness in this is going to cause some harm or some risk to your information security. As you know that in today's world, information is an asset. It has got a value. And then, as in the real world, people are there to steal that. Here also, people are stealing the information and then making unauthorized use of that. So there could be an identity theft. It could be a theft of intellectual property. They could be disclosing the confidential information, sabotage, harassment of an individual, extortion, denial of service, or erroneous processing. It could be a theft or damage to the equipment itself, unauthorized access to data. I mean, it's endless. So there are so many threats to this information system, which is actually containing the worth of information, which has got a value today and has become an asset today.
Richa, your voice is slightly breaking. Can you try adjust the mic or whatever?
Yeah, am I audible? Better audible now?
Better audible, but still there is some slightly sometimes breaking. It's okay most of the time, but it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me just check the setting here. Give me a minute.
Or you want to try it directly through the laptop speaker, laptop mic?
No, I think it should be better now.
It should be better. Yeah, perfect. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was on this slide that I was talking about various threats to the information systems. So as I said, that since information has become an asset, as in the real world, there is a threat to the information systems also. Now, the thing is that why these information systems should be vulnerable? Because they are all machines, right? But as I mentioned to you earlier, that the system is made up of people, process, and technology. While technology is faithful, it will not change on its own. While the processes are let down, they will also not change on your own. But there are the people who are going to make all the difference. I'm giving another example of COVID situation that we are living with. They say that you are vulnerable to COVID if you are having, let's say, a BP, or you're diabetic, you are very old, you're not having good hygiene, things like that. So, but if you are having, say, a good health, you are having good food, if you are having your vitamins, you are having good hygiene, then you can protect yourself. You cannot totally eliminate that threat or that risk, but you can always protect yourself. So here also the systems could be vulnerable, but there are controls that you can have to mitigate those risks. The vulnerability in a given system can be introduced because of any weakness in the IT processes. IT processes are like user management, change management, backup, patch management, things like that. There could be weaknesses in the configurations of, let's say, operating system, Windows operating system, or it could be a database, it could be a switch or a firewall. And these configurations are actually for, say, protocols. That is the rule set that is used for communication. It could be for the services and the ports that are used. And if it is not configured properly, then it is going to make the system vulnerable. So any weakness in, it's a chain actually. So any weakness in any component may cause the harm to the entire system. The passwords, the choice of passwords that you have, or the authentication methods that you have, that will also pose some vulnerabilities. Secure coding, or the coding practices not being secure, the testing of software not adequate, the negligence, sheer negligence sometimes, or having a single point of contact, no resilience, all these things and so on will make the systems vulnerable. So what is information security? The definition goes like this, that you should have the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability of data maintained throughout the life cycle. Now, there are a few other parameters which I'm not talking about right now, but I'm just want to mentioning it. It is data privacy, correctness and completeness of data, its timely processing of data, effectiveness and efficiency of the data operations as such, right? So when you say that your system is secure, then the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data that is flowing through it, it is generated, processed, traveled, and when it is stored, backed up, and disposed in a secure manner to preserve the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, we say that our systems are secure. Murtaza sir has already spoken about this slide, so I will not talk much about it. It is always a multi-layered approach. Like, for example, again, I'm going back to the example of COVID. What we do is we wash our hands frequently with soap. We have, say, a warm water. We try to have haldi and milk, and then we have so many C vitamin tablets and all that. We wear a mask before we go out. So these are multiple layers. It's not that just one thing that we are doing it multiple things. So what happens if one thing fails, there is always a second layer to take care of it. And all these controls, okay, if you can see the mouse pointer moving over here, you have to have the controls among each of the layers that are present over here. The layers have to be at the controls have to be at the user level. They should be at the data level. They should be at the application level, host level, network level, perimeter level, the physical level, and also the policies, procedures, and awareness should be there. So if you have the controls put in place, then you can make the system secure. Okay, now if you're saying that there are people who have set up the IT infrastructure for a given company, there are programmers who have developed the programs for them, and there are people to take care of day-to-day activities. Why these information audits are then required? Please understand that everyone has an element of fear in their mind. It's a fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It is called as FUD. It's a term that is used. And everyone wants some kind of assurance. Like, again, I'm going back to the medical profession, and then sometimes we go and check our blood pressure, we check our blood, we check ourselves. And then why? Because we need some kind of assurance that my systems are working well. I'm in a proper health and I can enjoy my life, right? Similarly, the people who are actually managing the whole show of IT and the business, their management needs some kind of assurance that their systems are running properly from a third party who is expert or supposed to be expert in that field. Above the management, there are audit committees, there are trustees, or there could be trustees, and then there are few industries which are regulated, such as the financial ones. They are regulated by Reserve Bank of India. There are listed companies which are regulated by SEBI, and there is an insurance sector which is regulated by IRDA in India. So these are the regulated sectors, but apart from that, the managements of various organizations also wants to check the health of their systems many times from a third person, so that they will be able to give unbiased view about it. So the auditor, what do they sell? They sell a reasonable assurance. That's the product that we sell as an auditor, right? So with that reasonable assurance, the people are certain that, okay, their security is at an acceptable level. You cannot completely eliminate the risks, but at least it is at an acceptable level. So the auditors many a times gives the assurance on completeness, validity, accuracy, integrity, and traceability of the data. And the basic principle of any audit is trust but verify. I mean, you cannot have untrust. You cannot take doubt on everyone. This is not investigation. This is not assessment also. This is an audit. So you go to the company, you talk to the people, you understand their systems, you read their policies and procedure, you trust them, but you have to verify what they are saying at the end of the day, how much ever good relations you have with your client, right? Second thing that I want to talk about here is you should not get bogged down by the technology. Many times it happens that, and especially it is going to happen with you and with me also, that you will get only little time to understand the technology itself. You cannot master all the technologies that are there. And then for an auditor to have an in-depth knowledge about that and then auditing the system, I'm telling you, you will not have adequate time anytime. Okay, so what you have to remember is you should not get bogged down by the technology. Today there is RPA, tomorrow there will be something different, there will be artificial intelligence, and then IoT. So you may have to wake up and then go and audit the system which you have never ever used and never ever learned. Okay, so what is important is your basics should be very, very strong. You should be knowing what am I auditing, why am I auditing, and what are the basic principles of auditing. If your fundamentals are clear, that is what I was trying to say in the beginning, then you will never get bogged down by the technology. Whatever comes your way, you will be able to take it up as a challenge, and not only that, you will be able to enjoy also, and will you be able to give an inside information, the insight about that risks to the management. Okay, so as I just want to reiterate that the auditors give the reasonable assurance on the data that it is correct, it is valid, it is identifiable, the authorizations are correct, it is accurate, there is an integrity of the data, and it can be traced if it is required. Now there are different types of audits. So if you are choosing your career as an auditor, then you may come across different types of audit as I have mentioned here. I'll briefly talk about each of this, but there is also an other side to it. You may become an auditee. So these days, many companies have started appointing CISOs. To CISO, there is only one position in the organization, who is the Chief Information Security Officer. But at a young age, when you start, you can always become ISO, that is Information Security Officer, and you can help the CISO in taking up the day-to-day activities. So when you are an auditee, you need a different skill set altogether. In my lecture today, I'm going to talk only about the auditor. Okay, so what different types of audits that one can come across. Now there is one set of audits, as you can see here, if the pointer, if you can see that this is called as IT General Controls Audit, which is actually checking that the IT processes are in place. That is, the policies and procedures are there, user management is conducted properly, change management is conducted properly, the jobs are scheduled and working properly, direct database are taken care of, interfaces and file uploads are secure, backups are happening on time, incidents are managed, and business continuity and disaster recovery is happening. Now, basically, this is called as ITGC, but depending upon the audit that you are doing, it can come under SOC, Service Organizations Control Type 1, Type 2, Sarbanes-Oxley, ISO 27001. It can be a part of internal audit. It can be a part of statutory audit requirements. So for me, it is really a bread and butter. So this piece will never go, because this is bringing the people, process, and technology together. Once you are done with that, so what happens in a given system audit? It can be a full-blown audit in which all these 4 building blocks above you can see are included, or it can be at a component level also. In the infrastructure review, you talk about the technical part of it. You see the technical diagram, that is the network diagram. You try to understand the architecture of that organization in terms of the hardware setup. And then you pick up certain components, that is maybe the operating systems, databases, network components, firewalls, and you check the hardening part of it and the patches that are installed on that. You also check the capacity, availability management, the logs management, as Murtaza sir has already mentioned. If the logs are not managed here properly in this device itself, you will not get any feed for SIEM at all. You will not be able to do any analysis if the logs are not captured or not enabled at the data level itself, at the source itself. Then the network segmentation, the backup of configurations, the way we need a backup of data, the way we need the backup of our software, we also need the backup of the configurations that we are doing to various components of the hardware. You need to install antivirus solutions and email solutions. So here, I'm not talking about the IT security solutions as such. What I'm talking about, the basic IT infrastructure that is required for transfer of information from one point to another. It can be LAN, or it can be WAN, or it can be over the internet also. Whatever components are used, not the network security components, these are the network components, is the audit of those based on the industry good practices, which are called as hardening guidelines and some other stuff that is available. Now what happens is many a times these infrastructure components are provided, are very, very standard and of good quality. And there are industry giants actually like Cisco and Microsoft and all those people who are providing that. What happens when you move to this third portion? Okay, these are the applications. Now applications many a times like SAP are developed by again giant, but they are very costly. So small organizations or for small jobs in the bigger organization also, there is a tendency to develop those softwares. Sometimes people appoint the software engineers or software programmers, or sometimes they outsource it. We'll talk about the outsourcing risk later. Now suppose if you have taken care to implement certain controls at the process level or at the infrastructure level also, but if your applications are not written properly, okay, they are if susceptible to the attacks or if the inaccurate processing, then again they will create a weakness in the entire system. So as a part of our implementation reviews, we check the applications for the input, process, output, and interface related controls, then the business rules, and this is what makes it different. I always give an example of kaleidoscope, like people, process, and technology are the 3 slides to it, and you rotate it a bit and you will see a completely different picture. And applications are different in different organizations, or many a times they are implemented in a different manner in different organizations. Whereas the infrastructure portion or the operating portion or the processes, they tend to be constant or they tend to be similar in many of the organizations. It is the application that makes or distinguishes an information system of one organization from the other. So it's very, very tricky to audit the application because we don't have time to learn about the entire business, right? I mean, I'm auditing a bank at the same time I'm auditing, let us say, an industry, a manufacturing industry, or I'm auditing a capsule manufacturing industry, or it can be a mobile manufacturing industry. I mean, it can be just varied. SAP could be there in banks also, it can be there in manufacturing of medicine also, and it can be there in manufacturing of jam bottles also. But you have to see how it is implemented and how it is relevant to the business. So understanding a business very quickly is the crux of it. And then going further, what are the business rules that are implemented? If then you cannot give the assurance. A very simple example, I mean, everybody has a bank account, and if today bank account of the bank software, which is called as a core banking solution, if it is not computing the interest properly, will it be acceptable? Absolutely not. Right? Or many systems are used in, let's say, hotel industry or hospital industry, railway booking industries. It cannot just go wrong. So we have to be very, very sure of what we are checking, why we are checking, and how we are checking. And another very important aspect which we have to cover over here is the user access. Why? Because giving access through the application is the easiest way to reach the data. And many a times, as you have seen, when there is a hacker and he is trying to hack the system, it's much more easy than hacking the system from outside than having the social engineering attack and then going inside the system. Why? Because the users are more susceptible to it. So when we are giving access to the users, especially in the application, you have to give access to the users on infrastructure also, but it is very, very limited in number as compared to the number of users you have for the applications. In applications, you will have different roles defined and different accesses will be given, or rather should be given, based on the grade that that person is having. And we call it as a principle of least privileges. That is, you should give access only that much that is required. And second one is the segregation of access. Segregation of access means one person should not be able to do end-to-end job. I'll give you two quick examples in this, which are day-to-day examples. One is when we go and operate our bank locker. There is a bank manager that is there. He identifies and authenticates us. Then we have one key and he has another key. When he takes us to that locker room, though physically you can go to any locker, you will not be able to open any locker but only yours. So that is what I mean by the least privilege and the privilege which is expected out of. And the manager also cannot open all the lockers on his own. So he also has to have another combination thereof. Only then that locker can be opened. Second example I can give is, let us say that a person is raising a purchase order. Now, if a person is raising the purchase order and he is paying that vendor also, there is a possibility of fraud. So segregation of duties in this case is required to avoid the frauds, which is a very big area in internal financial controls, which is again regulated by SEBI in all the listed companies. So it's my personal opinion, of course, is more difficult to audit the application because you really have no clue when you go to the client that what kind of application that he's having, whether it's a single application with multiple modules, or is it like made up of many applications, which are some are homegrown, some are supported from outside, or some are off the shelf taken and then customized. We have really no clue about that. Fairly enough.
A quick time check. So if you can give some time for questions and
yeah, sure. Yeah.
But the next section may have longer time duration because of some demos involved. So please go ahead, Ruja.
Okay, thank you.
If you want to just skim through any of the slides left, please.
Okay, I will do that. Okay. VAPT, I think people are already aware about, so I'll not take up more time in that. I need to skip the slides in the paucity of time. So maybe I'll take last two slides, I will take more. What are the challenges that you may face as an auditor? That is, first is how much to test, and whatever I'm testing is adequate or not. That is the audit risk or the auditor's judgment. That always is a challenge. Second one is the unknown environment to you. Third is the fast changing technology, and you have to cope up with that. Fourth one is limited access that is given to you for the information. I mean, you cannot just barge in any organization and take the information. Whatever they will give you, You have to take a comfort on that, and you have to ask for right information. You always have a limited time to audit, and many a time it happens that by the time you start understanding the environment, it is time to conclude the audit. And the last but not the least, you may not have all the skills that are required to complete the audit. So it is always a team game. It's not a individual's job to conduct an audit. The careers and qualities of the audit, as you can see on this side, left side, you are graduating or about to become a postgraduate. You may have to take help of some professional courses such as CISA, ISO 27001 to start with, and then you can take up a job as a trainee or a consultant in a firm which is offering this kind of services. Sharpen your saw and learn and learn and learn more. There is no other way to become a good auditor. Apart from that, some soft skills that you need to have, or some specific mindset that you should have, is always positive, problem solving. You should be passionate about what you are doing. Good communication skills, very, very important, because ultimately your report is your product. So written and verbal communication has to be good. You should understand the risk and the integrity towards your organization and towards your work that you are doing. Tenacity, perseverance, changing to the environment, that is adaptability, and most important, which I feel, is inquisitiveness. If you stop being curious, you will not be able to become a good auditor at all. So with that, I think, Shan, I think I will stop here and take up the questions if students have any. Otherwise, I wish them good luck in their future career.
Awesome. That's a great thing, Rucha. I think before handing over the next session to Saravanan and Ketan, I just want to quickly talk about Fixnix. In Fixnix, in fact, I think the past all the 3 sessions, whatever, maybe even 4 sessions almost. So be the Padmanabha session on compliance and Shashidhar sessions on risk, and the last session by Murtaza on incident, and even now Rucha session on audit. All 4, we have a product. So our platform's name is Fresh GRC. We have a very sophisticated platform. We have almost all this as available as module. All of you guys can try Fresh GRC. If you guys have any issues, try reach out to Fixnix. I'll share my email ID. You guys can try out. So I think the core product is compliance, audit, risk. Along with that, we have got incident, business resiliency, disaster recovery. This is primarily to automate, set up the governance, risk and compliance. So in fact, I'll try to kind of maybe set up a separate seminar or something like that to talk about our platform. So we have a very sophisticated compliance management, audit management, risk, policy, assert, business resiliency, disaster recovery, incident, kind of a lot of these modules. But for paucity of time, I'm just not going to get into the details. I'm going to hand it over to Saravanan Shankaran. Maybe I'll just quickly give an introduction about both Saravanan and Ketan in the next session on vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. But Rucha, your session was fantabulous. I see a great amount of feedbacks on audits. Thanks a lot for taking time out. Very grateful amongst your busy schedule for doing this. I think people certainly would have picked up a lot from your personal experience. I think the explaining was very simple, simple in language. I think the maker check many things.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and wish you good luck, all the students.
Thank you. Okay. And Saravanan Shankaran is a member of IAPP, one of the top privacy associations. And he's a privacy professional and a security professional with 30 years of banking financial services experience. And he has done a lot of very senior security roles like Chief Information Security Officer with a lot of financial services industry as well as IT majors like JCPenney, Infosys, UOB, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citibank. So he has done a lot of stints around US, India, Singapore. And he's currently consulting as a virtual CEO for Aravind Eye Care, many other organizations. We are very glad to have him as part of our alliance. He's going to give certainly walk you guys through kind of some of the career aspects of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Ketan Shah, who's the CTO of Inventonus, he has 10 years of experience. He's going to talk about the grassroots of how vulnerability assessment penetration testing can be done through a demo. I think I'll hand it over to both of them. Over to you, Saravanan and Ketan.
Thank you, Shan, for the nice introduction. And Ketan, I will leave the screen share to you. I will just, start picking up on some of our topics our earlier speakers have touched upon in many aspects from morning. We have been touching constantly on our topic on vulnerability assessment, penetration testing. So I think it's a very interesting topic if you see, and it's also a kind of entry role for most of the engineering grads, and especially if you have very strong passion and interest around a couple of areas, which I'm going to kind of call out, and we can go in detail as required. So people coming out with a lot of networking background, networking skills, and very passionate about deep diving in infrastructure, probably this is one of the area, right? And same time on the technology guys, grads coming from software development background, a lot of analytical skills, and who are very passionate about driving, simplicity on the analysis and also orchestration. There's a lot of stuff especially on the vulnerability assessment area where currently we are struggling stuff doing manually. I see there's a lot of expectation on the software development folks as well. And the third area where I'm currently focusing on in most of my engagements today around engineering of anything, right? Security engineering and threat engineering or privacy engineering is really improving a lot, and there's a lot of focus with the latest technologies around AI, deep learning, and also blockchain. And quantum computing has given a lot of different tangential opportunities as well when things are improving from the technology aspects. I'm not going to touch too much on those AI, ML, or deep learning stuff for today's session. We have a lot more stuff to cover on a high level. So basically, the career path is huge, or from the entire security aspect. This is one of the critical area where there's a lot of need and expectation when it comes for safeguarding any information, data security, or cyber security. I'm just mixing terms here. Everything is same. So penetration and vulnerability roles are going to be very critical, and I would kind of expect you guys to think where your interest and passion are, and then choose one of those lines aligned with your technical alignment and interest. So we have a couple of topics to cover, but I will just go with the why vulnerability assessment, right? And most of our earlier speakers and our colleagues earlier, they were talking about a lot of breaches, attacks, and even the latest one Asima shared today in the morning on the Twitter. So we see this is going to be even more, advanced given the intelligence and advancement on the digital aspects of transformation. The business are getting transformation in every aspect, whether it's on banking or, healthcare or insurance or education. Education is one of the target areas, and so which was not spoken heavily, but that's one focus area where a lot of Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Audible.
Yeah. So digital technology has given a lot of opportunities to address vulnerability in a different aspect. Traditionally we used to start from endpoint. Then we do host assessment, data center assessment, network assessment, application layer, and then perimeter, physical, all those. Now that is getting into a different aspect, IT and convergence to OT, the operational interface with any of the devices or any smart devices we touch today at home. Today, most of our, domestic appliances are vulnerable today, which we are not pretty much aware, and we don't think in that way. Your smartphones are connected with any of the IoT device, right? It can be your Samsung TV or your Alexa or your refrigerator in the kitchen or your Samsung appliance, doing a, kitchen appliances. So things are getting in a different aspect, and each and every household is now vulnerable, right? And are we prepared for that kind of exploits and threats? Probably the industry is getting a lot of answers on how to address, IoT moving ahead from, IT or cyber security, right? So vulnerability assessment and penetration test, there's a huge demand coming on the IoT aspect as well, where we are looking for very specialized people with manufacturing and industry background. So typically this is going to shift the career from engineering, computer science graduates to even instrumentation engineers, mechanical engineers, automobile engineers. Every automotive today are connected with the internet, right? So manufacturing and food supply chain is a couple of other areas where vulnerability assessment is going to really kind of take very a different path, in the upcoming years.
Saravanan, your line is muted, Saravanan.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yeah. So,
okay. Yeah, so what I was saying is, so vulnerability assessment has taken a different direction now, moving away from cybersecurity, data security to IoTs, right? Anything we do, our smart cities are coming up. Any CCTVs or your traffic signals, your transports, your automotives, everything is going to have the same vulnerability what we are talking around cybersecurity. I'm just giving a different aspect so the students can think around. Not computer science graduates are only looking for this specific areas, but there's a lot more to come in that area. But typically, for today's session, we'll just go through keeping cybersecurity, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing, so that you can understand the basics and take your specific interests outside your computer science background as well. So there's plenty of opportunities for electrical, electronics, and mechanical engineers as well. Yeah, so let's move on to the next slide. So there's a why part of vulnerability, right? Why systems are vulnerable. There's a lot of stuff which our earlier speakers, especially Murtaza and Richa, covered. So I'm just going to keep it very simple for understanding perspective. Today, in Corona's context, the entire world is vulnerable today, right? But are we really seeing that exploited? That depends on how our controls are taken care, right? There are a lot of measures, part of the controls, both the government agencies and authorities have done, but the threat of Corona is still there and it's all over the world, right? So I'm just kind of giving a simple way of understanding vulnerability. Today, each and every individuals across the globe are vulnerable, but it doesn't mean we are going to be exploited, right? Unless in this case our immunity is weak and we don't have the social distancing, we don't wear keep our self hygiene, we are not sanitizing. So those are the controls which we are taken care through a process and policy. But that's the same thing what we're expecting at the cybersecurity level as well, right? Whether it goes on to a system level or network level, are we doing the right things in place? Are we upkeeping the systems? Are we keeping our system hygiene? Are we keeping our systems immune? Are we keeping our applications immune? So there is a vulnerability control in place for every threat which can be even come at a later stage. So that's in a simple term what I see vulnerability is. But how do we really address that, right? Ketan, if you go to next slide. Yeah, so there are different type of hackers or threat, actors I call, who are basically driving this and exploiting the vulnerabilities or weakness, right? So assume COVID is a threat actor today, right? It can be anything. We have listed out a bunch of actors here who are really taking a very intent or a motivation to exploit systems, knowing the vulnerabilities, in the controls or in the different domains of the IT systems, right? Starting from our mobile devices till our, perimeter or even our physical buildings as well. So vulnerability assessment is all about that. Are we doing assessment for each of those areas and we need to think like an attacker rather than a defender, right? That's one key thing as an takeaway. I would expect all of you guys, to become an attacker rather than a defender. So when you go in attacker mode, you know how to kind of protect your systems. You know how to protect your data, and you can certainly do assessment, thinking from the not just as a response perspective, but more from a preventive perspective, behaving like an attacker. So hackers, all over the place, it can be state sponsored, it can be, in a hacker group, or it can be an individual, it can be an insider. So there's plenty of guys, who are having an intent and a motivation, and they are passionate about. And these guys are very serious about on what they are doing, and it may take even months or years to be within your system and exploit those vulnerabilities, and then take control on what they want, and then finally do an attack, right? But social engineering and becomes one of the critical area where there's a lot of exposure to the end users as well as the end users supporting the organization, right? One example is Twitter, which we discussed in detail today. Right. So CIA, again, I won't cover too much. I think we've spoken enough. It's one of the basic, triangle and confidentiality, availability, integrity is key areas where vulnerability assessment takes a bigger role, performing to, protect the confidentiality, protect the availability, and also ensure integrity of the data is always kept, as per the requirement of the data owner. And then no exploits or vulnerability allows that to get modified or changed. So the assessment part, basically it's a process. I will give Ketan to give a detailed orientation on the process, but it's really identifying where the gaps are, and as I said in my earlier example, what are the weakness points in our human system, which will kind of allow us to be vulnerable for this COVID situation, right? Think in that way. And that identification is more about, vulnerability assessment, and we do it in a more structured way so that we kind of do it regularly, and it is also going to be an ongoing exercise, part of your cybersecurity role. And as a vulnerability assessor or a penetration analyst, you are going to do this regularly in each of those domains which we discussed earlier, right? So yeah, penetration testing is very specific, more on networking, endpoints, mobile devices, getting very familiar, and IoT as well, as I said earlier. But application is what probably we are going to touch upon in detail, and Ketan will cover a little bit more, a live demo on that, how this is going to be done, so that that can be a good takeaway for all of you guys. There's a lot of tools available where I would request all of the students interested in this area to create a lab and then become a more ethical hacker and go with the attacker mindset. So certainly you would be able to do penetration even at your home, in your school, in your in your surroundings, wherever you can address those vulnerabilities. And the framework is what, the process is what we are going to cover a little bit in detail. Yeah, Ketan.
Yes. Thank you, Saravanan. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes. Thank you so much. So, as Saravanan said, what about vulnerability assessment, penetration testing? So there are three major types of testing which we follow during the VAPT assessment. One is black box testing, other is gray box testing, and the third one is called as white box testing. So in black box testing, it's like what Murtuza has explained in his earlier slides, or as a hacker, so we don't know anything about the environment, and we are just told that identify the threats or vulnerabilities in our infrastructure or an application. So that is called as black box testing. Next is gray box testing. So in gray box testing, a hacker or ethical hacker has a very little knowledge about the application or infrastructure, and he has been given the access to, and he has to find the vulnerabilities. And in white box testing, it's basically like you are the internal part of the organization, you know each and everything about the application infrastructure, and you are trying to find the vulnerabilities of the organizations, let it be on the cloud, or the application or infrastructure. So to cover this VAPT, there are various standards, methodologies available in the market. A few of them I have listed here. First is this OSSTMM, which is known as Open Source Security Testing Methodology Manual. Next is OAPS, which is widely used for VAPT to conduct the VAPT of an application or a network, which is called as Open Web Application Security Project. Next is NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, PTES, Penetration Testing Methodology and Standards, and SANS Top 25. So basically, why these standards are used? Only because to ensure that your application, your infra, your cloud is secure with latest threats available in the market. So we have to follow some methodology. That's why these standards are available and which needs to be followed while you're performing any VAPT activity. So what is the process involved if you're performing an VAPT? So first is the scope. The scope, we identify like what kind of VAPT we are doing. Are we doing a black box, gray box, white box testing? Whether we have to do a VAPT on your network or your application or your cloud infrastructure. So that all comes under the scope. Then next we have information gathering phase, wherein if it is a white box testing, we gather the information such as what is the URL, what are the user roles, what is the user credentials. If it is a black box testing, we try to go on Google or any other search engines and identify the details for that particular application or network. And that is called as information gathering phase. Next is vulnerability detection. So once we have all the details in place, the first test we do is with the automation or manual testing is to identify the vulnerabilities with the sources we have got for the particular scope. Then once the vulnerability assessment is done, we do a information analysis and planning. So for example, whatever vulnerabilities are we have received, are they all false positive, are they false negative, or all? We have to verify that, we have to segregate that, we have to identify whether it is applicable or not. Then after doing that, we have a privilege escalation phase wherein it is a penetration testing purely. So whatever vulnerabilities we have identified in the scope, we try to exploit them. So for example, if a web application, there is an SQL injection vulnerability identified during the vulnerability assessment. So we try to exploit that vulnerability and try to reach to your database, get the tables, get the database details, similar like that. Then we do the result analysis. So based on the vulnerabilities identified, we find out the severity, whether it is high, medium, low, and that will be defined based on the standard approach we see in the last slide. Whether if it is between these standards, then obvious that particular vulnerability is at severity. After that, we go to the reporting. We have to report those vulnerabilities. We have to prepare a standard report and share it to the client or customer. And last is, if you are using that in a organization's environment, we have to clean up all the systems, make sure that there is no vulnerability deployed. If you are deploying any malwares or any phishing attacks, we have to clear that. So this is how the VAPT process is. So till now, there's we have got many questions like what exactly the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing is, or what is the comparison between that. So basically, if you talk about working, so vulnerability assessment only discovers the vulnerabilities, but penetration testing, it's identify and exploit those vulnerabilities, as I have given one example of a SQL injection. So what is the mechanism for vulnerability assessment penetration testing? So if you are doing vulnerability assessment, it's a discovery and scanning. So we are just scanning, identify the possible vulnerabilities into the source. And next, in penetration testing, we are actually simulating that as a hacker and try to gain the access. Focus is breadth over the depth, obvious, because we will cover most of the links. I mean, if we have an application, we'll try to identify what are the internal links to it, associated where it is hitting, what are the different websites it is hitting. So we cover most of the breadth and not the depth. But opposite to in the penetration testing, if we have any vulnerability, we go in deep into that and we try to identify more details or gain the maximum sensitive data of that particular resource. When I say resource, it may be a cloud infrastructure, it may be your network, it may be your application, web application. Coverage of completeness is high because in vulnerability assessment, we are covering most of the areas of particular resource. But in penetration testing, we are sticking to the particular vulnerability we are identified. So that's why it is low. Cost-wise, obvious, as we are using automation tools for vulnerability assessment and it requires very low skill sets. So it's low, moderate. But in penetration testing, obvious you should have a very detailed knowledge about your networking skills, your OSI models, each and everything related to the applications. You should have a knowledge of source programming knowledge. So everything should be detailed so that you will be able to do a penetration testing. So the cost is high. Performing wise, vulnerability assessment can be done by in-house staff with little skill set knowledge of using the tools or having little knowledge about the VA. But in penetration testing, you should have a attacker or pen tester who has a certified knowledge and who can do it very accurately. So similarly, the tester knowledge, obvious it is high for vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing is low. How often we can run? So for vulnerability assessment, suppose if there is any major change in your network or in your application, your cloud infrastructure, you can just run the vulnerability assessment check. Are there any vulnerabilities associated to it? And you can run it often because it's an automation based. You can use tool to run it, and then you can verify if there are any vulnerabilities. But for penetration testing, as it is a penetration testing, it should have a skill set. We can define based on the organization's criticality, whether it is a banking, BFSI sector or manufacturing sector. Based on that, you can define the particular phase, whether we have to do it quarterly, half yearly or yearly basis. So results wise, obvious, with the vulnerability assessment, we get a partial result. We don't know that whether that particular vulnerability is really available or applicable to the resource or not. But in case of penetration testing, as we go in deep and try to gain the sensitive data, so it is a complete detail of vulnerabilities we get it in the penetration testing. So this is what the comparison between VA and PT. So as we were discussing regarding the tools, so there are various tools available in the market to perform VAPT, which combines of open source as well as commercials. So if we talk about open source, like Kali Linux is most widely used to perform VAPT, along with Wireshark, along with Metasploit, Nmap. But in commercial tools, if you talk, then there is Burpsuit, which is used for web application testing. Nessus is used for your infra assessment, cloud assessment, network assessment. So there are multiple tools available in the market. We have to just pick in right solution for right particular activity. So what are the benefits of performing a VAPT for an organization or any institute? So it helps identify programming errors that can lead to a cyber attack. So when I say programming errors, so if you have a web application for your, many of the organizations, many of the institutes have their websites. So if there is any programming error made by the developer, so we can identify it during the VAPT phase and make the attack severity less. So it helps identify the programming error before any hacker reach to it. Provides a methodical approach to risk management, as during the session of risk assessment, risk management, we gone through all the slides and we identified how VAPT will help to give a methodical approach for risk management. Secures IT networks from internal and external attacks. Obvious. Why? Because we as a ethical hacker will perform the regular assessments on your infra, on the applications, and try to identify the vulnerabilities before any hacker reach to your internal external attack or internal external network. So we make sure that all the vulnerabilities are fixed and no one can breach those available vulnerabilities. Next is secures application from business logic flaws. Exactly. So how I will just show you during the demo how we can make sure that there is no business logic flaws. Obvious, there is a increase in ROI for IT security, because if we have a right tools, right solution in place, we don't have to look forward for any more disasters in IT environment. Protects the organization from loss of reputation and money. This is very important for any organization, any institute, because if there is any threat or cyber threat happens to an organization, the reputation goes on toss for any organization, because it involves the client, customers, wherein if any data gets leaked, the client will obviously come to the organization and say, because of your mistake, we have lost all the sensitive data. So reputation, again, the client may come, may cannot come to give the projects later on. And obvious, the legal aspects of vulnerability, legal aspects of cyber threats we have seen in the earlier presentations. So there is also money involved. So as in the entire day, it was a very good sessions from all our speakers. So when I say domains in cybersecurity, we have most of this, we have covered most of the aspects of cybersecurity. So according to us, I mean, according to me, there are three major domains in cybersecurity. If you want to select a cybersecurity as a profession, one is technical, which is called as technical skill sets, which we are discussing right now, to perform VAPT, to perform cloud assessments, something like that. We should have a technical knowledge. It comes under technical part. Next is the process part. So in process parts, you can get skill sets of auditing, you can get skill sets of incident management, risk management, process oriented, like doing compliance assessments, implementations, all comes under the process part. And next is the forensics. So as today everything is on digital, so any breach happens, there should be a forensic guy to identify how that breach has been exploited or how it is. To identify that, the forensic comes in picture. So what are the different certifications you can do in three various domains? This is very high level. There are many certifications available based on the domain which you select, but just at the high level, I can give you the, I'm just presenting you as like one of the technical, if you want to go. So this is the flow. In the core initial level, you can do a CND certification, which is called a Certified Network Defender, which will help you to understand the network security concepts. And then CEH, which is called a Certified Ethical Hacker. Next, advanced level, you can go for an ECSA, which is all these three certifications are from EC Council. So EC Council Certified Security Analyst, which is one level up from CEH. There's also certification from ISC Square, like CCSP, called a Certified Cloud Security Professional, because nowadays everything is on cloud. So you should know how to protect your cloud assessment, cloud infrastructure. So there is a certification for that. And at the expert level, you have a LPT in technical called as License Penetration Tester, wherein you will get the most skill sets as an hacker to exploit and test the system, but make sure that you are an ethical hacker. Next, in process, like we have seen in earlier slides, that ISO 27001, there are two certifications into it. One is lead implementer, wherein you will implement the required controls for that compliance. Then there's one more certification as a lead auditor. Then at the next level, advanced level, we have a CISA, and then at the expert level, we have a top certification called a CISSP, which requires more experience and more knowledge about the cybersecurity, which is called a Certified Information System Security Professional. Following to the forensic, there are few certifications available if you want to go in a forensic part, or if you're interested in forensics. One is a CHFI, which is also from EC Council, called as Computer Hacking Forensic Investigator. In the next level, we have a certification from GISC, which is recommended from SANS, Certified Forensic Analyst. And then at the expert level, we also have a certification from ISC Square called as CCFP, Certified Cyber Forensic Professional. So this is how you can select your career path based on what goal or what is your approach, what are your skill sets, and based on that, you can select the career in cybersecurity. So let's go to the demo part, which is very interesting. I think most of us are waiting for that. So I will just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Ketan. Yeah.
Thank you. So basically, as before we start with the demo, I will just want to go show you the OAP's top 10, what exactly it is, to have a quick walkthrough and why it is recommended. So these are the OAP's top 10 application security risks, which has been revised every 3 years based on the market survey done and what applications are going under threats, and they rank top 10 application security threats or risks. Every 3 years this gets revised and we get the list. So when we do a VAPT, we should look for these vulnerabilities in application or in any cloud related infrastructure or any network related infrastructure, in-house infrastructure. So these are the terminologies. A1, it is called as injection. It is also called as SQL injection. Then broken authentication, wherein there is no proper login managed for the application, then sensitive data exposures. So whether are your sensitive details are not properly encrypted in the during the storage or in the transit. Then there is called as XML external entities, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using component with known vulnerabilities, and insufficient logging and monitoring. So because of these threats happening in the recent times, these have been categorized as the top 10 risks for any application in the market today. So for the demo, what we are going to do is, this is one of the banking application, and we are going to exploit this banking application. But don't worry, this is a sample application, and even you can try it at your home to enhance your skills in vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So there are also multiple available vulnerability systems in the online. So I will give you the links after the demo. So before we start, the first step when we want to perform a web application is what we do is vulnerability assessment. So first, what we are going to use a tool called as Nmap to identify the open ports for this particular application, which is hosted on one of the servers. So again, for the entire demo, I am using a Kali Linux tool. It's a Linux system which has all the inbuilt tools available. It's an open source. Anyone can download, anyone can install, make it as a VDI, and can practice your vulnerability assessment skills or penetration testing skills. But make sure you are doing it for your education purpose and not for the actual hacking purpose. I will just go through the tools available. Like, these are the tools available for information gathering, vulnerability assessment, web application. There are various tools available in this Linux box. So as I said, we'll just check the available open ports for this particular website. So for that, I'm using a tool called as Nmap. So I'm just putting the command called as Nmap, and I'm just putting the website link, which is available here. So when I say click, enter, so this scan gets started. It takes some time to generate the result. So till this result gets populated, as we have a short of time, I will just show the another attack called as DDoS attack or DOS attack. So there is one more instance of this application. So what I'm going to do is to perform a DOS attack on it. So currently you can see it's working. This application is working smooth. I can quickly go to the pages which I want to. I think this link is. Give me a second. Okay. So we can see it is working perfect. I can reach to the links quickly. I will not demo the DDoS attack complete because it takes some time to get the application crashed and inaccessible. But I can show you some for a few milliseconds how DDoS will impact any application or any network. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an inbuilt tool in Kali Linux called as hping. So what I'm doing here is I'm getting a root access I'm doing hping command, and I'm -s tells that I'm going to put sync attacks, as most of us are aware about sync acknowledgement packets. So I'm flooding this particular website with sync packets. -v gives you the verbose, and I'm doing it on port 80 because this application is HTTP, not HTTPS. So I'm going to attack on port 80. So when I say enter, you can see it started the flooding of sync attacks for the particular website. And when I go back to this application, you can see it has slowed down completely. And after a few seconds, this application will get crashed and it will not work smoothly. It takes some time to generate this attack, but as we are doing it in the online, it will also impact my presentation mode. So if you see this challenge, it has sent in few of the seconds, it has just sent 44,127 packets to this particular application and trying to destroy it. So this way, from CI model, this will impact the availability model of the application if a particular application is vulnerable to DDoS attack. It will not allow authorized person or authorized entity to work on application, or it will make just unavailable for the entire user. So this is how we do it, I mean, in VAPT. So next, we will try to check if this particular application is vulnerable to SQL injection attack. So for that, what we have to do is we have to select any input field on the application page. So best option, we get it in the signing page, wherein we have username and password fields available. So what we do is we put a single quote and try to see what error it generates, the application generates. So when I'm putting single quote, it's properly showing an error as a normal error, like username and password is not correct. So to go one step ahead, what I will do is I will put some username and try to see what error it is getting generated. So what I'm doing here is I'm putting admin and a single quote and password as any value, A, B, C, any value. So let's see what error it generates. Let me see once again. All right, till this website gets generated, we have used nmap command to identify the open ports, and here we got the port list, wherein we can see the port 21 is open, port 80, which is a website which is running on it, it's open, port 43 is open, 8080 is open, 8443 is open. Also, we get to know that what services are running on this particular ports. So this is just a basic command, nmap command, through which we have got these details. But there are other complex commands in nmap, wherein we can identify the details about all the services, the version number of the service, and based on that we can try to identify the vulnerabilities. I think there is some problem with the link. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm putting a username as admin with the single quote, and we have seen here that it is giving a syntax error. So this means that it has accepted what the input we have given, the query has, SQL query has accepted it, and it is allowing to go to the database and check the queries. That's why it is saying that the syntax is not correct, what we are putting. And it has also given the line number and column number where the exact error it found in the database. So what we do is, if we get such kind of errors, we usually try to use blind SQL injection queries and try to log into the application. So what blind SQL injection query tells to the database backend is that whatever I'm putting, make it as true and give me the results back. So for that, we have a blind SQL query called as single quote or single quote one single quote equal to. So this query, I'm putting it in a username field, and similarly, I'm putting it in password field. What it does is it says database that whatever I'm putting as a syntax, allow it as a true and give me the results. So this 1 equal to 1 means whatever entry available at the first table or first column, give me back or execute that. So when I click to this, bingo. So what it has done, the query has executed successfully on the application, and we have logged in to the application with the admin account, which was available at the top of the table and the column. So we have successfully logged in to the application of the this banking account with the admin account. So we can see the account generated for this admin. This is the corporate account. Then we can see the privileges it has. We have administration privileges, like we can edit the users. So if I click on edit user button, we can see the edit user information, wherein I can change any user's password. I can set any user, I can create new user of my own. These are the multiple users available, existing users available. I can do anything. I can delete, I can, even if any other application has delete privileges, I can delete the accounts. Anything I can do. So this is very dangerous task if application is vulnerable to SQL injection. As you can see, we can log into the application with this admin access. So what next we do is, there is one more exploit called as we can see, there is no proper controls implemented in the application. So we could successfully exploit the SQL injection attack. So what we do is we also try one more exploit called as cross-site scripting. So we insert the JavaScript or any script in the text field and try to see if it gets executed from the backend or from the server. So for that, what we do, we have a very basic query available called as, so the very best step to check this is the search box, because most of the application has a search box feature available, and it's very easy to check whether that particular application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting. And this, in cross-site scripting, there are three various attacks. One is called as stored access, one is called as reflected accesses, and one is called as DOM based. So in stored accesses means if we are putting any query in any form field and it is getting stored on the database, it is called as stored cross-site scripting. And now what we are trying is, it is a reflected accesses, because we are just putting the values in the search box and we are trying to generate. So what I'm doing, I'm writing the script with the alert of any value, sample as 1, 2, 3, and try it whether it is executing it. See, I can easily get the result of the query which I'm putting it. This means that this application is vulnerable to cross-site scripting as well. So if it is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, what I can do is to gain the authorized user session cookie. So how to do that? As now we can access to the admin account. We have admin user available for this application. So what I'm doing is, suppose if user is logged into an application, I will craft the link and send it to over the email. and user without saying it, he will just click it, and that query gets executed. So in this case, what we are doing, we are logging to the application. Okay, and we will try to put a query which retrieves me the cookie value. So what is a cookie value? A cookie parameter is put in by a developer to identify or validate the session of a particular user. So for that, any application uses cookie value. So that is a very sensitive parameter in any web application built today. So what we do is we put the same query and we write it as document dot cookie. So if we put this query in the search box and say go, bingo, we have received the cookie of the admin account. So I can use this cookie value for any exploit, any malicious activities. So what I will do is, for current reference, I will just copy this cookie value. I will show you how I can exploit this cookie value successfully. So I'm just marking this value and we will store it somewhere. Okay. Now what we can do is, as we know, this application is vulnerable to SQL injection and we have received a root access or admin access. So I will just check what all users are available in the user edit user functionality. So if I click down here, I can see there are multiple users, but I don't have password for this. I can either set the password for them, or I can try again SQL injection for these users to log in also. So what I will do now is I will just log into this JDO account. So I'll just sign up from this application or from this instance and try to sign in with SQL injection, because I know the username, it's JDO, and I'm putting the same query, blind SQL query here. Just for your reference, I will type it here and paste it in the password box at single quote or single quote 1 single quote equal to 1. So here what I'm doing, I'm telling that I know the username, but I don't know the password. So whatever is password applicable, search it in the database query and log into the application. See, I can log into the Jane account with the SQL injection attack. Here we can see there is no edit user functionality. We have seen that these are the various features in the banking application. The best part now, what we can do is we can check the account details of this particular user. If I see, okay, so the current existing balance in his account is $499. We will say $500. I think he's a poor guy. So let's make him rich. So, or he's trying to make him rich himself with, he has identified one of the banking application is vulnerable to attacks. So what he will do, he has a transfer fund feature here. So before we go to transfer fund and exploit one more vulnerability called as system misconfiguration, we are going to use one more tool here called as burpsuit. So this is the tool burpsuit. It helps to intercept the packets of your web application from client side to the server side. So whenever you are doing any activity, when I say client side, it means the web access or the application for which we are using this particular application. So it is called as client side, and server side means where all the backend data, web server database is available for this particular application, from where it fetches all the data particular to this client or any data from particular to this website. is a backend or server. So what this burp tool does is by configuring in user system, we can intercept the packets which is going from client side to server side. So in this case, for this to work, what we have to do is we have to configure our browser such a way that we can intercept the packets. So for this, what we have to do is we have to do some configuration. So we have to check on this tool listens on some port and interface or from IP. So this is the interface for which it is listening. So what we have to do is we have to go to the browser and make necessary changes in the browser extension so that it goes through the required tool. So here we have to modify the proxy settings of our browser. So in this case, here currently there is no proxy configured. Now we are going to configure the proxy of the burp suite. So we are porting the same IP and port and making sure all the other protocols are using same. So now what it happens, if I say this tool as intercept on, and if I go to the application and click on any link, it gets captured by this tool and we can view the request which is going to server. So this, we have clicked on view account summary page and we are seeing the request part. So here we can see the cookie parameter, which is encoded with some encryption. Here we can see that this particular cookie is not properly secured because it is not long enough, and to check what encoding or cipher is used, there are multiple tools available in the market or online to check what is the cipher used for. Is it a base 64? Is it SHA-256? What encryption is used to secure the cookie? Because as I said, cookie parameter is very sensitive for any application. So to check that, what we can do is we have a tool called as, or online application called as cipher analyzer or identifier, wherein we can put this whatever cipher we have and analyze it. Before that, I have to just go back and disable the proxy settings. Okay, so if I go and say analyze text, see, we got that result as this particular cookie parameter has been encoded with base 64, which is a very low encryption technology in today's market or today's advanced technology. This has been encoded with base 64 methodology. So now what we can do is there is an inbuilt feature in burp to see or to decode this base 64. So how we do it is like just right click on it. There is option called as convert selection. We know it is using base 64 and we do it decode. Awesome. So here we have got the cookie parameter in plain text. So it is validating based on the user's account number and details, account details, which we have seen earlier. So this is how we can also use our technology to get the sensitive details and identify the sensitive details of particular application. So this is how this tool is, and it is most widely used for web application penetration testing, specifically for manual testing, not automated testing. Okay, so with this, I think we have a time, Sean, or
we are supposed to be completing it by 5 o'clock, but I'll ask Ganeshan. I think since
yeah.
this is interesting, maybe if we can extend it for next, how
Yeah,
long you are expecting? Maybe can we wrap it up in another 5-10 minutes, Ketan?
how much
Yes,
time you want, Ketan?
hardly 5 to 10 minutes. Just last
No, no,
expert,
no.
and I have, yeah.
No, no problem. Please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So basically now we have a cookie parameter available. We have a details of admin user. We have all the details, sensitive details. So now what hacker try to do is, or ethical hacker whose task is to secure this particular application. So he tries to check the functionality. So here we have a functionality called as transfer funds. So we will try to transfer the funds from one account to other account with the value of probably again $500. Okay. So before we click on transfer money, what we have to do is we have to intercept the packet. Okay. And we have to say transfer money. Oh, sorry. I have to change the configuration. Okay. So what we will do, we will try to transfer the funds. We can see here we got the query or the request sent from the client to the server. We have intercepted it. And now what we are going to do is, as we have the account number for admin, we have identified what was the account number. It was 8,000, and account number for this user was 8,004. So here what we will do, we will do the changes, like I want to transfer the amount from the account of admin to my self account, which was 8,004. So I can do these modifications by intercepting this request, and it is validating the request through this cookie parameter, because we have seen that it is looking for the cookie parameters. It is validating through the accounts, saving account details. So here what we will do is okay. So we have a parameter for admin which we have grabbed in our last attack, which was XSS attack. So I'm using this cookie parameter for admin and trying to just check whether it is giving the same value or the different value here. We'll just first check. Okay, so if you check at least last 5 parameters, those are different. So we can ensure that it is not using the same cookie parameter. So what I will do is, I want to get the money from admin account to my own account. So I have to tell server that I am the admin user who has logged into this application. So for that, we will use the admin cookie parameter. Account from where I'm getting transferred is admin's account. To account is my own account, and amount is, we can change to anything, whatever balance is available at account users admin accounts. You can do it any transfer. So when I've done all these changes, when I say forward, we have received a 200 OK response. I don't go in deep what exactly this response means. It's very vast topic. And we'll go back and check what is the status. Wonderful. If you check, see 500 was successfully transferred from account 8,000 into account 8,004, which means that admin account which I don't have any access. I have transferred the amount of 500, and you can see this in recent transactions tab, which we have. See, we have recently transacted $500. We have received it from all these details we can see. So this is how interesting the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing career is about. Just a quick final, I can give you one more demo of the tool, which is a Wireshark, which is a network packet analyzer, which you can use it for analyzing the traffic for applications in and out of your network. So this is all about vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. I will just share the PPT. All right. So it was a short time, but I hope I could give you the maximum details what I could. Any questions? Probably me and Sarvanan both can answer the questions, if any.
Ketan, one of the question is even in the live sites, whether we can identify these kind of bugs, capturing data through burp suit, whether this is legal, whether we can report the identified bug through the bug bounty.
Yes. So basically, any website, if you are doing it for ethical hacking perspective, it is legal without destroying companies' legality. Obvious, you can do this and report the bugs to the authorized organization, and you may also get rewarded as in bug bounty.
Thank you. Another question is, sir, how the browser security level is being tested?
Sorry, I didn't get, sir.
How the browser security level is being tested?
Browser level security, it's only up to the latest version which you are using. There is no other tool. There are various tools like in antivirus, wherein you can scan for the vulnerabilities available to the browsers, and you can upgrade to the latest version.
Okay. Where can we practice the web penetration testing?
Yes. So there are multiple websites wherein you can use or we can practice it. Clear that particular screen. Probably you all can see my just a minute. You can note down that website. Hope everyone can see the notepad. So these are the three links which I would like to share with everyone. There's onehub.com is very good, wherein there are vulnerable systems available. You can go there, practice it, and try to exploit the systems. There are various scenarios given. So to test your skills or to improvise your skills, you can use this onehub.com. There's one more, ITSec, which is BWAP, it is called as. It is a vulnerable web application wherein you can almost test hundreds of vulnerabilities of an application and improvise your skill sets. There's one more tool or one more application from OAPS, which is called as Shop, which is very widely used again along with OneHub to improvise your vulnerability skills, VAPT skills.
Yeah, the other question is if you are trying to get bugs and if something wrong happens while doing it as a ethical purpose, then how can we prevent from getting punished through the legal terms?
Yes, so this relies to the first question which was asked. never try to exploit or penetrate live applications, because if anything goes wrong, they may go with the legal charges. So if you want to do it, there are various bug bounty challenges or uh, options available, wherein the openly organization tells everyone that, okay, uh, you give us the vulnerabilities applicable to our applications and we will pay you for that. So always, if you want to go for live, use bug bounty media.
Can we able to clear the logs and footprints?
Yes.
Is another question. Yeah.
Yes. Obvious. We can do that. The only thing wherein we can do is, if there is any vulnerability where they can have a direct access to the servers, in that case, we can clear the logs as well.
Okay. I think there are no more questions. Nadesh, do you have any other question from YouTube participants?
1 second, sir. I'm checking. Let me know only. Can we modify hash value of digital certificate and digital signature?
Hello.
Hello. Sir, can you modify the values of digital certificate and digital signature?
Ketan, are you able to hear? There is a question about digital signature. Ketan, are you able to hear?
I think he's having some. I'll put it in the Zoom chat window. The question is in the chat window. One of the question from YouTube asked by Mr. Magesh.
Ketan, are you able to hear?
I think some problem in his connection, it seems.
Yeah. I think there's a power.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, so if they are talking about the digital certificate and digital signature, we need to understand the context. So, if it is typically issued by a certified signature authority, then it would have gone through the regular certification process, and they'll be using the latest hashing algorithm, and cryptography will be in place. So it should not be hackable. But I need to understand the context of the question.
Yeah. It's correct, sir. I think it is the same context they were asking. Is it possible to change? But you have very clearly told, if hashing and cryptography is there, it is not possible.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's all, sir. No more questions.
Yeah, if there are no more questions, maybe Shan, can we call it a day?
Yeah, sure. I think I just want to thank from our alliance side. I think thanks to all the speakers. I think it was a very short time frame. I think team has done a great job of putting their knowledge, 2 decades or 3 decades of their knowledge. I think almost the whole group has more than 2 centuries of experience. So I'm very glad that we were able to come together to help the students of VIT, and almost more than even VIT. I think there are students across country and even professors, lecturers. Thanks a lot to Professor Ganeshan and Nadesh and TIFAD Core for giving us this opportunity. Over to you, sir. So I think we will share the decks through VIT. Sure. Also, we will host the decks in vciso.fixnix.co. So please take a look at vciso.fixnix.co in a day or so. You'll be able to take a look at the decks in the property sections. Thank you.
Thank you, Shan. I think, for the wonderful 8 sessions. In fact, we are now very confident that all of our faculties or even the students who have attended the course, they will be able to, go through the subject with very confidence. I think, each one of the speaker has given wonderful, information. So we are waiting for the PPTs that you have, are going to collect from them. and thanks a lot. I would also like to thank Professor Nadesh and Srinivasa Perumal, who have been, sitting all the day and then, taking the sessions in a seamless way. And nonetheless, I would also like to thank all the participants who have shown interest. I could see that the number of participants was always almost constant. So that clearly shows that all the sessions were extremely good, and many people have also given a feedback in the chat session itself as the wonderful sessions. So I would like to thank once again Shan for your wonderful effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nadesh,
Thank
do you like to share something about the certificate and attendance to
Yes,
the
sir.
participants?
Okay.
Please.
Regarding attendance, whatever the feedback form you are given, we will take it from that. And the same email ID, you will receive your certificate by the end of this month.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all
Thanks, Professor.
for
Thanks,
attending
Ganeshan.
this one-day conference. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank
Bye.
you all.
We will
Bye.
call it a day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will leave.